Chapter 100. Incomparable Silence. At this moment, whether it was Lin Mo, the people who came to celebrate Lin Mo's birthday, or the staff of Nanning Hotel, they were all dumbfounded. They all looked at Li Changsheng with shock. Who is this guy? He's actually so daring to say such things to the young master of the Lin family. This is no longer a provocation, it's an insult. At this moment, the young masters and young ladies all showed pity in their eyes. They knew that with Lin Mo's temper, this reckless young man would definitely die miserably. No one on the second floor spoke. They all stared at Li Changsheng. The waitresses all felt a sense of exaltation. They were at the bottom of society. How many of the rich people who came to spend money in the hotel treated them as humans? They didn't know how much they had to endure, how much they had to be scolded, and how much they had to be looked down upon. Now, someone finally stood up for Yu Yue and helped them vent their anger. Yu Yue's boyfriend is too domineering. The female manager clenched her fists. Which girl didn't fantasize about a peerless hero who stood up to protect her when she was at her most helpless? Although Li Changsheng's image was still far from that of a peerless hero, at this moment, in the eyes of Yu Yue and many other waitresses, he had already become a great person. Lin Mo was dumbfounded. Growing up, he had always been the one bullying others. When had he ever been bullied by others? Now, there was a guy who pointed at his nose and said such extremely insulting words. Next to him, Lin Mo's friends reacted and were about to attack Li Changsheng. But Lin Mo stopped them. He stared at Li Changsheng and said, "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of offending me?" Li Changsheng lightly shook his head. "I don't know the consequences of offending you, but I'm someone you can't afford to offend." As his voice fell, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Then, he saw an old man leading a group of subordinates walking over aggressively. At this moment, Li Changsheng said to Yu Yue, "The next scene might be a little bloody. Wait for me downstairs." "Okay." Yu Yue nodded obediently and walked downstairs. "Wait a minute, who let her go?" The young master of the Wang family, who was in cahoots with Lin Mo, shouted coldly. "How dare you yell at my woman? Are you tired of living?" As soon as Li Changsheng's voice, Wang Xiao was sent flying and landed on the ground floor. Only then did everyone see clearly that the one who attacked was Peng Taishan, who was following behind Li Changsheng. Hiss. When everyone saw young Master Wang's appearance after landing, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. He was clutching his stomach and struggling non-stop. There was a broken wine bottle stuck in his stomach, and blood was flowing out of the bottle. "Wang Xiao, are you okay?" A few rich young masters immediately rushed up to support Wang Xiao. Peng Taishan stood there, but no one dared to approach him. At this moment, a group of people rushed up the stairs. The leader was Chu Yaotian and Chu Xing chairman. "Why are you here?" The hotel manager knew Chu Yaotian and his son. He didn't expect the big boss behind the scenes to appear. He hurriedly went up to greet him. "Chairman, there's a brat causing trouble in our hotel. He even injured our guests." The manager complained as soon as he came up. In response, Chu Yaotian coldly ordered, "Tie him up and wait for Mr. Li to get angry." "What?" The manager was stunned. He couldn't react. Two strong men came up from the side. Each of them grabbed one of his arms and pressed him to the ground. At this moment, Chu Yaotian quickly walked in front of Li Changsheng. He lowered his head and said, "Greetings, Mr. Li, something like this happened in my territory. Please punish me." Li Changsheng didn't say anything. He just looked calmly at Lin Mo, who was stunned on the spot. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Mo's voice was trembling. Just now, he had clearly heard the restaurant manager call the old man boss. Although he didn't know who the boss behind Nanming Hotel was, such a big hotel meant that the boss's family's wealth couldn't be worse than his. "You don't deserve to know who I am. However, since you dared to offend my girlfriend today, you must be punished." As he spoke, he ordered Chu Yaotian, who was standing beside him, "Break this young master Lin's third leg. As for the rest, leave behind a finger each. As for the manager, I don't want to see him again." With that, Li Changsheng put his arm around Yu Yue's shoulder and walked down the stairs. Lin Mo was stunned for a moment before he understood what the third leg meant. His face instantly turned pale. The other men and women who came to celebrate Lin Mo's birthday screamed in fear. They were rich young ladies with delicate skin and tender flesh. Usually, if they were pricked by needles, they would have to go to the hospital. Now, someone wanted to cut off their fingers. The hotel manager was so scared that he wet his pants. When he saw Li Changsheng and Yu Yuei walk past him, he hurriedly reached out to grab Yu Yuei's leg. Yuei, please don't kill me. Yu Yuei was so scared that she took a few steps back. Li Changsheng went over and stepped on his hand. While the other party was screaming in pain, Li Changsheng grabbed a vase on the side and smashed it on the other party's head with a catcher sound. Immediately, the other party fainted. You're too noisy. Shut up. Li Changsheng clapped his hands. This scene provoked the rich young ladies even more. A few of them jumped over the railing on the second floor and jumped down. Plop, plop. Then, there was a series of screams. There was a distance of 7 to 8 meters between the second floor and the first floor. If one didn't learn martial arts, it would be strange if they didn't fall. This is a good choice. Li Changsheng nodded. Whoever doesn't want to have their fingers chopped off, jump down from here. As soon as he finished speaking, another 7 to 8 people mustered up the courage to jump down. However, the few women didn't have the courage. They were so scared that they squatted there and cried. Li Changsheng didn't have any intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Chu Yaotian gave a look. Immediately, countless strong men rushed up and pulled the crying men and women down. Ah, don't chop off my fingers. I was wrong. I didn't do anything. I only scolded that woman. Just beat me up. I beg you, big brother, don't chop off my fingers. I'm beautiful. I'll accompany you for one night. Is that not enough? All kinds of voices played out the various expressions of the human world. At this moment, Lin Mo was so scared that his legs were trembling. Just now, Li Changsheng wanted to break his third leg. This was to make him impotent. Who are you? You brought a group of people to deal with me. I'm not convinced. If you have the guts, let me call for help. My father will come and kill you in minutes. Is that so? Li Changsheng showed some interest. He patted Yu Yuei's shoulder and said with a smile, I'll give you a chance. Call now. If no one comes to save you in half an hour, I'll chop that thing up and feed it to the dogs. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Lin Mo's eyes were rekindled with hope. He trembled as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Dad. Someone wants to kill your son. Come and save me. Yes, at Nanning Hotel. Call a few hundred people. Today, I must vent my anger. Chapter 101. This young Master Lin wants to compete with you in terms of numbers. Chu Yaotian, Qingju is your territory. Don't disappoint me. Li Changsheng found a chair and sat down. Yu Yuei stood beside him obediently. Don't worry, sir. Even if he sends a reinforced division here in Qingju, I will destroy him. Chu Yaotian patted his chest and promised. He had just taken over all the Qin family's forces in Qingju and regained control of Qingju. Before he could establish his authority, such a thing happened in his own hotel. A small son of a businessman in Qingju dared to offend his master, Mr. Li. This made him very angry. Jiyu Mangong, Xu Xiaolin, and Kai Yu, who followed Li Changsheng back then, were all famous people in Huaxia. Chu Yaotian couldn't even control Qingju. This made him feel that he was a piece of trash in front of Li Changsheng. Lin Mo, who had just hung up the phone, suddenly turned pale and almost collapsed to the ground. Chu Yaotian. He didn't expect this old man to be Chu Yaotian. A few days ago, he heard from his father that there were a few people in Qingju that he definitely couldn't offend. Among them, Chu Yaotian was ranked first. It's over. I actually offended Chu Yaotian. Lin Mo instantly lost all hope. He took out his phone again and used his trembling fingers to send a text message to his father, who was mobilizing troops to save him. Then, he turned around and resolutely jumped down from the second floor. Bang! There was a crisp sound. Everyone looked down from the second floor and saw Lin Mo lying on the ground. Blood kept flowing out of his head. It was obvious that he had died. He's a smart person. Li Changsheng shook his head and comforted the pale Yu Wei. He told Chu Yaotian, if you don't remove the roots, it will grow again in the spring. This kid must have sent a text message to his father about your identity. Whether his father comes or not, I don't want to see anyone from the Lin family in Qingju anymore. After that, he directly took Yu Wei down the stairs. After Li Changsheng left for a long time, Chu Yaotian ordered his subordinates to clean up the scene and deal with the aftermath. The remaining female supervisor and a group of waiters stood there trembling in fear. Today, they finally saw what a big shot was and what was called ruthlessness. At the same time, they were also lamenting that the girl who worked part-time in the restaurant and had a good temper like a sheep actually had such an arrogant and domineering boyfriend who was like a devil incarnate. You really can't judge, the female manager sighed. At this moment, Li Changsheng had already taken Yu Wei home. Knocking on the old door, Yu Baoguo and his wife, whose eyes were red, saw their daughter standing in front of them. The three of them suddenly hugged each other and cried. After a long time, their emotions calmed down. Thank you, young man, Yu Baoguo said to Li Changsheng very sincerely. Regardless of whether he liked this young man or not, this young man saved his daughter's life. It's okay, it's what I should do. The manager of that hotel is my relative, so he agreed to let Yu Wei go. It's getting late, so I'll leave first. Yu Wei, if you really want to work part-time, you can go back to the previous bar. It's opened by my friend. I'll ask him to take care of you. Okay. Yu Wei nodded. Li Changsheng then left. It was already past 11 o'clock at night when he returned to the dormitory. Jiang Dao, Zhong Xiaofeng, and Jiang Dao were playing games. They were so focused that they didn't have time to pay attention to Li Changsheng when he came back. On the other side, Yang Fan was browsing the school forum out of boredom. Suddenly, he shouted, "That's too explosive." Li Changsheng was speechless. Even Zhong Xiaofeng and Jiang Dao put down their phones and looked at him strangely. Did you guys see the school forum? Qingzhou's boss, Chu Yaotian, personally went out. More than 20 cars passed by the street. It seems like he's going to do something big. As he spoke, he flipped through a few pages on his phone. He looked at the phone and said, more than 50 men and women were carried out of Nanming Hotel. A few of them are students from Qingju University. They all seem to be rich kids. At this time, Jiang Dao's phone rang. Xu Ying's voice came from the other side of the phone. Brother Dao, a friend of mine had an accident at Nanming Hotel. One of his fingers was chopped off. I heard that he went to Lin family's young master's birthday party and offended a mysterious person. You know Lin family's young master. You didn't go to his birthday party, right? Hearing Xu Ying's words, Jiang Dao was stunned. He then shook his head and said, no, that Lin family's young master is not a good person. I had a falling out with him last month. You should stay away from his friends. After answering his girlfriend's call, Jiang Dao took a deep breath. It seems that Lin family's young master offended someone from the Chu family. Old Master Chu personally went out and crippled him. I used to have some friendship with Lin family's young master. Fortunately, I saw that guy was not a good person and broke off contact with him. Otherwise, if I also went to the party, wouldn't one of my fingers be chopped off as well? Hearing Jiang Dao's words, Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan both had a gossipy heart. Quickly tell us, what is Lin family's young master's status in Qingju? What is Chu family's status? He actually dared to be so arrogant and make a move against more than 50 rich second generations. How many forces did he offend? Clearing his throat, Jiang Dao decided to show off some of the news he heard. Especially when he saw Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan's curious gazes, he couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. However, when he saw Li Changsheng playing with his phone, he felt a blow. The things he was proud of were nothing in front of Li Changsheng. This fourth bro is a strange person. Jiang Dao shook his head and threw away all the messy thoughts before he said, this Chu family is the true ruler of Qingju. However, following the rise of the Qin family a few years ago, the Chu family's status and reputation dropped a lot. However, a few days ago, the Qin family wanted to dominate Qingju, so they arranged a boxing match with the Chu family. They used 9 boxing matches to determine the territory of the entire Qingju. I heard that in that boxing match, a mysterious person named Mr. Li appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the Qin family in one fell swoop. Now, the Chu family has absolute control in Qingju. And a family like Lin Mo's family's assets are just over 100 million. Those rich second-generation young ladies who play with Lin Mo are also similar to his family background. Such a force is no different from an ant to the Chu family that is currently at its peak. After saying that, seeing Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan's admiring gazes, Jiang Dao's vanity was greatly satisfied. However, when he saw Li Changsheng's indifferent appearance, he felt a slight blow. I say, fourth bro, why are you like a block of wood? You don't play games or read gossip. Every day, if you're not running to the library, you're going missing. What? Do you want to learn from that mysterious Mr. Li and hide his achievements and fame? Jiang Dao couldn't help but say. I am Mr. Li. Li Changsheng raised his head and smiled. Fourth bro, if you are Mr. Li, then wouldn't our dorm be able to walk sideways in Qingju University? Zhong Xiaofeng joked. Not just Qingju University, we can even walk sideways in the entire Qingju city. Yang Fan added. You guys are right. Unfortunately, fourth bro is not Mr. Li. Jiang Dao shook his head. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, tomorrow is my girlfriend's birthday. We agreed to go to Chuzhou City for a day trip. I will take care of all the food, drinks, and entertainment. Okay. As soon as Zhong Xiaofeng heard about the trip, he immediately became spirited. I don't know, can I bring my girlfriend? Yang Fan interrupted. Of course you can, but you have to have her. Jiang Dao's words suddenly made Yang Fan suffer a critical hit of 20 million points. His face became bitter. He pointed to his heart and said, Bro, my heart hurts. Changsheng, do you want to bring your campus belle girlfriend with you? Jiang Dao looked at Li Changsheng. His memory of Bai Qianxue was still fresh. The impact she gave them was no less than a magnitude 8 earthquake. Tomorrow was Saturday. Li Changsheng thought for a moment. Yue must have never gone out to play before. So he nodded and said, okay, then I will bring my girlfriend. Chapter 102. Li Changsheng called Liu Xiong and told him that he might not be able to tutor Liu Juojuo this Sunday. He had to go to Chuzhou City for a friend's girlfriend's birthday. Liu Xiong nodded his head and readily agreed. In fact, the so-called tutoring job was to discipline Liu Juojuo. Ever since he saw Li Changsheng's awesome side, Liu Juojuo had become a lot more obedient. Liu Xiong was quite satisfied with Li Changsheng's education results overall. Especially subconsciously, he felt that he should be more tolerant of Li Changsheng, because whether it was from Chen Ligua's description or his own observation, he always felt that this young man was not ordinary. After hanging up the phone, he went out to eat breakfast with Jiang Dao and the other two. This time, Jiang Dao also called a few friends, all of whom were in Jiang Dao's circle of friends. When they finished breakfast, they saw several cars waiting at the school gate for a long time. From the mounts of Jiang Dao's friends, one could see the level of Jiang Dao's circle of friends. The best one was an imported Jaguar worth more than 1,000,000 yuan, and the rest were mostly around 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Although they were all students and the expenses given to them by their families had been reduced, one could see the whole picture with a single glance. It could be seen that their family's net worth was at most a few billion. In Qingju, they could not even be considered as a third-tier family. At best, they could only be considered as a fifth-tier rich second generation. However, even if they were fifth-tier rich second generation, in the eyes of ordinary students, they still had their own pride. In addition to Jiang Dao's friends, there was naturally the female lead today, Xu Ying, as well as Xu Ying's best friend, Chen Wan. The only thing that made Jiang Dao a little unhappy was that Zhong Mengmeng actually brought her boyfriend, Shong Jianping. Everyone knew that Zhong Mengmeng and Li Changsheng almost made a good thing happen. Shong Jianping's appearance was undoubtedly like adding a piece of mouse feces to a pot of delicious food. Out of the hearts of the people in room 305, who wanted to stand up for Li Changsheng, were a little unhappy. However, since the other party came and handed each of them a Chunghwa cigarette with a smile, they were not bad people. Naturally, they would not put down their faces and say anything unpleasant. Seeing that Jiang Dao did not get angry, Xu Ying let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, she secretly praised Song Jianping for being able to handle the situation. As for Li Changsheng, although he had called the school bell, by Chenxue, to support him, which had surprised everyone, they still felt that it was a little unreal. Especially when Bai Chenxue entered the room, the unnatural expression on her face made them wonder if Li Changsheng had deliberately found someone to pretend to be his girlfriend to get back at him. Xu Ying and the other two girls were not the only ones who had such thoughts. Even Zhong Mengmeng felt the same way. Jiang Dao was still driving his 7 Series BMW. Li Changsheng wasn't familiar with the others, so he naturally sat in Jiang Dao's car. Jiang Dao's girlfriend, Xu Ying, sat in the front passenger seat. Originally, Yang Fan also wanted to squeeze in the back seat with Li Changsheng. However, when Li Changsheng said that my girlfriend is coming later, he was shocked and ran to sit in Jiang Dao's friend's Land Rover Aurora. Song Jianping also drove a car today. It was not flashy, but a domestic Mercedes-Benz E-Class. His family's assets were just right for Jiang Dao's circle. He also had a lot of common topics with Jiang Dao's friends. Not long after, he was already chatting and laughing with everyone. Zhong Mengmeng, Hao Ting, and Chen Wan just sat in Song Jianping's car. Hearing Li Changsheng say that his girlfriend was coming, Xu Ying could not help but turn her head and look at the indifferent man sitting in the back. She thought, could it be the school bell of Yangbei University? If it was by Chenxue, then no matter how enchanting they would probably be robbed of the limelight. After waiting for about 10 minutes at the school gate, a taxi stopped on the side of the road. Yu Yuwei, who had paid the fare, walked over. She was wearing a purple shirt, washed-out jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. Especially when she walked, her ponytail bounced up and down. She looked pure and innocent. The moment she appeared, all of Jiang Dao's friends, regardless of whether they were male or female, were dumbfounded. Even Li Changsheng was a little surprised. Today, Yu Yuwei was obviously dressed up, especially with a little lipstick on her mouth, which made her look even more beautiful. Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. When Fan Li first saw Shi Shi in Westlake, he must have felt the same way. Jiang Dao's friends were all shocked. Some of the rich second generations couldn't help but want to go up and strike up a conversation. However, when the car window rolled down and Yu Yuwei opened the door and sat in the back seat of the BMW, everyone knew that she was already taken. Changsheng, introduce her to me. Before this, Jiang Dao had always thought that Li Changsheng's girlfriend was Bai Chenxue. At this moment, Yu Yuwei's appearance undoubtedly gave him a great impact. My girlfriend, Yu Yuwei. Li Changsheng reached out and hugged Yu Yuwei's shoulder. Yu Yuwei didn't feel any discomfort, except for her slightly blushing face. She gently leaned on Li Changsheng's shoulder. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Dao saw the incomparably sweet couple. Only then did Jiang Dao confirm that this was really Li Changsheng's girlfriend. Since everyone was here, it was time to set off. Along the way, Li Changsheng held a book and read it. The title of the book was The Modern History of the Republic of China. Yu Yuwei quietly snuggled up to Li Changsheng. Occasionally, she would look at Li Changsheng and massage his legs when he was reading for a long time. She was very docile, like a little wife. In the front, Xu Ying's expression was extremely complicated. For Dorm 305, except for Jiang Dao, she didn't like the others. Especially Li Changsheng, who gave her the first impression that he was ordinary. After several incidents, the most ordinary Li Changsheng always surprised people. And the appearance of Bai Chenxue and Yu Yuwei was a clear indication of something. To see a man's background and strength, one must first look at the woman beside him. Whether it was Bai Chenxue or Yu Yuwei, when they appeared beside Li Changsheng, Xu Ying couldn't help but reconsider Li Changsheng's value. His ordinary appearance obviously couldn't attract women's hearts. And with his powerful strength, even if Bai Chenxue fell in love with him because of this, Yu Yuwei wouldn't also fall in love with him. The probability of this was very small. Then, if the factor of Li Changsheng's strength was excluded, then it meant that Li Changsheng must have some advantages that she didn't know about. What was this advantage? Suddenly, Xu Ying felt that she couldn't see through Li Changsheng. Thinking back to some time ago when she, Chen Wan, and Hao Ting persuaded Zhong Mengmeng that Li Changsheng wasn't suitable for her, she suddenly thought, was she really doing the right thing? Was Shang Jianping really stronger than Li Changsheng? Would Zhong Mengmeng miss out on something? Chapter 103. It was only a 2-hour journey from Qingju City to Chuzhou City. Jiang Dao and the other rich kids had a thirst for excitement in their bones, so they were able to run fast. Of course, these people were quite steady. The fastest they could run was around 180 miles per hour, which was an average of 160 miles per hour. The 2-hour journey on the GPS only took a little more than an hour in reality. In an hour, Li Changsheng had just finished reading a modern history book. He used his mind to sort out the various changes and forces that had happened while he was asleep. When he was thinking about these things, a relationship chart automatically appeared in his mind. When they arrived at Chuzhou City, Jiang Dao said that the son of one of his father's business partners had opened a hotel in Qingju City. He had already booked a VIP room in advance. When they arrived at the hotel, a young man came out to greet them. The young man's family was even richer than Jiang Dao's family. However, because Jiang Dao was more easygoing, he didn't put on airs when interacting with others. He wasn't like many people who used their family's wealth to do whatever they wanted. Therefore, they got along quite well. After a while, with the help of their family's business, they became good friends. When the young man heard that Jiang Dao was coming, he turned down a drinking party to welcome them. His name is Han Dong, my friend. Jiang Dao introduced him to Li Changsheng. The man named Han Dong looked at Yu Yuwei, who was sitting next to Li Changsheng, with surprise. In this age of plastic surgery, it was rare to see a woman as pure and heart-shaking as Yu Yuwei. Therefore, Han Dong, who originally thought that Li Changsheng was ordinary, couldn't help but be surprised. After all, the story of the young master and the coachman was the real deal. Especially when a woman looked at a man, if he didn't have good looks, he would be an idiot, unless the woman's head was kicked by a donkey. Li Changsheng, who was the most ordinary person in the group, became the most important person to Han Dong. When they entered the hotel, the room was already booked. Because they didn't know about Yu Yuwei's arrival beforehand, they booked an extra room. Originally, with the relationship between Jiang Dao and Han Dong, even if there was no reservation, they could have booked a VIP room of the same quality at any time. He probably wanted to create an opportunity for his good brother, Li Changsheng, and at the same time wanted to verify whether Yu Yuwei was really Li Changsheng's girlfriend. Jiang Dao did not add any more rooms, saying that Yu Yuwei and Li Changsheng could only squeeze in. Yu Yuwei did not object. She simply blushed a little. This scene completely dispelled the suspicions of the crowd. Zhong Mengmeng originally wanted to share a room with Hao Ting, but when she found out that Li Changsheng and Yu Yuwei were sharing a room, she immediately announced that she wanted to share a room with Shang Jianping. This time, Hao Ting could not help but grumble, "What a guy who values women over friends." Yang Fan interrupted at the right time, "Why don't we share a room?" Hao Ting pretended that she wanted to hit him, which caused a burst of laughter. After the room was booked, Han Dong said that he had already prepared a banquet and wanted to invite them to dinner. They were a little hungry after the long journey. Moreover, Han Dong was Jiang Dao's good friend, so they naturally did not refuse. Because today was Xu Ying's birthday, Jiang Dao ordered a big 9-layer cake in advance. Yu Yuwei, who was sitting next to Li Changsheng, stared at the cake. Li Changsheng asked in a low voice, "Why? If you like it, I can order a bigger one for your birthday." Unexpectedly, Yu Yuwei shook her head, "No, I'm just thinking that it would be a waste if we don't finish such a big cake." Li Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head. Thinking of Yu Yuwei working in a restaurant for 10 yuan an hour, his eyes couldn't help but soften. Not far away, Chen Wan looked at the two of them and snorted, "I really don't understand why that girl would fall for him. If she likes Li Changsheng, it means that she has good taste. Unlike you, you were tricked by that rich kid. If it wasn't for Changsheng, do you think you could have escaped unscathed that day?" Jiang Dao had long disliked Chen Wan, so he said coldly, "That's enough." Xu Ying pulled Jiang Dao's sleeve. Meanwhile, Han Dong invited Jiang Dao and Xu Ying to blow out the candles. After the candles were blown out, the dinner officially began. As the host of the banquet, Han Dong toasted everyone and raised his glass to Li Changsheng alone. Li Changsheng naturally would not refuse Han Dong's kindness. After toasting with Han Dong did not toast anyone else during the banquet. This made many people confused. After the dinner, Han Dong suggested that everyone visit the Chuzhou city's folk street. During the dinner, Jiang Dao took some time to ask Han Dong why he liked Li Changsheng so much. Han Dong cracked a smile and said, "I have a feeling that your friend is not ordinary." Thinking of Li Changsheng's powerful fighting ability, Jiang Dao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you have good taste." What he didn't know was that Han Dong didn't like Li Changsheng because of Li Changsheng's fighting ability. Instead, it was because of his keen observation skills that he noticed that Li Changsheng was different from the rest. Back then, the Han family had relied on their keen foresight to curry favor with a nobleman to achieve their current status. Han Dong had inherited his father's personality and had been searching for a benefactor for the past few years. Ever since he saw Yu Yuwei sitting next to Li Changsheng, Han Dong had an idea in his mind. Maybe if he could build a good relationship with Li Changsheng, he would be able to replicate his father's legend and bring the Han family to a higher level. Especially when he toasted Li Changsheng, Li Changsheng's indifferent expression told him that he was a low-key figure. Han Dong couldn't tell how important Li Changsheng was. The few of them went to the folk street. Under Jiang Dao's instruction, Han Dong called two girls to accompany Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan. Although Zhong Xiaofeng had a girlfriend, he didn't bring her with him. As for Yang Fan, Jiang Dao could tell that both Hao Ting and Chen Wan were arrogant women. Yang Fan was not worthy of their attention. With that thought in mind, he couldn't help but glance at Li Changsheng, who was telling Yu Yuwei a story. He thought to himself, if everyone in room 305 was as powerful as Li Changsheng, I wouldn't have to worry so much about Yang Fan and Chen Wan. This fourth brother was usually quiet, but when he made a move, it would be extraordinary. Jiang Dao was pondering whether he should learn from Li Changsheng and learn from him how he managed to make the two school beauties so loyal to him. Fickleness had always been in the blood of the rich second generation. Jiang Dao might have brought Xu Ying to Chuzhou City and celebrated her birthday with her, but if he wanted to be truly devoted to Xu Ying and marry no one but her, then there was no real love between them. Those were only words he used to fool Xu Ying. It was normal for the rich second generation to operate on two or more fronts. Xu Ying knew this, but there were always people who naively thought that they could turn the prodigal son around and become the prodigal son's last haven. Chapter 104. Chuzhou City's folk street had existed since the Qing dynasty and had a history of over 200 years. As the group strolled down the street, Li Changsheng bought a red bracelet for Yu Yuwei. Her slender arms and snow-white skin were accentuated by the red bracelet, giving her a unique sense of beauty. The stall owner said that the bracelet was from the Republic of China and asked for 3,000 RMB. Li Changsheng bargained with him for 1,000 RMB. In the end, the stall owner reluctantly agreed. In fact, Li Changsheng knew that the bracelet's true value was not even 300 RMB. However, Yu Yuwei happened to like it. Even if the stall owner didn't give him a discount, Li Changsheng would have bought it for 3,000 RMB without hesitation. Yu Yuwei, who received the bracelet, was very happy. Her smile was like a blooming flower, making the other rich second-generation heirs envious. It was already afternoon when they returned to the hotel after shopping. The group of men gathered in a room to play cards. Since they were all rich men, they naturally couldn't afford a few hundred RMB. Li Changsheng didn't play with them. Instead, he and Yu Yuwei worked on the computer in the room. Yu Yuwei had never been to an internet cafe before. Her family couldn't afford to buy her a computer, so everything on the internet was new and interesting. As for Li Changsheng, although he knew a lot about modern technology after his rebirth, he was still very excited when he browsed the internet. This made the few people present involuntarily recall the days when the internet had just emerged. Society was afraid of the internet, and those who were addicted to the internet were called internet addicts. There were also rehab centers. Most people in the country saw the new technology as a scourge. However, when they truly understood it, they slowly began to accept it. Now that the internet had entered everyone's homes, the fear of the past was even more laughable. However, Li Changxing and Yu Yuwei now looked like internet addicts. Seeing all of this, Han Dong couldn't help but feel confused. He started to doubt his judgment of Li Changxing. If Li Changxing was really a big shot, how could he find computers so novel? I once heard from my dad that there were many hermit families in China. They were old-fashioned, conservative, and even adhered to the style of the Tang and Song dynasties. Before the children of the family reached adulthood, they received a completely feudal education. They were not allowed to come in contact with the waves of ideas and new things from the outside world. Only when they reached adulthood would they be allowed to go out and explore. Although these families were conservative and stubborn in terms of ideology, there was no doubt that they had survived through the dynasties and had huge financial resources and power. If he's not a poor boy from the countryside who hasn't seen much of the world, then he's a disciple of a hidden family. It's just that these two possibilities are equally likely. Han Dong thought to himself. This kind of hidden family's disciples were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Could it be that he had bumped into one? Thinking of the various histories that Li Changxing had explained to Yu Yuwei when they were shopping in the antique street, it seemed that this possibility was very high. It was not impossible. After browsing the web for a while, Li Changxing saw his girlfriend, Yu Yuwei, who was in high spirits. Li Changxing gave the computer to her and let her play, while he sat on the bed and flipped through several magazines that the hotel provided for guests to pass the time. On the other side, a few people were making a ruckus while Li Changxing was watching with great interest. Even though Chen Wn scolded him for being pretentious, she still admired his ability to find peace in the midst of chaos. Time always passed very quickly when one was playing. Li Changxing had finished reading the magazines on the table and stretched himself. At this time, Yu Yuwei stood up and took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Li Changxing. She then gently massaged his shoulders. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone present, they couldn't help but admire Li Changxing like a torrential river. Apart from Zhong Xiaofeng, Yang Fan, and Li Changxing, the rest of the people present were all rich second-generation heirs. They had had many girlfriends, but none of them were as beautiful and gentle as Yu Yuwei. No matter how hard they thought about it, they couldn't find anyone like her. Jiang Dao introduced Li Changxing's valiant deeds while playing cards. Listening to this, his friends were in high spirits and revealed a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that the ordinary-looking and thin Li Changxing was actually a martial artist. There was even a rich second generation who threatened to take Li Changxing as his master, but most of them were just joking. In the eyes of these people, they couldn't plan anything. Which one of them didn't have a few bodyguards at home? Especially Jiang Dao, although his saliva was flying everywhere, everyone felt that it was somewhat unreal. This guy who was smiling all the way, was he really as mysterious and fierce as he said? On the other side, Chen Wan and the other girls' faces became uglier and uglier as Jiang Dao talked about the bar, which was tantamount to exposing their scars. Zhong Mengmeng also felt somewhat complicated, especially when she saw the docile Yu Yuwei beside Li Changxing. She didn't know what to feel in her heart, but she felt somewhat lost and sad. Shang Jianping couldn't listen anymore and interrupted Jiang Dao's narration. After offending those people, I'm afraid that they will take revenge. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Dao immediately shut his mouth. Indeed, he had been talking about Li Changxing's bravery, but how could he not know that the people that Li Changxing offended weren't easy to deal with? Although the most powerful Qin Hao and his son fell in Qingju, there was still Sichu Nan, brother Xiong, and the others. Yu Yuwei, who was massaging Li Changxing's legs and shoulders, was actually listening to Jiang Dao's narration. In the end, she was interrupted by Shang Jianping. She couldn't help but frown and her eyes revealed some dissatisfaction. Do you have the urge to beat him up? Li Changxing crawled to Yu Yuwei's ear and quietly asked. Yu Yuwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. These past few days, Yu Yuwei had been thinking about Li Changxing's background. She knew that Li Changxing was definitely not an ordinary person. Chu Yaotian could guess some clues from Xu Xiaolin, who surrounded Li Changxing. And Li Changxing's low-key personality made Yu Yuwei redefine the words rich second generation. However, Li Changxing didn't take the initiative to tell her what identity Li Changxing had, and she also wouldn't ask. She knew that if Li Changsheng really wanted her to know, he would naturally tell her. She used to be like an ordinary woman, fantasizing that one day she would meet her Prince Charming, who was sunny, handsome, and of high quality. However, when Li Changsheng saved her from the KTV and fought for her, she knew in her heart that even the most handsome Prince Charming in the world couldn't compare to the figure in front of her. What are you thinking about? Li Changsheng waved his finger in front of Yu Yue's eyes. Yu Yue finally reacted from her daze and couldn't help but blush. It was said that a woman was the most beautiful when she was shy. At this moment, her blushing cheeks made Li Changsheng's heart tremble slightly. At this moment, he felt that she was very similar to the woman in red who had fallen in front of him. Chapter 105. Changsheng, do you want to play around? Jiang Dao said to Li Changsheng. No, I don't know how to play. Li Changsheng cracked a smile. Chen Wan, who was sitting next to him, murmured, maybe he doesn't have enough money to play. Jiang Dao glared at Chen Wan and shut her mouth. In fact, Chen Wan was not the only one who thought so. Many people in the room also thought so. After all, not everyone was as observant as Han Dong, and not everyone was like Jiang Dao, who could play with anyone regardless of their social status. It's so hot in the room. Do you want some ice cream? Yu Yue and Li Changsheng were sitting near the window. The wind blowing in from the outside was hot, and the air conditioner was on. Sure. Li Changsheng nodded. Yu Yue then turned around and walked out of the room. What a virtuous girl. Many people in the room exclaimed. At the same time, they looked at Li Changsheng with admiration. He couldn't figure out what methods he had used to train this girl to be so sensible and well-behaved. After Yu Yue left, Li Changsheng started to play computer games. Han Dong suggested that they go to a nightclub after dinner. The nightclubs in Chuzhou City were much more interesting than those in Qingju City. Shong Jianping chimed in, I have a friend who owns a bar. He recently invited a famous DJ band from abroad. The bar is very popular every night. Why don't we go there and have some fun? As soon as he said that, many people in the room looked at him in a different light. Shong Jianping's family lived in Qingju City, and he had connections in Chuzhou City. This also showed the power of his family. Even Han Dong couldn't help but think more about him. Zhong Mengmeng, on the other hand, was sincerely happy for her boyfriend. After all, it was obvious that Jiang Dao and the others didn't like him. Moreover, most of their attention was attracted by Li Changsheng and Yu Yue. Zhong Mengmeng, who had been holding back her anger, finally felt that her boyfriend had found some sense of existence. Yu Yue came back after buying ice cream. She was carrying 2 big bags of food in her hands, and it was difficult for her to walk. In addition to the hot weather, she was already sweating profusely. When she walked through the door, she was panting. Her delicate body made people want to protect her. Li Changsheng looked at Yu Yue, who was wiping away her sweat with a sweet smile on her face, and couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Are you tired? Li Changsheng helped Yu Yue wipe the sweat off her forehead. Yu Yue had already started distributing ice cream to everyone present. Everyone had a stick of ice cream with different flavors. Of course, Yu Yue was chosen by Li Changsheng first. After everyone was done, Yu Yue returned to Li Changsheng's side and sat down. When Li Changsheng passed her share of ice cream, she revealed a sweet smile and was as happy as a child. When everyone saw this scene, they all sighed in their hearts. If only they had a girlfriend like her. They would be willing to hold her in their hands every day. Li Changsheng, do you know how to dance on QQ? Chen Wan wasn't interested in Golden Flower. She took out her laptop from her bag and logged into the game. Then, as if she was showing off, she danced to an 8-star difficulty song. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard very skillfully, attracting the attention of a few girls. This is relatively simple. Li Changsheng smiled. It was just relying on hand speed and eye coordination. For Li Changsheng, this wasn't difficult at all. However, in Chen Wan's ears, it was very different. So you also know how to play? Do you want to play around? I don't have an account. You can lend me one. Let's play. Li Changsheng was bored anyway, so he became a little interested. Chen Wan gave Hao Ting a look, so Houting went over and logged into her account. Then, she opened a room and started the game. Yu Yuwei just sat there quietly. She didn't know anything about computers, but she was inexplicably confident in Li Changsheng. It was Li Changsheng's first time playing this game, so his hand speed wasn't very good. He made a lot of mistakes in the 8-star song, but after a few seconds, he quickly got rid of his newbie status. The character on the screen danced dazzlingly. In the end, his score was even higher than Chen Wan's, which made Chen Wan feel quite shocked. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Pretending that you haven't played before? Only a ghost would believe you. Li Changsheng smiled. He couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pushed the keyboard away. He felt that this game had no other use other than to kill time. However, Chen Wan was unwilling to let it go. If you're so good, play a 10-star difficulty game. Alright, if you lose, you'll have to shut up for an hour because you're really annoying, Li Changsheng said. However, Chen Wan was so angry that she almost smashed the keyboard. She nodded. Alright, if you lose, go back to Qingju immediately. I don't want to see you for a second. Chen Wan was also angry. It's a deal. Li Changsheng nodded. After Chen Wan chose a song to start the game, his fingers started tapping on the keyboard. This time, he chose the 10-star difficulty Narcissus. The music bar flashed very quickly. Even though Chen Wan played it often, her hand speed couldn't keep up. She could only give up when the music bar was slightly longer. On the other hand, Li Changsheng was like a cheat. His fingers were extremely fast. Most importantly, together with the music on the computer, it created a rhythmic beauty. Even the few people who were playing Golden Flower stopped what they were doing and looked at Li Changsheng. They felt that Li Changsheng's tapping on the keyboard was very pleasing to the eye. Li Changsheng, who didn't make any mistakes from the beginning to the end, won in the end. Chen Wan was completely dumbfounded. She wondered how there could be such a monster in the world. She felt humiliated as if she had been raped. Li Changsheng, you're obviously bullying my Chen Wan on purpose. You said that it's your first time playing. Are you trying to fool a ghost? Xu Ying said half-jokingly. Ever since Yu Yuwei appeared, her attitude towards Li Changsheng had changed drastically. Changsheng, drink some water. Yu Yuwei handed Li Changsheng a cup of tea. Her virtuous action attracted another wave of envy. Chen Wan put away the computer in a fit of pique and sat there playing with her phone. Everyone's attention was once again attracted by Li Changsheng. Shang Jianping, who had just found some sense of existence, couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. Zhong Mengmeng was even more silent. There's a billiard hall on the top floor with red wine and coffee. Do you want to experience it? Han Dong asked with a smile. Sure. Yang Fan was the first to raise his hand to agree. I'm not bragging, but I'm known as a professional player in the field of billiard. I haven't been defeated since I was in elementary school. Yang Fan tidied up his slicked back hair and said excitedly. Really? Why don't I believe it? Houting said. She had become familiar with Yang Fan after meeting him a few times. Although she felt that Yang Fan didn't meet her standards for a partner, she could still make a few jokes and flirt with him. It was not only the privilege of boys to have a foot in several boats. It was also a girl's specialty to flirt with a spare tire. In Houting's eyes, Yang Fan was not even a spare tire. At most, he was just a tool to pass the time. Chapter 106. The highest floor of the hotel was the entertainment center for the guests to play and relax. After going up, Chen Wan and the others each ordered a glass of red wine, while Yu Yuwei only ordered a cup of milk tea. In the billiard hall, Yang Fan, who was known to be invincible, indeed showed his extraordinary level. He won 3 games in a row. The most important thing was that the girls who played against him were not very familiar with billiard. Especially Chen Wan, as if it was her first time playing billiard, the balls would run all over the table, and she would only get 1 ball after 7 or 8 shots. I'll do it. Shang Jianping stood up and played against Yang Fan. This rich second-generation heir, who had been quite good at socializing, was also very good at playing basketball. Unfortunately, Yang Fan had deliberately held back a few moves in the previous few games because his strength was not proportional to his opponent's. At this moment, he was determined to show the prestige of room 305, and his accuracy was frighteningly high. Even though Shang Jianping struggled to hold on, the game ended when the black ball fell into the pocket after 10 minutes. How about it? You rich second generation are just embroidered pillows. Now you know how powerful I am as the king of amateurs. Yang Fan was very pleased with himself. He had the intention of showing off in front of Hao Ting. However, this sentence also made many people unhappy. After all, most of the people present were rich second generation. His sentence was equivalent to including everyone. I'll play with you. Zhong Mengmeng, who couldn't stand her boyfriend being ridiculed, stood up with some intention of fighting for justice. She was a typical beauty with a childish face, attracting the attention of many men around her. Yang Fan, our Mengmeng is hiding her strength. Just wait for you to kneel down and sing conquer. Hao Ting said half-jokingly. Yang Fan didn't care and directly started the game. Zhong Mengmeng also had a fierce look on her face. Although the fierce look of a beauty like her also had some beauty, she was indeed a master. She actually suppressed Yang Fan to the point that he couldn't breathe in less than a minute after the game started. Yang Fan, who was bragging, had a dense sweat on his forehead. The final result was obvious. Zhong Mengmeng won with an advantage, and Yang Fan was defeated miserably. Zhong Xiaofeng and Jiang Dao were originally eager to give it a try, but after seeing Yang Fan lose, especially after witnessing Zhong Mengmeng's powerful skills, they finally gave up on the idea. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, did not pay attention to the match. Instead, he was teaching Yu Yuwei how to play basketball. He only needed to take a few glances to understand the game of billiards. As for the way to play, after watching Yang Fan's performance in the first round, he had already completely grasped it. In particular, he even designed Yu Yuwei's unique playing posture according to her height and strength. Standing behind Yu Yuwei, he grabbed her wrist with one hand and adjusted the angle of the club with the other hand. He also explained what kind of strength should be used to hit the ball. Yu Yuwei's cheeks blushed as their bodies inevitably pressed against each other. The surrounding people also cast envious gazes. How was this teaching? This was clearly flirting in public. On the other side, Zhong Mengmeng, who was lonely at the top, was facing an awkward situation where no one dared to play with her. After all, no one played billiards for fun. Just then, he saw Li Changsheng and Yi Qingyu not far away. The complacency on his face disappeared and was replaced by a kind of nameless anger. Hey, Li Changsheng, you seem to be quite professional. Do you dare to play with me? Zhong Mengmeng suddenly opened her mouth. Hearing the voice, Li Changsheng turned around and shook his head. I don't have time. I have to teach my girlfriend how to play. I think you don't dare. Chen Wan, who was next to him, said loudly. She had lost to Li Changsheng in Dazzle Dance. She was still holding a grudge in her heart. Your level is too low. You can't arouse my interest. Li Changsheng shook his head. On the other hand, Chen Wan was so angry that she clenched her teeth. This sentence did not include her as well. At that time, she had also said the same bold and visionary words, but she had lost to Li Changsheng. This was simply a slap to the face. Chen Wan took out her wallet, unzipped it, took out a stack of money, and put it on the billiard table. Didn't you work in the bar to earn pocket money? Here is 3,000 yuan, which is enough for you to earn a month's salary in the bar. How about it? This lady has money. You play with Mengmeng. If you lose, I will give you the money for your hard work. If you win, I will double it. Chen Wan's words shocked several people in the field. This was obviously humiliating. Chen Wan, what do you mean? Jiang Dao's face immediately became gloomy. Even Xu Ying furrowed her brows. Chen Wan, you are going too far. The other rich second generation looked playful. They were not so familiar with Li Changsheng and were happy to watch the fun. After all, today's limelight was stolen by Li Changsheng. They wanted to see how this guy, who had nothing but a beauty, would face such a scene. Double is only 6,000 yuan. How can it be enough? Li Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. If you take out 30,000 yuan, I can consider it. Chen Wan's eyes were about to spurt fire. She was not a rich second-generation heiress. When she said $6,000, it was out of her trust in Zhong Mengmeng. She felt that she would definitely win. It was impossible for her to fork out $30,000. However, she felt uncomfortable if she did not vent her anger. When she was angry, Song Jianping suddenly said, "It's okay. I will take out 30,000 yuan." Chen Wan's face suddenly showed a complacent look. "Li Changsheng, did you hear that? If you lose, 3,000 yuan is yours. If you win, 30,000 yuan is yours. Do you dare to play? Chen Wan can take out 30,000 yuan, but you have to take out 100,000 yuan." Li Changsheng said lightly. Suddenly, it caused an uproar. Many people in the surroundings also gathered around. They had never seen billiards that cost 100,000 yuan per round. This time, without waiting for Song Jianping to speak, Zhong Mengmeng said, "Okay, 100,000 yuan it is. What you said doesn't count." Li Changsheng still looked at Song Jianping. Even Song Jianping felt the pinch when he took out 100,000 yuan. But when he saw Zhong Mengmeng's gaze, he immediately nodded 100,000 yuan then. "Okay." Li Changsheng smiled, 100,000 yuan per round. "I can make your Song family bankrupt." Seeing Li Changsheng's confident appearance, Chen Wan was unable to vent her anger. Even Song Jianping's face was very gloomy. "I know Mengmeng's billiard skills. Li Changsheng, I'm afraid you have never seen 100,000 yuan in your life. You can see it today. But you can only see it because you will lose without a doubt. Remember to take 3,000 yuan if you lose. Be more humble in the future. This world is not a place where any Tom, Dick, or Harry can pretend to be rich." Her tone was very unfriendly, with a strong smell of gunpowder. The corners of Li Changsheng's mouth curled up as he said, "Let's begin." Chapter 107. Zhong Mengmeng wiped the cue stick and bent down. Her hot figure suddenly appeared. She wasn't wearing gloves. Her hands, which were placed on the table, were chubby and had some baby fat. Her hands were as tender as jade, and her nails were manicured with plum blossom patterns. Especially standing in front of her, one could catch a glimpse of her full breasts from her collar. Watching her play was a visual feast. Zhong Mengmeng was as sharp as ever. After the start, she scored 6 balls in a row. She seemed to have one half of the game. The people who originally hoped that Li Changsheng could win against Yang Fan and the others were disheartened when they saw the situation. Even Yu Youwei's heart was in her mouth. "It's your turn." Zhong Mengmeng crossed the cue stick in front of her chest with a cold face. Li Changsheng, on the other hand, was in no hurry. He circled the table again and even pointed, as if he was calculating the angle. When everyone began to feel a little impatient and thought that he was deliberately stalling for time knowing that he would lose, he began to play. The result made everyone stare with wide eyes. All 8 balls went into the hole. It was a perfect move to determine the winner. It was too amazing. Li Changsheng did not give Zhong Mengmeng the slightest chance from the beginning to the black ball in the pocket. He ended the game cleanly like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Zhong Mengmeng stared at Li Changsheng and was tongue-tied. She had always been very confident in her billiard skills, but at this moment, she was beaten black and blue. There was always someone better than her. She was defeated just like that. Li Changsheng reached out to Song Jianping and said, "Give me the money." Song Jianping's face was a little ugly. Although 100,000 yuan made his heart ache, he could still afford to lose it. But with so many people watching, it made him lose face. Finally, he wrote a check and slapped it on the table. Li Changsheng signaled Yu Youwei to put it away. He had originally planned to give the 100,000 renminbi to Yu Youwei. Yu Youwei's family was poor, but if Li Changsheng gave it to her out of his own pocket, she would definitely not accept it. However, the nature of the money won was completely different. After receiving the 100,000 yuan check, Li Changsheng casually picked up the 3,000 yuan that Chen Wan took out and waved at the waiter who was in charge of setting up the ball. When the waiter came over, he handed it to him and said, "Here's your tip." The waiter looked at the stack of money and was dumbfounded. He glanced at his boss, Han Dong, who was standing beside him. After seeing Han Dong nod his head, he was overwhelmed by the favor and kept bowing to Li Changsheng to thank him. Li Changsheng nodded slightly, then placed the cue stick on the table and continued to teach Yu Wei how to play billiards. At this moment, Zhong Mengmeng suddenly said, "Let's have another round. I'll offer another 100,000. She was not convinced. Gambling had always been human nature, regardless of gender or age. Li Changsheng did not speak. Zhong Mengmeng gritted her teeth and said, 300,000. As she spoke, she turned to look at her boyfriend, Shong Jianping. Shong Jianping's face was a little ugly. Although his family was rich, it was not to the point where he did not care about a few 100,000. Especially now that he was still a student, his monthly living expenses were limited. 300,000 was enough to do a lot of things. You're willing to offer 300,000, but I'm afraid your boyfriend can't afford it. Li Changsheng said lightly, obviously trying to provoke Shong Jianping. However, Shong Jianping gritted his teeth in the end. Okay, 300,000 it is. This time, Li Changsheng started first. The result was even more devastating. From the start to the end of the game, he had a hole in one shot. He did not give Zhong Mengmeng a chance to make a move. Crushing, it was a crushing without any suspense. Li Changsheng won the second round in a carefree manner, with an aggressive momentum. It made Zhong Mengmeng feel a sense of sadness and desolation. Shong Jianping's face was even uglier. Even a professional player would not be able to reach such a level. Again. Zhong Mengmeng spat out these two words with difficulty, her eyes flashing fiercely. Watching Li Changsheng play was undoubtedly a very pleasing thing to the eyes, but that was only for the spectators. For Zhong Mengmeng and Shong Jianping, every shot was like a battle. They had already lost 400,000, which was already the limit Shong Jianping could bear. If he lost any more, it would hurt him. However, looking at Zhong Mengmeng's appearance, Li Changsheng smiled faintly. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded. This time, it was still Li Changsheng's first shot, but what was even more shocking was that Li Changsheng took a deep breath, circled around the billiard table a few times, and then suddenly hit the ball. The putt was clean and neat, and the sound was even more pleasant to the ear. The billiard balls on the table kept colliding under the huge inertia, and then the colorful balls fell into the bag one by one. Including the black ball, there were 8 balls, no more, no less, and all of them went into the hole in one putt. The result was in front of everyone. Zhong Mengmeng no longer had the courage to set the ball, and Shong Jianping clenched his fists. Sorry, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength does not allow me to do so. Li Changsheng smiled slightly, obviously with a bit of arrogance. Do you only know how to bully us? Chen Wan said coldly. Although she said so, in her heart, she was shocked by Li Changsheng's strength. It was simply inconceivable that a person could play billiards to such a degree. Then, Li Changsheng did not make any more shots, but other people were interested. They all wanted to imitate Li Changsheng's way of winning the game. Of course, the seemingly simple shot contained Li Changsheng's various formulas and calculations, as well as the angle of play and the control of strength to the point of minute detail. Combining theory and operation into one, it was not something that a normal human could do. The more proficient one was in billiard, the more they understood how awesome Li Changsheng's skills were. This is a check for 300,000 yuan. This time, without Li Changsheng taking the initiative to speak, Shong Jianping handed a check to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng took it without hesitation and continued to let Yu Wei keep it. Yu Wei's heart was thumping. 2 checks for 300,000 yuan, 1 for 100,000 yuan, added up to 700,000 yuan. This was a number that she did not dare to think about before, but Li Changsheng let her keep it. Aren't you afraid that I will pocket the check? Yu Wei asked with a smile. No, because this is originally for you. Li Changsheng scratched her nose. As for Shong Jianping, who was standing next to him, he completely regarded him as heir. I'm afraid that some money will burn my hands. Shong Jianping said coldly. Li Changsheng raised his head and gently glanced at his face, without saying anything. At that moment, Shong Jianping's heart suddenly trembled, and he had an illusion that he was being stared at by a beast. He suddenly regretted that he was too impulsive to say those words just now. This feeling was fleeting. He wondered if he had an illusion, but he subconsciously walked back to Zhong Mengmeng's side, away from Li Changsheng. Chapter 108. Yu Youwei's ability to learn was very strong. Under Li Changsheng's guidance, she soon learned how to play billiards. Although she looked decent, in fact, it was because of her diligence and hard work. Li Changsheng was trying to integrate into his identity as a student, while Yu Youwei was trying to integrate into Li Changsheng's world. "I'll go to the bathroom first," Yu Youwei said softly to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng nodded slightly. On the other side, seeing that Li Changsheng was idle, Jiang Dao and the others finally had the opportunity to ask Li Changsheng about his billiard skills. After all, although it was just an entertainment activity, if they could win in front of their friends, they would feel excited just thinking about it. After coming out of the bathroom, Yu Youwei stood in front of the mirror and washed her face. For her natural beauty, she didn't need to wear makeup, so she naturally didn't worry that the water would ruin her makeup, let alone touch up her makeup in front of the mirror. She just looked at herself in the mirror in a daze. That day at the KTV, when Li Changsheng stood up for her when she was in despair, it left a deep impression on her. Later, after the incident at the hotel, and today, when Li Changsheng once again showed his ability, Yu Youwei discovered something that others didn't. Whether it was QQ dancing or billiards, she discovered that Li Changsheng actually didn't come into contact with these two before, yet he was able to play more skillfully than those who had excellent experience. Then, thinking of the problem-solving in front of the classroom and the drawing on the blackboard, she couldn't help but think of two words: monster. Li Changsheng's IQ had definitely reached an incredible level. Even Yu Youwei, who had always been the top student in her grade since childhood, still felt that it was unattainable in her field of IQ, which she was most confident in. The more he learned about Li Changsheng, the more mysterious and magical he felt. Wiping her wet face with a tissue, Yu Youwei was just about to turn around and leave when she saw a guy with a big belly suddenly reaching out to touch her body with a sinister smile in his eyes. Coincidentally, she raised her head and saw his actions in the mirror. Yu Youwei was so frightened that she screamed and dodged his big hand. In the next moment, the greasy man did not seem embarrassed at being seen through. Instead, he took another step forward and pounced on Yu Youwei. It was obvious that he had drunk a lot. At such a close distance, Yu Youwei could smell the pungent smell of alcohol on his body. Alcohol could numb a person's nerves, but at the same time, it could also magnify a person's desires and emotions. This man was clearly a little crazy at this moment. Panicking, Yu Youwei grabbed the trash can under the sink and threw it at her head. The trash can didn't have much lethality, but the pile of tissues, chewing gum, and other random things inside scattered all over the man's face. The man instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. His eyes turned red as he reached out to strangle Yu Youwei. His heavy breathing and bloodshot eyes showed that he had completely lost his mind. However, in the end, he was unable to get close to Yu Youwei. When he was less than 10 centimeters away from Yu Youwei's body, he couldn't move an inch forward. Li Changsheng rushed over when he heard the scream. He grabbed the man's collar from behind and pulled him back. The man fell to the ground with a plop sound. Because he was drunk, his brain wasn't very sharp. When he saw that a skinny guy dared to touch him, he opened his mouth and wanted to curse. However, Li Changsheng didn't give him the chance. He grabbed the empty trash can that Yu Youwei had thrown out and placed it directly on the man's head. Then, he viciously stomped on the man's head. Bang! With a heavy sound, the man's body, which weighed more than 200 kilograms, drew a mark on the ground and directly hit the corner of the wall. The trash can was kicked to pieces, revealing a face covered in blood. The plastic pieces were pierced into the man's skin by the force of the foot, causing him to scream in pain. Jiang Dao and the others, who rushed over, were shocked by Li Changsheng's fierce actions. Yu Youwei hid behind Li Changsheng. As long as this man was in front of her, even if the sky fell, she would be able to feel at ease. Seeing the fatty's bloody face, Zhong Mengmeng and Shong Jianping, who rushed over, couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Although these rich second-generation young masters liked to bully people and had been involved in many fights since they were young, Such a fierce fighting style still shocked them. Jiang Dao and the others weren't the only ones who rushed over. There were also a few middle-aged men who were in the same group as the guy that Li Changsheng had knocked down. They were also fat. One of them, who was 1.8 meters tall, cursed, *CK your mother. Relying on his height and strength, coupled with a bit of alcohol, he directly rushed over. Although the remaining few were in a bit of a crisis, they also rushed over to save face. Plus, there were people in the front line. There were a total of 6 people. If not for their somewhat clumsy movements, just in terms of body size, they would definitely be oppressive. However, when Li Changsheng used a high whip kick to knock the 1.8 meter tall guy to the ground, the remaining 5 guys didn't even have a chance to react before they were all knocked to the ground. Jiang Dao and the others were simply dazzled by Li Changsheng's actions. It didn't look like a fight, but more like a visual performance. Li Changsheng went over and took down the trash can on top of the fatty's head. Then, he pulled the fatty's curly hair to the center and fiercely stomped on it a few times. The few girls were so scared that they closed their eyes. It was too bloody and violent. However, this wasn't the end. Under Li Changsheng's threat, including the guy who had harassed Yu Yuwei, a total of 7 people all knelt in a row, took off their clothes, and continuously slapped themselves in the face. The 1.8 meter tall guy originally wanted to resist, but when Li Changsheng didn't hesitate to pick up the fire extinguisher next to him and smash it on his head, the others didn't wait for orders and began to slap him in the face. Moreover, the slap was especially loud. Changsheng, I think that's enough. Send that guy to the hospital. It won't be good if things get out of hand. Han Dong finally stood up. After all, they were in his hotel and he had to consider the consequences. Moreover, these fat guys didn't look like ordinary people. Okay. Li Changsheng nodded. He did this purely to vent for Yu Yuwei. On the other side, Yu Yuwei didn't show a frightened expression like the other girls. Instead, she even had a faint smile on her face. Aren't you afraid? After leaving the bathroom, Li Changsheng asked doubtfully. Yu Yuwei shook her head. No, I think you're cool. Underwear or pants? Li Changsheng blinked and said. Yu Yuwei's tender cheeks were suddenly covered with a red glow. Chapter 109. Li Changsheng, your battle prowess is truly formidable. The rich heirs were all excited. Although they weren't close to Li Changsheng, they were still happy to see Li Changsheng's power. Chen Wan and the others had mixed feelings. This was not the first time that Li Changsheng had displayed his powerful martial strength in front of them. Although they disdained martial strength, they had to admit in their hearts that at critical moments, especially in the face of an emergency, martial strength could often play a key role. However, Han Dong's face was filled with worry. What's wrong? Jiang Dao and Han Dong were very close. Jiang Dao's relationship with Han Dong was much better than his relationship with the others in the room, including the people in room 305. After all, he had known Han Dong for a long time, but he had only known Yang Fan and Zhong Xiaofeng for a month. As for Li Changsheng, he had known him for less than a month. Those people are not simple people. I'm afraid they will seek revenge. I just asked around and one of them is very powerful in Chuju City. Even you can't deal with them? Jiang Dao furrowed his brows. He knew how powerful his friend was in Chuju City. If even he found it difficult to deal with them, then Li Changsheng would be in trouble. Han Dong shook his head. I don't have enough influence, unless my dad gets involved. But even if my dad does, he will have to use his connections. At this point, Han Dong didn't continue. Jiang Dao understood. If Han Dong used his connections for his family, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was for someone unrelated, then it wouldn't be worth it. After all, Li Changsheng wasn't powerful enough for him to use his connections. Hearing Han Dong's words, the excitement on the rich heirs' faces faded away. They were only rich second-generation heirs in Qingju City, and they didn't know anyone in Chuju City. If even the local tyrant Han Dong had said so, then the situation was not optimistic at all. Changsheng, you are in trouble this time, Jiang Dao said with a worried face. Although Shong Jianping tried his best to control himself, there was a gloating look on his face. Who asked you to show off? Chen Wn snorted and sneered again and again. Jiang Dao glared at her, but she didn't restrain herself. Zhong Mengmeng's expression was complicated, but there was a hint of pleasure in her eyes. Li Changsheng won 3 rounds in a row and took away more than 700,000 yuan. Now, her hatred for Li Changsheng was overflowing. No one else said anything. One of the rich kids said, "Li Changsheng, I think you should run away quickly. When they come and see that you're not here, they won't make things difficult for us." The meaning of his words was very clear. If Li Changsheng continued to stay here, it was very likely that he would implicate them. That's right, Changsheng. If you can't do it, just run. Jiang Dao took out his car keys. "I'll drive you back to Qingju now." To his surprise, Han Dong smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid it's too late to run now." "What do you mean?" Everyone was stunned. Then, they heard a burst of hurried footsteps and a group of people rushed out of the elevator. There were more than 30 people and they were mighty. The leader was the fat guy who flirted with Yu Yuei. His head was wrapped in a layer of gauze and he looked fierce. However, when he walked, he was limping. Obviously, he was badly injured. After he was beaten by Li Changsheng, he didn't even stay in the hospital. Instead, he gathered people to take revenge. Especially when he looked so aggressive at the moment, it was obvious that he had completely sobered up. What should we do? Li Changsheng's people were at a loss. They were all foreigners and came to other people's territory. They couldn't use their connections at all. How could they not feel guilty? "It's all your fault, you jinx. You've implicated us." Chen Wn shouted loudly. Although the others didn't say anything, they took the initiative to distance themselves from Li Changsheng. Obviously, they had the same idea as Chen Wan. Except for Jiang Dao who looked worried, only Zhong Xiaofeng and Yang Fan didn't show any resentment. However, they were trembling all over. Obviously, they were very frightened at the moment. Yu Yuei, on the other hand, stood firmly beside Li Changsheng. Judging from her stubborn look, it was clear that she had made up her mind to stand together with Li Changsheng. "You guys go into the room and hide. Let me deal with them." As soon as Li Changsheng spoke, the people who were a little afraid of losing face immediately nodded. A few rich second generations shouted, "Changsheng, we're not good at fighting. We'll be in the way if we stay. It's better for you to hide." Although they said it in a dignified manner, it was actually very hypocritical. Li Changsheng slightly curled his lips and didn't say anything. Seeing that the other party was getting closer, those people hurriedly ran into the room and locked it from the inside. In the end, only Han Dong, Jiang Dao, Zhong Xiaofeng, Yang Fan, and Yu Yuei were left. "You guys go in too," Li Changsheng said to them. Han Dong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. He turned and walked into the room. Indeed, with his friendship with Li Changsheng, it wasn't to the point where he would stand with Li Changsheng. Yang Fan and Zhong Xiaofeng stood there without moving. They were extremely scared now. "It's useless for you two to stay. Hurry up and go into the room. I have to take care of you when the fight starts." In the end, the two nodded at the same time and hid in the room. "What about you?" Li Changsheng looked at Jiang Dao. Jiang Dao hesitated for a moment and finally shook his head. "I can't let you take the risk alone. Although I'm not good at fighting, I've lived for more than 20 years. I've never encountered anything as exciting as today. Changsheng, let me go crazy for my youth one last time." Jiang Dao's determined face surprised Li Changsheng. Yu Yuei, who was next to him, grabbed a broom and held it with both hands. She looked like a tiger eyeing its prey. But how could a little girl like her have any lethality? Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "You're a girl. Standing here will only distract me. Hurry up and hide. It'll be too late if you don't leave now." Yu Yuei just shook her head firmly. "I want to fight by your side. You're really stupid. I can't protect you with so many people. You'll suffer. I'm not afraid." Her starry eyes were full of determination. Li Changsheng chuckled. "Well, don't regret it when you get beaten up." Jiang Dao, who was at the side, laughed. Suddenly, he felt a sense of warmth and envy. Thinking of Xu Ying, who didn't care about him and hid in the room, He inexplicably felt sad. At this time, more than 30 people had walked over. They stood 5 steps away from Li Changsheng. The fat man in the lead pointed at Li Changsheng and scolded, "Little bastard, you dare to hit your father? See if I don't kill you today." Chapter 110. The group of people was aggressive, and the narrow corridor was filled with people. The leader of the group probably thought that he had the advantage of numbers and was confident. His greasy face made him look domineering. Unfortunately, he was facing Li Changsheng, a person who couldn't be judged by common sense. Without waiting for the other party to continue talking, Li Changsheng took a big stride forward and took the lead. The fat man with the bandage on his head didn't expect that the other party would dare to take the initiative to attack. The fat man, who had already experienced Li Changsheng's fierceness, subconsciously took a step back. However, when he saw the group of helpers behind him, he regained his courage and shouted, "F*CKU, see if I don't kill you." He raised the iron rod in his hand and smashed it down on Li Changsheng's head. Jiang Dao, who had stayed behind to fight alongside Li Changsheng, stood there stupidly. He was at a loss and didn't know what to do. A strong man walked over and slapped Jiang Dao on the head and scolded, "Get lost." Only then did Jiang Dao react. He raised his fist and wanted to fight back, but he was kicked 3 steps back by his opponent. He sat on the ground and was dumbfounded on the spot. Yu Yuwei, who was holding a broom, was aggressive. However, when she compared herself to the other party's size, she couldn't raise the broom anymore. The other party still had some basic humanity. When he saw Yu Yuwei, a delicate girl, he didn't directly destroy her. The fact proved that the 2 companions who had stayed behind to fight alongside Li Changsheng were completely useless. Looking at the other party's iron rod, Li Changsheng raised his arm to block. Then, he grabbed the iron rod and pulled the other party forward. Then, he used his knee to hit the other party's lower abdomen. In the next moment, the man clutched his stomach and fell to the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp. At the same time, Li Changsheng threw the iron rod behind him with all his might, accurately hitting the back of the head of the brawny man who had raised his fist in front of Yu Yuwei. Immediately, the 1.8-meter brawny man fainted on the ground. Yu Yuwei was so scared that she took 2 steps back. On the other side, Jiang Dao got up from the ground and rushed over to the brawny man on the ground and kicked him several times. Only then did he discover that the brawny man had fainted. On the other side, Li Changsheng, who had taken down the greasy man, was exceptionally brave in the face of more than 30 people who were rushing towards him. He didn't even bat an eyelid, and every time he attacked, a person would fall to the ground. In addition, the corridor was not big to begin with. It was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 people fell to the ground. At this time, Jiang Dao finally mustered up some courage. He picked up a steel pipe and rushed over with a roar. These people, who were somewhat frightened by Li Changsheng's fierce fighting, subconsciously dodged when they saw Jiang Dao's movements. However, the next funny scene happened. They saw Jiang Dao pass by Li Changsheng, but his foot was tripped by a guy who had fallen to the ground. In an instant, he flew 3 meters forward and fell to the ground. His iron rod also flew out, making the group of enemies dumbfounded. Li Changsheng's cheeks twitched as he shook his head. Just when those people were about to attack Jiang Dao, he suddenly jumped high and stepped on 2 people's chests with his feet. He then landed on the ground with a somersault, and then, with a perfect roundhouse kick, he directly kicked one of the guys who rushed towards him and sent him flying. Only then did he clear the space around Jiang Dao and help him up. Looking at Jiang Dao's bruised and swollen face, Li Changsheng couldn't help but laugh. He shouted to Yu Yuwei behind him, "Take care of Jiang Dao. Next, watch your husband's performance." Turning his head, he hooked his finger at the more than 20 enemies who were still standing, full of provocation. Among them, a bad-tempered guy rushed up while cursing. At this time, Li Changsheng performed a high-difficulty flying kick. His body jumped up and stepped on the wall beside him. Then, his left leg exerted force and his right leg suddenly swept out, hitting the opponent's cheek. The opponent directly spun 3 times on the spot before fainting on the ground. Generally, very few people were able to perform this move in a fight. Those acrobatic performers were able to perform it, but it was usually just for show and didn't have any lethality. However, Li Changsheng's move was incomparably fierce and had a great visual impact. Sure enough, after this move was used, the remaining people were all greatly intimidated. The fierce momentum from before no longer existed. Each and every one of them looked at Li Changsheng with some fear, thinking that today they had met a martial arts master. However, even if they didn't take the initiative to attack, it didn't mean that Li Changsheng would give up. Li Changsheng, who was in high spirits, rushed into the crowd like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With his strong body and iron fists, those people's steel pipes hitting Li Changsheng's body were like scratching an itch for Li Changsheng. Every time he punched, someone would fall to the ground. The crowd, who were already shocked by Li Changsheng's strength, became even more panicked. Although these people were usually brave and fierce, in the end, they were just ordinary hooligans. They had never seen such a brave person. Finally, after Li Changsheng punched out a person's teeth, this group of people completely lost their composure. After the first person turned around and ran, the rest of the people followed suit. Thus, a very dramatic scene appeared. A thin and weak youth chased after a burly man in the corridor. Unfortunately, that group of burly men couldn't outrun the youth. From time to time, one of them would be caught and fall to the ground. By the time they reached the elevator, there were less than 5 people left. Just as the elevator door opened, the 5 people rushed in. Just as the elevator door was about to close and their faces were already filled with joy, a figure rushed in dangerously. As a result, the elevator was filled with clanking sounds. On the first floor, several guests were waiting for the elevator. When the elevator door opened, each and every one of them widened their eyes. They saw 5 burly men lying on the ground and constantly howling. A young man leisurely walked out of the elevator and said to the stunned security guard, "Throw these guys out of the hotel. Also, there are more than 20 people on the 3rd floor. You go up and deal with them." Then, he directly went up the stairs. On the 3rd floor, seeing Li Changsheng appear in the corridor, Jiang Dao smiled. He was a little embarrassed, but also a little excited. Yu Yuwei, who was next to him, finally breathed a sigh of relief and threw the broom in her hand to the ground. Li Changsheng came over and rubbed Yu Yuwei's hair. Then, he shouted at the still closed door of the guest room, "It's okay. You can come out now." After a long time, the door opened a small gap. When they saw the people lying on the ground and wailing, they came out. "Jiang Dao, are you okay?" Seeing Jiang Dao standing there, Xu Ying hurriedly rushed over and asked with concern. Jiang Dao didn't say anything, but there was a faint indifference in his eyes. Han Dong looked at Li Changsheng with a complicated expression. At this time, the security guard had already come up. He was responsible for directing the security guard to clean up the scene. As for the other rich second generations, they all came over to Li Changsheng and gave him a thumbs up. They all flattered Li Changsheng and said that they wanted to be his apprentice. Li Changsheng just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't expect these people to face it with him. There was no hope, but he wasn't disappointed either. However, no matter how insightful he was, when the real thing happened, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chapter 111. After this conflict, no one was in the mood to go out at night. After a hasty dinner in the restaurant of the hotel, they went back to their rooms to sleep. Li Changsheng and Yu Yuwei shared a room with only a big double bed. Yu Yuwei's cheeks were a little red. She said weakly, "Can I sleep with Hao Ting? She has a room by herself." Li Changsheng went directly to lock the door and refused her request with action. Yu Yuwei blinked her big eyes. Her face was full of grievances and she looked pitiful. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng was not moved at all. In the end, she silently got under the quilt and did not move. Her body was tense and she was ready to die. Li Changsheng smiled. First, he turned on the TV and watched the news for a while. Through the frequency of her breathing, he judged that the woman next to him was not asleep. After turning off the TV, he went to take a shower. When he came out, he saw that her eyelashes were still trembling slightly. He could not help but smile. "Do you want to take a shower?" Li Changsheng asked. Yu Yuwei did not answer, but her face was red and she was extremely cute. He went to bed, turned off the light, and gently reached out to hold her waist. Yu Yuwei's body was tense. He could hear her heartbeat through her thin clothes. However, after waiting for a long time, Li Changsheng did not do anything. When she boldly turned back, she found that the man next to her had fallen asleep. In the early morning, Yu Yuwei could not bear the sleepiness and fell asleep. When she opened her eyes, she found that Li Changsheng had put the breakfast on the table. Seeing that she was still in neat clothes, Yu Yuwei felt a little lucky and a little disappointed. You didn't come back all night. Will your parents be worried? Li Changsheng sat in the rattan chair, lit a cigarette, and asked. I told them that I was going to my classmate's house. After Yu Yuwei went to the bathroom to wash up, she was probably a little hungry. She finished all the breakfast Li Changsheng had bought for her. You go back to Qingju with Jiang Dao and the others today. I still have some things to do in Chuzhou City, Li Changsheng said. Yu Yuwei hummed and nodded obediently. When it was about 10 o'clock, Li Changsheng sent off Yu Yuwei and Jiang Dao, then made a phone call. Where are you? I'll go look for you. When he woke up in the morning, he saw a text message from Bai Chenxue, saying that it was time for him to fulfill his promise. Li Changsheng naturally knew what it was. After agreeing to pretend to be her boyfriend to meet her fiancé, Li Changsheng replied to Bai Chenxue's message asking for her location. Bai Chenxue said that she was in Chuzhou City, so Li Changsheng replied with her okay. Han Dong and Li Changsheng sent off the few people and stood there looking at the ordinary-looking young man with a complicated expression. In the end, Han Dong couldn't help but ask, Changsheng, what does your family do for a living? He wanted to confirm his guess. My parents are both dead, so the world is my home. After Li Changsheng said this, Han Dong saw that he didn't seem to be faking it. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I'm sorry that you had to deal with what happened yesterday alone. Han Dong hesitated a second and said. At the same time, he handed Li Changsheng a card. This is my business card. If you run into any trouble in Chuzhou City, you can come to me. Also, I have reserved a room for you in this hotel for a week. You can come and stay at any time. Okay. Li Changsheng didn't refuse. He took the card and thanked Han Dong. Then, he walked to the side of the road and called a taxi. He told the driver where Bai Chenxue had told him. The driver nodded to show that he understood. Then, he sat in the back seat and closed his eyes. When Chen Fan saw Bai Chenxue, she was in a mansion. She didn't expect Li Changsheng to come so quickly. She was a little surprised. I just came to Chuzhou City with a friend. Li Changsheng explained, then pointed to the taxi driver waiting at the entrance of the villa and said, Go and pay the taxi fare. It's not much, just 20 yuan. I'm helping you, so from now on, you'll have to pay for every cost of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Bai Chenxue was a little speechless. She thought to herself, is it necessary to be so calculative over 20 yuan? As long as Chen Fan helped her, she would be able to afford it even if it was 10,000 20s. The driver had thought that Li Changsheng was just a poor student. When he heard that Li Changsheng was coming to the mansion, he was a little surprised. However, in the end, Li Changsheng had to ask someone to pay the 20 yuan for him, especially when the person who came out was a beautiful woman. The driver couldn't help but mumble to himself, I don't understand the world anymore. I will take you to meet some friends and let everyone believe that you are my boyfriend. After meeting my fiancé and completing my plan, I will give you a sum of money as your reward. Bai Chenxue briefly explained what Li Changsheng was going to do next. I don't care about money. You helped me, so of course I have to help you. This is a very fair thing. Li Changsheng smiled and then reached out his hand to Bai Chenxue. What do you mean? Bai Chenxue was stunned. Give me the money for the event. Take a taxi, eat, shop, and buy clothes. Since I am going to pretend to be your boyfriend, I have to pay for it. I don't have any money. Okay. Bai Chenxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy just said that he didn't care about money. Now, he was asking her for money. She really didn't know what kind of person he was. My uncle is going to treat a boss in Chuzhou City to lunch. This will be your first appearance as my boyfriend. I hope you don't give yourself away. Bai Qianxue took out a suit from the room and threw it on the sofa. This is tailor-made for you. Put it on. We will leave in a bit. Li Changsheng nodded and went into the room to change into the suit. He was in a suit. It was true that people needed clothes, and Buddha relied on gold. Standing in front of the mirror, Li Changsheng felt that he looked quite good in the suit. Behind him, Bai Qianxue looked at Li Changsheng, who had changed from head to toe. She was surprised. Although he still didn't look handsome, his temperament had changed. She couldn't help but think of her childhood sweetheart. The scene of him confessing to her in a suit when he graduated from junior high was still vivid in her mind. However, in the end, he broke his promise to her and chose to retreat in the face of her powerful fiancé's family. However, the man in front of her still chose to pretend to be her boyfriend after learning about her fiancé's power, just to keep a promise. She couldn't describe the feeling in her heart, but with a complicated look in her eyes, she walked over to Li Changsheng and straightened out his wrinkled clothes. Then she smiled and said, "You look very handsome now." Chapter 112. Bai Qianxue drove while Li Changsheng sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed. They arrived at the entrance of the hotel after about 20 minutes. The hotel wasn't far from the Bai family's villa, but Bai Qianxue wasn't good at driving. She wanted Li Changsheng to drive, but after learning that Li Changsheng didn't have a driver's license, she had to do it herself. Bai Qianxue had gotten her driver's license 2 years ago, but as the daughter of the Bai family, she had a personal chauffeur whenever she went out. The number of times she drove could be counted on one hand. Along the way, the car was shaky and had many accidents. There were a few times when she almost collided with the car next to her. Fortunately, despite the crisis, she arrived safely. However, what surprised Bai Qianxue was that Li Changsheng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, could remain calm from the beginning to the end under her driving skills that frightened even herself. I don't know if this guy is brave or brave. Bai Qianxue shook her head and parked the car in the parking lot. Then, she walked into the hotel with Li Changsheng. In the private room of the hotel, Bai Jinbin and the guests had arrived in advance. When he saw Li Changsheng coming in with Bai Qianxue, he was a little surprised, but his tone was very polite. After all, Li Changsheng had shown enough ability to earn his respect. A middle-aged man sat opposite him. Next to him was his wife and a young man, who should be his son. Bai Jinbin had obviously invited his family to dinner. When he saw Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue coming in, he immediately stood up. "Qianxue is here. Take a seat." At the same time, he glanced at Li Changsheng's face without leaving a trace and showed some doubts. Next to him, his son's eyes flashed with surprise. Few men could resist Bai Qianxue's beauty. "Qianxue, this is Mr. Zhao Xin, uncle's business partner. This is Mrs. Zhao, and this is Mr. Zhao's son, Zhao Shumo." "Hello, Mr. Zhao." Bai Qianxue was gracious and polite. Bai Jinbin couldn't help but nod. Zhao Shumo's eyes lit up. "This is my niece, Bai Qianxue. This is Li Changsheng. Mr. Li is Bai Qianxue's friend." As soon as Bai Jinbin finished speaking, Bai Qianxue added, "He's her boyfriend." As she spoke, she took the initiative to hug Li Changsheng's arm. Zhao Shumo raised his eyebrows. Even Zhao Xin and his wife were surprised. This was because even though Li Changsheng was dressed to the nines, he was clearly not a match for Bai Qianxue. "Young man, what kind of business does your family do?" Zhao Xin asked. In his opinion, Li Changsheng's appearance was not good enough, so it was very likely that he had a powerful background. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng smiled and said, "My family doesn't do business. We're ordinary farmers, and I'm just a student." As soon as he said this, Zhao Xin and his family all revealed strange expressions. Bai Jinbin glanced at his niece and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. He thought to himself that his niece had really made up her mind. After the introductions, everyone sat down and the banquet officially began. The dishes were served one after another. During this period, Bai Jinbin and Zhao Xin talked about some business matters, while the others listened silently. When Bai Jinbin and Zhao Xin's discussion came to an end, Zhao Xin's wife asked about Bai Qianxue. In the end, she metaphorically pointed out that a man who could match such a beautiful girl like Bai Qianxue must be a handsome young man. Zhao Shumo finally couldn't help but say, "Miss Bai, although you have a boyfriend, I still want to pursue you. I wonder if you can give me a chance." As soon as he said this, everyone fell silent. Zhao Xin glared at his son with some blame. However, Zhao Xin's wife smiled and seemed to be quite supportive of her son's action. Bai Jinbin didn't expect her to do this. He suddenly looked a little stunned. Bai Qianxue directly shook her head and said, "You won't have the chance." "That's a pity." Zhao Shumo looked a little embarrassed. The banquet fell into silence for a while. After a full 5 minutes, Zhao Shumo took the initiative to raise his glass. "I just made a joke. Please don't mind it. Let me toast to everyone." Bai Jinbin nodded. Even Bai Qianxue poured herself a drink and raised her glass. Li Changsheng sat there and buried his head in the food, as if he didn't hear Zhao Shumo's words. Zhao Shumo's face suddenly turned ugly. He said in a cold voice, "Mr. Li, please raise your glass." However, Li Changsheng raised his head and said lightly, "Sorry, I don't want to drink." Everyone noticed that Li Changsheng said "I don't want to drink" instead of "I don't know how to drink." Obviously, he didn't give face. This time, not only Zhao Shumo, but also Zhao Xin and his wife's faces turned ugly. Bai Jinbin showed a wry smile. He had already learned about Li Changsheng's temper. He and Zhao Xin had a lot of business dealings. Recently, there was a big project to cooperate with, so he specially invited the family out for dinner. Obviously, Li Changsheng's interference was going to be ruined. Zhao Xin's wife slammed the wine glass on the table and snorted coldly. "How uneducated. You don't even know the rules." Li Changsheng looked at the woman who was angry out of humiliation and said indifferently, "I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine. You're talking to me about manners when you teach your son how to steal someone else's girlfriend. Don't you feel ashamed?" At that time, this woman was whispering to Zhao Shumo to stand up. Although her voice was very low, how could it escape Li Changsheng's ears? Bai Qianxue was the daughter of the Bai family. She was beautiful, and more importantly, the Bai family was influential in the Chuju city. If the Zhao family could get on the Bai family's good side, they would benefit a lot. As for Li Changsheng, she thought he was just an ordinary guy from the countryside. It would be easy for her son to poach him. After being exposed by Li Changsheng, the woman's face darkened. "Kid, what are you talking about? You are slandering me. Be careful. How do you want to do that?" Li Changsheng's face was still calm. Bai Jinbin sensed the tension in the room and hurried to put in a smile. "Sister-in-law, Li Changsheng didn't mean that." "Humph." The woman was still afraid of Bai Jinbin. She picked up her purse and stormed out of the room. "I am so sorry." Zhao Xin apologized to Bai Jinbin and then chased after his wife. Seeing that his parents were gone, Zhao Shumo pointed a finger at Li Changsheng and said, "Kid, I will remember you. Show some respect to Boss Bai today, and you will regret it next time." Li Changsheng picked up a piece of food and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he said, "If you dare to point your finger at me again, I will chop off your entire hand." "Let's see." Zhao Shumo snorted and walked out of the room. Bai Qianxue and Zhao Shumo were left alone. Both of them looked helpless. Li Changsheng was not someone to be trifled with. It seemed that no one in the world could scare him. Chapter 113. The banquet ended on a sour note. However, neither Bai Jinbin nor Bai Qianxue could blame Li Changsheng for his actions. Bai Jinbin owed Li Changsheng a favor after he was rescued by Li Changsheng. Bai Qianxue knew that Li Changsheng was not her real boyfriend, and that he was risking his life by pretending to be her boyfriend. "Qianxue, are you sure you want to take him to see your fiancé? You have to consider this carefully. Once you take that step, you will not only face pressure from the Cheng clan, but also the opposition from the main branch of the Bai clan. It is very likely that you will be isolated by everyone. Can you bear the consequences of this?" Bai Jinbin glanced at Li Changsheng beside him and said worriedly. It was true that Li Changsheng's martial strength was very strong, and it had indeed surprised him. However, if Li Changsheng could rely on this strength to fight against the Cheng clan and the Bai clan's main bloodline, he really couldn't be optimistic. "Uncle, I have made up my mind. I will do whatever it takes. Very well. Bai Jinbin heaved a sigh. Since you are back in Chuju City, enjoy yourself for a few days. Since you are not a good driver, I will arrange a driver for you. Then, he turned to the driver and said, Xiao Wang, you will be Miss Chenshua's personal driver for the next few days. Okay. The driver nodded. At the same time, he sized up Li Changsheng without leaving a trace. He couldn't see what was so special about this young man who had abducted his Miss Chenshua. However, judging from his boss's attitude, he didn't seem to mind. After Bai Jinbin left, Bai Chenshua said to Li Changsheng, in the next few days, I need to let everyone who knows me know that I have a boyfriend. They will all believe that my boyfriend is you, so you need to keep meeting some acquaintances with me. And it's very likely that some of them will look down on you. Let me ask you one last time. Do you really not regret it? You heard what my uncle said just now. No matter if it's the main branch of the Bai family or the Cheng family, they are not people that ordinary people can afford to offend. To put it bluntly, they can crush an ordinary person like you as easily as crushing an ant. Of course I won't regret it. Li Changsheng smiled. They might not be elephants, and I might not be an ant. Bai Chenshua didn't know where this poor guy got his confidence from, but Li Changsheng's decision to keep his promise made her acknowledge Li Changsheng even more. Although this person's temper was a little weird sometimes, there was no doubt that he was better than any man she had ever met. There will be a gathering in the circle later. Let's go together. All right. Li Changsheng did not waste any time and followed Bai Chenshua out of the room. I'll bring you to meet some of my best friends first, and then we'll go to the party together. Bai Chenshua finally didn't have to drive and could sit comfortably in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a coffee shop. Bai Chenshua didn't say anything along the way. When they arrived at the destination, she asked the driver to wait outside and said to Li Changsheng, come in with me. My best friends are a little unruly and might say something unpleasant. You must be mentally prepared. Don't worry, after this incident is over, I'll make it up to you. Bai Chenshua looked at Li Changsheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed the entire time. When she thought about how Li Changsheng was going to be treated with disdain, she couldn't bear it. She wondered if she was being too selfish. You don't have to stay with me after you go in. I'll explain to them that you don't like to interact with others. Li Changsheng nodded and followed the conflicted Bai Chenshua into the cafe. On the second floor, Bai Chenshua saw her close friends and their friends. Li Changsheng did not follow her to the second floor. Instead, he found a seat on the first floor, ordered a cup of coffee, and browsed through some magazines. Reading was a habit that Li Changsheng had developed in his long life. In ancient times, when entertainment was extremely scarce, reading was a good way to pass the time. Chenshua, why didn't Xu Ziheng come up with you? One of Bai Chenshua's best friends asked. Only a few people knew about the engagement between the Bai family and the Cheng family. Her best friends in the circle thought that she and Xu Ziheng were still a couple. I broke up with him. Surprisingly, Bai Chenshua was as calm as her heart when others mentioned the person who had once left an unforgettable impression on her. Broke up. The few of them were surprised. So, our beauty Bai is single? A girl asked with a smile. No, I have a boyfriend. As he spoke, he pointed downstairs. Suddenly, countless eyes were focused on the young man who was sitting in the corner and reading. Everyone's face was filled with surprise. His name is Li Changsheng, a student of Qingju University. Bai Chenshua introduced. She returned to the Chuju city this time to let everyone know that she had a boyfriend. She wanted to break off the engagement with the Cheng family and make the Bai family give up on her. Therefore, introducing Li Changsheng's identity was something she would do frequently in the next few days. Bai Chenshua's friends were dumbfounded by the fact that an ordinary-looking fellow had managed to capture the heart of a goddess like Bai Chenshua. Especially when Bai Chenshua mentioned that Li Changsheng was born in a peasant family, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. One of the girls even touched Bai Chenshua's forehead and asked if she had a fever. Li Changsheng did not know what was going on the second floor. After finishing a cup of coffee, he asked the waiter for another one. There were not many people in the restaurant during the day. However, The laughter on the second floor was unusually loud. He could even vaguely hear some private conversations. Just as Li Changsheng finished reading a magazine and was about to pick up another one, a fashionably dressed and beautiful woman sat across from him. She was holding a cigarette between her fingers. Her nails were painted purple, giving her a seductive look. "Young man, do you feel lonely sitting here alone?" The woman's eyes were seductive, as if she had been drinking. Her eyes were like a pool of spring water. Li Changsheng looked up at her and then took a sip of coffee. He ignored her and continued to read the magazine. The woman's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but it quickly disappeared. Her red lips directly blew out a mouthful of smoke at Li Changsheng, and her jade-like fingers actually took the initiative to touch Li Changsheng's face. "Young man, what is your name? Let me take a good look at you." Li Changsheng could see the woman's collar from where he was sitting. Her snow-white skin could easily arouse a man's desire. Just as her hand was about to touch his cheek, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. He looked up and smiled playfully. "Miss, is 300 yuan enough to cover you for a night? If it's not enough, I can add more." The woman was stunned and then became angry. She was very angry. Half of it was because he treated her like a prostitute, and the other half was because in his eyes, she was only worth 300 yuan for a night. However, when Li Changsheng let go of her hand and looked down at the magazine in his hand again, she suddenly realized that she was being teased. As a result, the anger in her heart strangely disappeared. She just stared at the man in front of her for a few seconds, then turned around and walked to the second floor. She no longer looked drunk, but the tight cheongsam outlined the beautiful curves of her body, exuding a unique charm. What a seductress! Li Changsheng was not a saint who could sit still. If he was not playing the role of Bai Chenshue's boyfriend, it was not impossible to have a story with such a woman. The woman who walked to the second floor sat next to Bai Chenshue angrily. She drank a glass of orange juice and said loudly, "Chenshue, your boyfriend has guts. He even dares to tease me." Bai Chenshue just smiled. She thought that if they thought that Li Changsheng was easy to bully because he did not have any background, they would be very wrong. She thought of her family, from her cousin Bai Mingtang to her harshest second aunt, and even her uncle Bai Jinbin, who had the highest prestige in the family, had to suffer in front of him. In comparison, her best friend's skills were obviously not enough. The girls, who had already turned their attention to cosmetics, turned their attention back to Li Changsheng. Bai Chenshue looked at the young man who was quietly reading the magazine downstairs and suddenly sighed. "This guy seems to have never been taken advantage of since I met him. If I really let him be my boyfriend," she was shocked by her own idea. However, once a certain idea was born, it would linger in her mind. For a moment, Bai Chenshue was a little upset. Chapter 114. By the time Li Changsheng finished his third cup of coffee and the sixth magazine. Finally, Bai Chenshue and her friends came down from the second floor. "Let's go to the Jiangnan clubhouse." Bai Chenshue walked up to Li Changsheng and hooked her arm around his. This scene dispelled the last bit of doubt in the hearts of Bai Chenshue's friends. When they arrived at the Jiangnan clubhouse, there were already a lot of people waiting for them. As soon as the group of girls showed up, they attracted everyone's attention. Li Changsheng, who was standing in the crowd, was like a speck of green in a field of flowers, causing everyone to be surprised. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when they saw Bai Chenshue hooking her arm around Chen Fan's arm. "Li Changsheng, it's you." A surprised voice came up from the crowd. It was Han Dong in a suit. Li Changsheng had never thought that they would run into each other here. It wasn't easy to run into an acquaintance in a strange place like the Chuju city. When Han Dong saw Bai Chenshue standing next to Li Changsheng, his face was filled with confusion. Before Han Dong could ask, Bai Chenshue extended her hand. "Nice to meet you, I am Changsheng's girlfriend. My name is Bai Chenshue." "Nice to meet you, Han Dong." Han Dong was dumbfounded. Li Changsheng having a youthful Yue was already enough to surprise him. Now, it was revealed that Bai Chenshue was also his girlfriend. This guy really hid his strength well. Han Dong's mind raced. He didn't know Bai Chenshue, but he had heard a lot about her before he came to the Jiangnan clubhouse. She was the heiress of the Bai family and was a well-known figure in the Chuju city. Is he really the heir of a hidden family? Otherwise, how could he win the heart of the heiress of the Bai family? With that thought in mind, Han Dong looked at Li Changsheng in a different light. Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue walked into the clubhouse hand in hand. Han Dong stood there with mixed feelings. Many people who knew Bai Qianxue were in an uproar. Bai Qianxue was like a princess in their circle, but now she was being pursued by such an ordinary-looking guy. Hasn't Bai Qianxue been dating Xu Ziheng? Did she break up with Xu Ziheng and find so many men? I heard that the Bai family wanted to betroth Bai Qianxue to the young master of the Cheng family. The young master of the Cheng family is a playboy, so Bai Qianxue definitely didn't agree. However, the Cheng family is too powerful, so Xu Ziheng didn't dare to fight over a woman with the young master of the Cheng family. So the two of them fell out. I didn't expect that after such a short time, Bai Qianxue actually found another boyfriend. It seems like she has made up her mind not to marry the young master of the Cheng family. There's such a thing. I don't know who this man is, but the young master of the Cheng family definitely won't let this go. Maybe something big is going to happen. The hall was abuzz with discussion. At this time, Zhao Shumo, who had been sitting in the corner, stood up. What kind of background does this kid have? He's just a poor kid from the countryside. Bai Qianxue is probably just playing with him. Everyone looked at Zhao Shumo in confusion. Is that really the case? Someone asked. They weren't sure if it was true or not. After all, how could the young master of the Bai family, Bai Qianxue, choose a poor kid from the countryside? Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. Bai Qianxue didn't seem to be faking it when she walked in with Li Changsheng's arm. Now, when they heard Zhao Shumo's words, they were all skeptical and found it unbelievable. Han Dong, you know Li Changsheng just now. Zhao Shumo said that he's just a kid from the countryside. Is that true? Someone asked Han Dong for confirmation. I don't know. Han Dong shook his head. From Li Changsheng's appearance, as well as the information that Jiang Dao and the others had described, Li Changsheng was indeed just a kid from an ordinary family. However, he was able to have Yu Yuwei and Bai Qianxue, two peerless beauties, by his side, and was able to show a calm side in the face of danger. Han Dong, who always prided himself on being a good judge of character, couldn't see through Li Changsheng. Didn't you already know him in advance? How could you not know? The man thought that Han Dong was being perfunctory, so he was a bit angry. He is just a poor kid. Han Dong finally said. When Jiang Dao said that Li Changsheng came from an ordinary family, Han Dong was a bit skeptical. Now that Zhao Shumo had said the same thing, Han Dong assumed that it was true. He really is just a poor kid. Many people in the hall widened their eyes, their eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets. A poor kid can hook up with the lady of the Bai family. This is a classic example of a toad eating a swan's meat. I thought it was a TV series. It's so melodramatic. A rich second generation said sourly. Why would Bai Qianxue fall in love with such an ordinary guy? Even if he doesn't come from a rich family, he is still handsome. But look at him, he has neither a head nor a face. He is just an eyesore. Impressive. A man in glasses exclaimed. No one knew whether he was impressed or jealous. As everyone arrived, the banquet officially began. The host of the banquet was a rich second generation in the Chuju city. His family was in the advertising business and had connections with many companies. Li Changsheng, who had toured the hall with Bai Qianxue, came out again. Many people greeted Bai Qianxue. Suddenly, Zhao Shumo stepped forward and blocked Li Changsheng's way. Kid, you should have settled the score at the restaurant. Zhao Shumo said with a gloomy face. Behind him, a bulky bodyguard clenched his fists. The reason why he didn't step forward when Li Changsheng came in was because Li Changsheng looked thin and weak. However, he didn't want to take the risk, so he sent a text message to his driver and bodyguard. Now that his bodyguard was standing beside him, he was emboldened. He wanted to teach Li Changsheng a lesson. What is going on? The host of the banquet, the rich second generation, asked. Zhao Shumo was a powerful figure in the Chuju city, so the host didn't dare to offend him. Otherwise, he would have already lost his temper. You have no idea how despicable this guy is. Zhao Shumo told them about what had happened in the restaurant. The rich second generation called young Master Jun looked Li Changsheng up and down a few times. He didn't think that a poor guy like him would dare to provoke Zhao Shumo. That's enough, Zhao Shumo. Li Changsheng is Chen Xue's boyfriend. Do you want to make everyone unhappy? Dao Jie, the coquettish girl who tried to test Li Changsheng at the coffee shop, said. Fine. Today is young Master Jun's birthday party, so I won't spoil everyone's mood. Zhao Shumo snorted and gave Li Changsheng a hard stare. I will let you off the hook one more time, but you won't be so lucky next time. Thus, the conflict was resolved. However, everyone looked at Li Changsheng with a strange expression. Zhao Shumo was known for his vengeance. If Li Changsheng really had a powerful background, then he wouldn't mind. However, if he was just a poor kid, then he would be in trouble. Even Han Dong couldn't help but shake his head. Zhao Shumo jumped out, but Li Changsheng didn't say a word. In Zhao Shumo's eyes, this was a sign of cowardice. He really is just a poor kid. There is no value in trying to win him over. For a moment, Han Dong, who had planned to go up and talk to Li Changsheng to get closer to him, stood still and did not move. Bai Qianxue looked at Li Changsheng apologetically and said, I am sorry for what happened to you. Indeed, for a poor boy to break into the upper-class circle of Chuju City, it was like an ugly duckling appearing in a flock of white swans. It was normal for him to be ridiculed, ostracized, and unwelcomed. However, this kind of normal was unfair to the ugly duckling. Originally, Li Changsheng didn't need to endure these looks. It could be said that it was all for Bai Qianxue. It's okay. Li Changsheng let out an indifferent smile. To him, these people were just a bunch of flies. If he wanted to, he could kill them all with a single slap. However, this state of mind was not something that ordinary people could understand. At the very least, in Bai Qianxue's eyes, it was a forced smile. She could not help but feel guilty. Chapter 115. The reason why I invited you all to this party is because I need your help with something. As the host of the party, everyone quieted down as soon as young Lord Jun spoke. I have recently opened a jewelry company. If any of you have any friends or relatives that need jewelry, please refer them to my company. Okay, since young Lord Jun has said so, we will definitely go to your company. A rich second generation said loudly. The jewelry must be of high quality. If it's not good enough, I won't buy it. Zhao Shumo said jokingly. Don't worry, young Lord Zhao, I wouldn't dare to fool you with inferior goods unless I don't want to live in the Chuju city anymore. Haha. Everyone started to make fun of him. Some people who didn't know each other before introduced themselves to each other. No matter which social circle they were in, the most important thing about networking was support. Even Bai Qianxue was dragged away by a few of her close friends to talk about some female topics. Only Li Changsheng was left standing there, unattended. A poor kid like him was not popular, not to mention that he had offended Zhao Shumo. No one wanted to get too close to him. Han Dong hesitated for a second and then shook his head. This is not your circle. You will only embarrass yourself if you join it. After he said that, he turned around and walked toward Zhao Shumo. Other than Bai Qianxue, Zhao Shumo was the most powerful person in the family. No matter where he went, there would be a hierarchy. Even in the circle of rich second-generation heirs, Han Dong was a peripheral figure, while Zhao Shumo was the core. Dao Jie, who was Bai Qianxue's best friend, had a high status in the circle as well. Since she was single, many men tried to get close to her. Coupled with the fact that Bai Qianxue and the other beauties were gathered together, even Zhao Shumo and his friends were attracted to them. Dao Jie, have you heard that young Liuji, the leader of the Chuju City underworld, was killed in Qingju City a while ago? One of the girls suddenly spoke. The Dao family has a certain amount of influence in the underworld, so you must know more about it. Dao Jie cracked a smile and said, I am just a girl, so I don't really care about the underworld. But I heard from my dad that Yang Ren's sixth finger was chopped off. Really? Everyone around, regardless of gender, became interested. Yang Liuji, Yang Ren, had dominated the Chuju city for so many years that he was no different from a local tyrant. However, his fingers had been chopped off. The incident had happened not long ago, and the news had not spread yet. In addition, it was not something honorable, and Yang Ren had deliberately kept it a secret, so most people did not know. Zhao Shumo suddenly walked over and said, "Our family has some business dealings with Master Yang. I know some details. I heard that he fell into the hands of a young man called Mr. Li. It can't be. How capable can a young man be? Even Yang Ren is no match for him." Even young Master Jun was astonished. The surrounding people all looked curious. Gossip has always been human nature. That Mr. Li is amazing. It is said that his backer is Heavenly King Shu Xiaolin, one of the two big mountains in the north. Zhao Shumo said with a hint of bragging. After all, this kind of insider information wasn't available to ordinary people. This also showed how extensive his family's connections were. No wonder. So it's Shu Xiaolin. Let alone one Yang Six Fingers, even 10 Yang Six Fingers wouldn't dare to offend Shu Xiaolin. Young Master Jun lamented. I heard that Yang Six Fingers is a powerful man. When he rose to power, he had schemed against many tycoons who were more powerful than him. This time, he lost one of his fingers. Doesn't he want to avenge himself? A girl asked curiously. Shu Xiaolin was too far away for her, but Yang Six Fingers' power had made her realize more. Compared to Shu Xiaolin, Yang Six Fingers is like an ant compared to an elephant. No matter how powerful Yang Six Fingers is, what can he do? Zhao Shumo cracked a smile. At the same time, his eyes were filled with envy. If he could have a relationship with Shu Xiaolin, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Chuju city. Li Changsheng didn't listen to their conversation. Instead, he sat there and tasted his red wine. He was like a mudslide that had rushed into a clear lake, out of place. At the banquet, the men chatted about business, cars, and beautiful women, while the women chatted about skincare, makeup, branded bags, and jewelry. Li Changsheng was bored, so he sent a text message to Yu Yuwei. Yu Yuwei told him that she had returned home and was scolded by her parents. They told her not to stay at her friends' houses. She asked Li Changsheng if her parents had found out something, but Li Changsheng didn't reply. In fact, when he called Yu Yuwei and asked her to come to the Chuju city, he had already expected this. Yu Yuwei's parents were born in the countryside. They seemed to be honest, but they were also smart. After 20 minutes, Yu Yuwei still didn't get a reply from Li Changsheng, so she sent another voice message. Are you still there? Li Changsheng replied with a smiley face. Yu Yuwei's gentleness could melt any man's heart. She was considerate, kind, didn't throw a tantrum, and was very understanding. Are you regretting coming to the Chuju city with me? Li Changsheng quickly typed a string of words and sent it over. A few seconds later, a video call request came in. Yu Yuwei was hiding in the corner of the bedroom. She whispered to Chen Fan, I don't regret anything I do for you. Chen Fan could hear the sound of the TV outside. Apparently, her parents were at home, and she didn't want them to hear her video call with Li Changsheng. Silly girl. Li Changsheng's heart was warmed by the girl's words. A flirtatious woman who had drunk some red wine and was about to go to the bathroom passed by. When she saw the woman's picture on the screen, she shouted, How dare you flirt with another girl behind Bai Chenshue's back? She caught a glimpse of the woman's face, which was as beautiful as Bai Chenshue's. Her anger was immediately replaced by anger. Bai Chenshue was a rich heiress, and she was under a lot of pressure to be his boyfriend. How dare this guy cheat on her? She couldn't stand it. Many people were attracted by the flirtatious woman, Dao Jie's voice. Bai Chenshue walked over. After hearing Dao Jie's story, many people thought that Bai Chenshue was going to throw a tantrum and slap this ungrateful man in the face. However, Bai Chenshue only cracked a smile. How is that possible? I believe in Changsheng. Dao Jie was rendered speechless by Chen Fan's words. This made the people who wanted to watch a good show sigh one after another. That is Changsheng's sister. Bai Chenshue said again. Everyone finally understood. No wonder Bai Chenshue wasn't angry. Han Dong, on the other hand, widened his eyes. He knew very well that Yu Yuwei was Li Changsheng's girlfriend and definitely not his younger sister. What was going on? Chapter 116. After such an episode, everyone finally remembered Li Changsheng, who was sitting in the corner. The flirtatious woman glared at Li Changsheng. She clearly saw Li Changsheng flirting with the girl in the video. However, since Bai Qianxue explained it like that, if she said anything else, it would be like the emperor was not worried. Since the show was not going to start, everyone dispersed and did their own things. Bai Qianxue pointed at the red wine on the table and asked Li Changsheng, "What do you think of the taste?" Li Changsheng shook his head, "It's so. You have a girlfriend?" When Bai Qianxue asked this question, her heart suddenly jumped. She felt nervous for no reason. "Yeah." Li Changsheng nodded. At that moment, Bai Qianxue's eyes flashed with an imperceptible disappointment. "They're going to the bar later. Do you want to come with me?" Bai Qianxue looked at Li Changsheng. Just now, she had only been talking with her close friends and had neglected Li Changsheng. She felt quite guilty. Li Changsheng was not liked in this kind of situation. If she insisted on taking Li Changsheng to the bar, she would be too selfish. "Go. Since we're going to put on a show, we have to go all the way." Li Changsheng smiled. Bai Qianxue did not say anything else. She handed her bag to Li Changsheng. "Can you help me with my bag? It's quite heavy." Her tone was rare and gentle, with a hint of coquettishness. Li Changsheng was stunned. An hour later, a group of people rushed to a bar called Moonlight. It was already dark. The neon lights on the bar's signboard kept flashing. The moment they stepped into the bar, the loud music and the dazzling lights made them feel like they had entered a different world. However, everyone soon blended into the atmosphere. The sound of thump-thump from the stereo was like the rhythm of people's heartbeats. The group of people sat down in the innermost seats. None of them lacked money. Young Master Jun waved his hand and asked the waiter to bring the good wine. They were all rich second-generation heirs from Chuju City, and they were used to spending money like crazy. Therefore, Li Changsheng didn't have to worry about money. The table was full of red wine from Chateau Lafite and all kinds of brands that Li Changsheng had never seen before. The bar manager also recognized the group of rich second-generation heirs of Chuju City, so he gave them a bottle of vintage red wine and said it was free of charge. On the stage, a well-known DJ band was singing an English song, which Li Changsheng couldn't understand. Han Dong, who was sitting not far from Li Changsheng, casually said, "This is the bar that Shong Jianping said his friend opened." Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh, what a coincidence. This bar is one of the more famous bars in Chuju City. It's not only famous for its unique decor, but also for its beautiful girls. Bai Qianxue seemed to want to take care of Li Changsheng. She had been sitting beside Li Changsheng ever since she arrived at the bar. Li Changsheng raised his head and looked over. Sure enough, there were a few tall and slender foreign beauties and a few typical Eastern faces. The combination of Eastern and Western, their looks could indeed be considered top-notch. The people around them also stood up from time to time to propose a toast to Chen Fan. However, Li Changsheng had already been deemed as a poor boy who climbed up the social ladder, so he was automatically ignored. Li Changsheng didn't mind it, but Bai Qianxue furrowed her brows. "Let's go to the dance floor," a girl suggested. Everyone left their seats. "Why don't you go?" Li Changsheng looked at Bai Qianxue. "Do you want to come with me?" Bai Qianxue suddenly asked. Her face was a bit red, but it wasn't obvious in the dim light. Alcohol had always contributed to human reproduction. After drinking some red wine, Bai Qianxue seemed to have become a lot braver. "I don't know how to dance." Li Changsheng cracked a smile. Bai Qianxue didn't say anything. She put her bag on Li Changsheng's lap and stood up. However, she didn't walk to the dance floor. Instead, she walked around the dance floor and said something to the lead singer of the DJ band. The music in the room suddenly stopped. Even as everyone was wondering what had happened, a girl in a white dress stood in front of the lead singer. Her face was as cold as a snow lotus. Under the light, one could see her blushing cheeks. Many people who knew Bai Qianxue noticed that Bai Qianxue looked a bit different today. She adjusted the microphone in front of her and sat on the high swivel chair. She gently brushed her hair away from her eyes, revealing a face that could cause the downfall of a city. "There's a beauty in the north. With a glance, she could cause the downfall of a city. With another glance, she could cause the downfall of a country. At this moment, Li Changsheng thought of this poem for no reason. The noise in the bar quieted down. She sang Fei Wong's Red Bean. Maybe you'll stay with me and watch the river flow, the soft voice repeated in a low voice. The strings of time were plucked, touching the softest part of everyone's heart. The girl with a sad face didn't speak loudly, but she easily took people into her memories. After the song, the whole room was silent. Even when the girl disappeared from the stage, many people were still immersed in their emotions. Everyone had been young, had been moved, and had been in love for the first time. When they first listened to this song, they were ignorant teenagers who didn't understand the meaning. When they listened to it again, they became the people in the song. Time was merciless. It took away all traces. The memories left only sadness. Li Changsheng stared blankly at the woman walking towards him. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He only felt a sudden heartache and pity. It was as if he had truly known this girl at this moment. The first time they met, she was as cold as a snow lotus on an iceberg. He stood in front of her and asked her to be his girlfriend. He didn't expect her to agree so readily. It was just a deal. Each of them took what they needed. It allowed the two people who didn't know each other to have an intersection just like that. Outside the bar, she stood by the road and cried silently. She was like an injured kitten licking her wounds in an empty corner. In the KTV, she acted as Li Changsheng's girlfriend in a fit of pique and release. She was so drunk that she staggered and sang hysterically. No one knew what she had endured. At old Master Bai's birthday party, her persistence and sharpness, her thick body, and her stubborn disguise. At this moment, Li Changsheng finally understood that no matter how strong she was still a delicate woman who needed to be protected, doted on, and relied on. And he had unknowingly become her reliance. But this was just a deal after all. He had Yu Wei. What should she do? Chapter 117. Sorry, I lost my composure. Bai Qianxue walked to Li Changsheng's side and sat down. She smiled and returned to her cold and aloof appearance. She didn't know why, but when she heard Li Changsheng say I have a girlfriend, she suddenly felt like her heart was being pressed by a huge rock and she couldn't breathe. You sing very well. Li Changsheng smiled and there was a rare gentleness in his tone. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Looking at Li Changsheng's confident eyes, Bai Qianxue was a little touched, but she still shook her head and said, whether it is the Bai family or the Chen family, their power is beyond your imagination. Li Changsheng didn't answer. He took a sip of the Sprite on the table and sighed. When I drank Sprite for the first time, I always felt like there were countless fleas jumping in my mouth. I thought it was not as good as sugar water, but after drinking it for a long time, I realized it was a different taste. Li Changsheng handed Bai Qianxue a bottle. Do you want to try it too? Disgusting. Bai Qianxue rolled her eyes at Li Changsheng, but she still took the Sprite and clinked it with Li Changsheng's. Then, she elegantly took a sip. Beauty, even the way you drink is so beautiful. Li Changsheng, who had always been a man of few words, made a rare joke today. Don't flatter me. Bai Qianxue snorted. But it was obvious that her eyes were glowing like the sun in spring. It was so bright that it was dazzling. The later it was, the livelier the bar became. In the end, almost everyone went to the dance floor to dance. Bai Qianxue was pestered by a few of her best friends and they pulled her aside to whisper. Li Changsheng was holding a glass of Sprite in his hand when he suddenly felt a pat on his shoulder. He turned around and saw a cold-looking young man in a suit. He said coldly, "Someone is looking for you over there." It was obvious that this man was not here to play. His meticulous appearance, especially the fierce aura in his eyes, should be similar to a bodyguard or thug. This kind of person had a strong aura, and just by standing there, the voices of the rich second generations around them stopped abruptly. Why should I go with you? Li Changsheng smiled faintly. If the other party asked him to go over, he would go over. He wasn't a free rider who could be summoned at any time. A few rich second-generation heirs who had a good relationship with Zhao Shumo had gloating expressions on their faces. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. The man didn't seem to have expected Li Changsheng to say such words. He was stunned for a moment before his eyes turned cold. At this time, another young man came over and said, "We are Brother Leopard's people. Brother Leopard wants to invite you over for a drink." As he spoke, he pointed to a spot not too far away. Following the other party's line of sight, there was a bald man in his 30s sitting there. There was a leopard tattooed on his neck. "All right." Li Changsheng nodded. Walking in front of the table, a fat guy suddenly stood up and grabbed a bottle of wine. Li Changsheng recognized him as one of the companions of the man who wanted to take advantage of Yue at the hotel yesterday. At this moment, Li Changsheng knew why the other party was looking for him. "Little Shu, sit down." The brawny man with the leopard tattoo said coldly. The chubby guy glared fiercely at Li Changsheng, then sat down indignantly. The bald man pointed to the seat next to him and motioned for Li Changsheng to sit down and talk. Looking at his aura, Li Changsheng knew that he should be the brother leopard that they were talking about. "No need. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't know you well, and I don't like to make friends with strangers." As soon as he said that, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Countless murderous gazes shrouded Li Changsheng. Brother Leopard was also stunned. Then, he raised his eyebrows and showed some coldness. At this time, several of his subordinates stood up and stared at Li Changsheng covetously. Li Changsheng just looked at Brother Leopard quietly. He didn't say anything and his face was expressionless. The atmosphere was a bit oppressive. As time passed by, Brother Leopard's subordinates couldn't help but want to take action. Suddenly, Brother Leopard laughed. "Young man, you have quite a personality. I like your personality. Ah Huang always likes to cause trouble for me. I have long wanted to teach him a lesson. My name is Chen Bao. People call me Brother Leopard. Drink a glass of wine and make friends. Then, you and Ah Huang's grudge will be written off." Brother Leopard took the initiative to pour a glass of red wine. Li Changsheng naturally understood that the Ah Huang he was talking about was the one who wanted to take advantage of Yue. In these two fights, he had helped Yue vent her anger. As for this Brother Leopard, although he was a nobody, Li Changsheng was not someone who liked to cause trouble. Since the other party had said so, he also picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Then, he placed it on the table and turned around to return to his seat. Several rich second generations who were waiting to watch a good show in the distance were disappointed when they saw Li Changsheng come back safe and sound. Han Dong's expression was complicated. After Li Changsheng left, he investigated the identity of those greasy fat men and knew that their backer was Brother Leopard. He also heard some of Brother Leopard's deeds. He was definitely not a kind person. He originally thought that Li Changsheng wouldn't be able to get away so easily, but the result was beyond his expectations. After Li Changsheng left, the fat man said indignantly, "Brother Leopard, you let him go so easily." One of the men next to him also said, "This guy is too arrogant. If Brother Leopard just said the word, I would have crippled him." This young man was only in his 20s. He was tall and thin, but his eyes were filled with ferocity. He was one of Brother Leopard's most capable fighters. He was famous for being ruthless, vicious, and merciless in his attacks. "It's easy to make enemies. Why do you want to cause trouble for yourself?" Brother Leopard said faintly. "Trouble? He's not worthy. I don't see anything special about this guy. Skinny man, you're good at everything, but you're too arrogant and your eyes aren't sharp enough. How can a guy who single-handedly took down Ah Huang and more than 30 people be an ordinary person?" When facing us, his face didn't change at all. This calmness can't be faked. Most importantly, did you see the woman sitting next to him just now? That's Bai Jinbin's niece, Bai Chenxue. Hearing the name Bai Jinbin, Brother Leopard's men's faces changed color. As the leader of the Bai family in Chuju City, Bai Jinbin was a figure that many people feared. Even Chen Bao's influence paled in comparison. However, the skinny man clenched his fists and said, "I still want to meet him." Chapter 118. "Do you know Brother Bao?" Bai Chenxue asked curiously when she saw Li Changsheng clinking his glass with Brother Bao. "I don't know him. A small fry like him is not worthy of being my friend." "TSK, you're bragging again. Bai Qianxue stuck out her tongue. She didn't realize that in front of Li Changsheng, it was easy for her to drop her disguise. Seeing Bai Qianxue and Li Changsheng flirting with each other, many of Bai Qianxue's friends sighed. It seems like this snow lotus in the circle has completely fallen. However, they really couldn't figure out where this mediocre guy's charm came from. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the craziest time of the bar was nearing its end. Bai Qianxue had already picked up her bag and was ready to leave. It was already so late, and she was also a little tired. At this moment, there was a commotion in the middle of the dance floor, followed by a scream. Bai Qianxue said in surprise, "It seems to be Dao Jie and the others." Dao Jie was the name of the enchanting woman. Men who were drunk were already at their most hormonal state. Coupled with Dao Jie's enchanting appearance, a drunk man took advantage of the crowd and reached out his hand to Dao Jie. Dao Jie angrily slapped him in the face. The man was awakened by the slap. He was in the wrong and was about to leave. However, Zhao Shumo, Jun Shao, and the others wanted to show off in front of the beautiful woman, so they went over and stomped on the guy. This drunk man's identity was not simple. He was the younger brother of one of the more famous gangsters on the street. Coincidentally, his elder brother was also there. Therefore, the gangsters who noticed the situation here rushed over. Jun Shao and Zhao Shumo, the rich second generation, could bully people who didn't dare to fight back. However, when it came to fighting, they were no match for these gangsters. In particular, one of the rich second generation was smashed on the head by a wine bottle. Zhao Shumo and the others were completely defeated and were chased around. The surrounding people automatically cleared out a space and watched with great interest. Those who chose to come here to play were all people who had some darkness in their bones. Bloody fights could actually stimulate their blood to boil. Originally, Li Changsheng was happy to see Zhao Shumo and the others being beaten up. He even wanted to cheer on the spot. However, Zhao Shumo panicked and ran to Li Changsheng. He hid behind Bai Qianxue and said loudly, "Her uncle is Bai Jinbin." The name Bai Jinbin was famous in the Chuju city's upper-class society. However, because Bai Jinbin's status was too high, these hoodlums had never heard of him. They were completely indifferent to Zhao Shumo's words. There was even one guy who was lustful when he saw Bai Qianxue. He said, "This girl is not bad. She's mine tonight." Just as Bai Qianxue was panicking and not knowing what to do, a figure suddenly stood out and pulled her behind him. He looked at the burly men and said, "This is my woman. You'd better show some respect." As soon as he finished speaking, many people were stunned. This man has guts. Even the rich second generation who disliked Li Changsheng from the beginning to the end couldn't help but admire Li Changsheng's courage. Of course, although they were impressed, they didn't think that this skinny guy would be able to save the damsel in distress. After all, Li Changsheng's size was not proportional to his opponent's. Han Dong's face was a bit complicated. He knew Li Changsheng's power better than anyone else. Although these brawny men were fierce, they were no match for Li Changsheng. Bai Qianxue, who was pulled behind Li Changsheng, was surprised by the development. The man who was standing in front of her made her feel very safe. A woman might not fall in love with a man who often gave her flowers and presents, but she would definitely fall in love with a man who stood in front of her to protect her in times of crisis. Even though this man might not be able to protect her, she was not sure if he could do it. Brother Bao's face was filled with amusement. The tall and skinny guy next to him stared at the field and muttered, "I'd like to see what's so great about this young man." The gangsters, who were stunned by Li Changsheng's words, finally reacted. One of them, who was 1.8 meters tall, pointed at Li Changsheng's nose and shouted, "Get lost." What responded to him was a beer bottle that fell from the sky. Bang! The bottle broke on his forehead, and the alcohol mixed with blood flowed down. The brawny man's body shook twice, and then he fell straight to the ground. Only then did the crowd see Li Changsheng, who was holding half of a beer shard in his hand. "Man enough." Brother Bao spat out these 3 words. It was also what the crowd was thinking at the moment. Shocked by Li Changsheng's means, the remaining gangsters looked at each other. It took them a few seconds to react. There was a guy who had just rushed up, but his raised fist stopped in mid-air. That was because the sharp shards of the wine bottle were pressed against his chin, and there was a cold gleam on it. If he hadn't stopped in time, the beer shard would have pierced his throat if he had taken half a step forward. Swish. Cold sweat flowed down uncontrollably. The fierce eyes of the man in front of him made him have no doubt that if he dared to move, the man would really make him bleed on the spot. The crowd was also dumbfounded on the spot. "Do you want to die or live?" Li Changsheng said coldly. The brawny man was so scared that his legs were trembling. "Get lost if you want to live." The beer bottle was taken back. Facing the skinny Li Changsheng, no one dared to rush up again. Li Changsheng used the courage of Zhao Zilong in the Changban slope to open a bloody path for a broken beer bottle. In the end, the hooligans who had been overflowing with arrogance just a moment ago obediently fled while supporting the brawny men on the ground. Li Changsheng ignored the complicated looks of the crowd and said to Bai Qianxue, "Let's go. I will take you home." The word home seemed to have touched something. Bai Qianxue's face was covered with tears. Li Changsheng didn't stop or comfort her, but his eyes were filled with pity and tenderness. A girl was under great pressure to fight for her own happiness, but she had to fight against her beloved family. Everyone knew that she was the daughter of the Bai family, the niece of Bai Jinbin, but no one knew how heavy the burden was. Bai Qianxue didn't know why she was so emotional and fragile today. Maybe it was because she had suppressed her feelings for too long, or maybe it was because of the man in front of her. "Okay, let's go home." Bai Qianxue wiped her tears and smiled. She took the initiative to put her arm around Li Changsheng's shoulder. At this moment, as they watched the two of them leave, many of the rich girls who had looked down on Li Changsheng suddenly seemed to understand Bai Qianxue's choice. Every kind of sacrifice would lead to a gain. Chapter 119. Over the next few days, Li Changsheng followed Bai Qianxue around to meet her friends. Occasionally, they would show off their love in front of everyone. Even though many people were skeptical, they had to accept the fact that the princess had chosen a coachman after seeing Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue as a couple. Therefore, a young man who claimed to be from a rural area broke into the upper-class society of Chuzhou City in this unique way and gradually attracted the attention of many people behind the scenes. One day, Bai Qianxue went shopping with her best friend. Li Changsheng didn't accompany her. The effect of the promotion had been achieved. What Li Changsheng needed to do next was to accompany her to face the coming storm. Before a storm, there was always a thunder warning. As a matter of fact, Li Changsheng, who was lying on a rocking chair in the courtyard and reading a book, received an uninvited guest. It was a middle-aged man in a tang suit. He had Buddhist prayer beads around his neck, but his face was not as kind as the Buddha's. Without a doubt, this was a very dignified person. He got out of a Maybach, and two professional and cold bodyguards stood guard at the door under his signal. "You are Li Changsheng?" the man asked. He didn't show any disdain because of Li Changsheng's appearance. From beginning to end, his face was like a pool of calm lake water. Without a doubt, this was a man who did not show his emotions on his face and cultivated his body and mind to the extreme. This kind of person's shrewdness had reached a certain level. He had already reached the realm of being unmoved by the 8 winds. Even if there was a sudden thunder in his chest, his face would still be as calm as a lake. No one could underestimate him. Even Li Changsheng raised his head and put on a serious face. He gestured for the man to take a seat. The man sat down on a rattan chair across from him. The tea on the table was cold, but Li Changsheng didn't pour him any tea. The man didn't care about these details. He sized up Li Changsheng for a few seconds and then said with a calm but dignified voice, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Jiaxing. I am the family lord of the Bai family in Chuzhou City. I am also Bai Qianxue's distant uncle. I am here today to tell you one thing. I hope you can leave Bai Qianxue." Li Changsheng didn't expect the man to be so direct. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and then reached out his hand. "What do you mean?" Bai Jiaxing was taken aback. "Money. Isn't it always shown on TV that you throw away tens of millions as a breakup fee?" Bai Jiaxing's face was filled with shock. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 1 million. I can give you a check if you really want it. Bai Jiaxing's face relaxed. To him, Anything that could be solved with money was not a problem at all. Hehe, I was just kidding. Li Changsheng shook his head. I just felt that talking to you was too depressing, so I wanted to lighten the mood. So, you think it's too little? Bai Jiaxing furrowed his brows. No. Li Changsheng waved his hand. 1 million is a lot, but I still want to say something. Money can buy everything, but it can't buy true love. Bai Jiaxing finally started to take the young man in front of him seriously. He shook his head and said, I know who you are. You are just a poor boy from the countryside. I don't look down on you. Many heroes come from the countryside. Bai Jiaxing slowly opened his mouth, neither warm nor angry. He looked at Li Changsheng's face as he spoke. However, he couldn't get any information from Li Changsheng's face. This surprised him a bit. He could be said to have seen countless people, but there were very few who could do this at Li Changsheng's age. Putting aside his previous prejudices, he could indeed be called an outstanding youth, although he didn't have any family background and his appearance was very ordinary. What a shame. Bai Jiaxing shook his head and continued. Bai Qianxue represents the interests of the Bai clan. If she marries the Cheng clan, the Bai clan will rise to the next level in 20 years. If I choose you, even if you are a piece of beautiful jade, a dark horse, you may not be able to grow in 20 years. Even if you can grow, even if I am willing to wait, the elders of the Bai clan will not be willing to. Therefore, you must leave Bai Qianxue. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, because if you refuse, your life will be in danger. I am not threatening you. The Bai family is not someone you can mess with. Although Bai Jiaxing's rhythm was disrupted by Li Changsheng at the beginning, at this moment, he regained his calm appearance, as if he had the whole situation under his control. Li Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. He poured away the cold tea and brewed a new pot of tea. He poured himself a cup and drank it. From the beginning to the end, he didn't intend to pour a cup for the powerful Bai family in front of him. He placed the finished teacup on the table, then leaned back on the rattan chair and gently shook his legs. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dignified middle-aged man in front of him. He said, maybe you think that I can't afford to offend the Bai family, but the Bai family is nothing in my eyes. Even Bai Jiaxing, who had a faint smile on his face, suddenly changed his expression. There was anger in his eyes. The two bodyguards at the door took a step forward at the same time. A cold aura pressed down on Li Changsheng. These two were definitely masters. Moreover, the murderous aura in their eyes indicated that they were people whose hands were stained with blood. This kind of person was not comparable to those street thugs who liked to fight. Li Changsheng had no doubt that as long as Bai Jiaxing said a word, these two guys would pull the trigger on his head without batting an eyelid. However, Bai Jiaxing raised his hand to stop his men's action. He just sneered. Young man, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. You will regret your words. Take care. Li Changsheng said lazily. From the beginning to the end, he didn't put the Bai family in his eyes. Bai Jiaxing got up and left. When the Embark disappeared at the end of the road, Li Changsheng curled his lips in disdain. A local rich man who flaunts his power in the city, pretending to be deep in front of me, but because of a few words, he showed his true colors. His martial arts skills are not good enough. No wonder Li Changsheng said so. In the long river of time, he had seen many nobles. In ancient times, a force like the Bai family was at best a local rich man. How could they be put in Li Changsheng's eyes? Li Changsheng said that the Bai family was nothing but a fart. In fact, it was not an insult. If Bai Jiaxing knew that even Song Taizu, who said I will be in charge of war all my life, no need for others to say more, was pointed to the nose by Li Changsheng and called a martial artist, perhaps Bai Jiaxing could accept this evaluation of nothing but a fart. In the end, Li Changsheng was just a country bumpkin in Bai Jiaxing's eyes. Poverty was the original sin. Chapter 120. Today, Bai Qianxue wore a cyan cheongsam and a pair of white high heels. She stood tall and graceful, adding a bit of elegance to her aloofness. When Li Changsheng saw her again, he thought of the words blue and white porcelain. Every time he saw Bai Qianxue, she was dressed in white. Today, she had changed into a green chipao. Li Changsheng's eyes immediately lit up. The tight-fitting satin accentuated her perfect figure. "You look like a mountain peak," Li Changsheng mumbled under his breath. Bai Qianxue seemed to be very satisfied with Li Changsheng's reaction. "These are the clothes I bought for you. I'm sure you will look even more handsome in them." Bai Qianxue asked the driver to take out a bunch of bags from the car. More than half of them were clothes she had picked out for Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng smiled. In the face of her kindness, he suddenly felt that perhaps he was more willing to pretend to be her boyfriend than to fulfill his promise. "Don't think too much about the clothes I bought for you. Tomorrow is the birthday of the old man of the Bai family. Not only the Bai family, but also the upper class of the Chuju city will be there. I'll show you around then." "Okay." Li Changsheng cracked a smile. "Before you came back, a guy who claimed to be the family lord of the Bai family came to see me. He didn't do anything to you, right?" Bai Qianxue asked nervously. "Don't worry, we had a friendly conversation. However, he seemed a bit upset when I left. Maybe it was because I didn't treat him to tea." Bai Qianxue shook her head with a wry smile. She didn't need to think to know what the family lord of the Bai family wanted to talk to her about. However, there was no turning back now. After lunch at the mansion, Bai Qianxue took Li Changsheng to hang out with her friends in the afternoon. This time, it wasn't to promote Li Changsheng's identity. After a few days of hype, almost the entire upper-class society in Chuju City knew about Li Changsheng. Seeing that tomorrow was the day for the real battle, Bai Qianxue really wanted to take Li Changsheng to relax. Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue arrived at a high-end clubhouse. The name of the clubhouse was Jiangshan, and it was decorated in an extravagant style. It was said that this was one of the most popular places in the Chuju city's upper-class society, because it made people feel like they were in the limelight. After Li Changsheng arrived, he saw Bai Qianxue's close friends from the coffee shop. Among them, the enchanting woman, Dao Jie, was wearing a simple short-sleeved shirt and a black leather skirt. She had a head of curly blonde hair. No matter what, this woman was so enchanting that people would blush and not dare to look directly at her. Li Changsheng had seen Bai Qianxue's social circle in the past few days, so no one was surprised by Li Changsheng's appearance. On the other hand, Li Changsheng saw Han Dong again. However, this time, Han Dong didn't greet Li Changsheng. Instead, he stood beside Zhao Shumo and tried to please him. Bai Qianxue furrowed her brows and asked one of her friends, "Why is he here?" It was obvious that neither Li Changsheng nor Bai Qianxue liked Zhao Shumo. That day at the bar, he was so scared that he hid behind Bai Qianxue. Compared to Li Changsheng, who stood out bravely, the difference was like the difference between coal and diamond. Of course, this was only Bai Qianxue's personal opinion. In other people's eyes, no matter how good Li Changsheng was at fighting and how brave he couldn't change the fact that he was a poor kid. No matter how cowardly Zhao Shumo was, no one could ignore his family's billion-dollar business. In this day and age, the poor might not be able to get a sincere smile from a beautiful woman even if they tried their best to be considerate. However, the rich second generation could make all kinds of school beauties willingly take off their clothes with just a curl of their fingers and a random branded bag or the key to a sports car. Young Lord Zhao has a lot of influence in the social circle. Qianxue, you haven't been in Chuju City for years, so you don't know a lot of things. Besides, many people in our social circle have a good relationship with Zhao Shumo. In fact, you can be friends with young Lord Zhao. Hearing her friend's words, Bai Qianxue felt a bit helpless. After all, she couldn't forbid others from interacting with Zhao Shumo just because she liked him. Besides, the Zhao family was indeed very influential in Chuju City. After all, there were only a handful of people in Chuju City who could make Bai Jinbin invite them out for dinner. Although the Jiangshan clubhouse had a lot of influence in Chuju City, it didn't dare to show any disrespect to Zhao Shumo and Bai Qianxue. Inside the luxurious Emperor's Hall, everyone sat down. When the wine was served, a few powerful rich second generation arrived. Even Dao Jie, this enchanting and proud woman, showed a bit of surprise on her face. These were all the most powerful heirs in Chuju City. When they appeared, the girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't wait to get close to them. Especially Han Dong, who was trying to curry favor with them. However, after these people arrived, They only greeted Bai Qianxue with a few words before immediately sitting next to Zhao Shumo. Their attitude was very obvious. Among the people present, only Bai Qianxue and Zhao Shumo could be mentioned in the same breath as these people. Many people didn't find it strange. Instead, they thought it was reasonable. Especially the girls who were close to Zhao Shumo, they gave Li Changxing a smug look, as if to say that even though he was Bai Qianshue's boyfriend, he was nothing compared to Zhao Shumo. Bai Qianxue had wanted to take Li Changxing out to relax, but now, her face darkened. However, she couldn't say no to some of her close friends. Fortunately, Li Changxing didn't show any displeasure, so Bai Qianxue heaved a sigh of relief. During this time, she ignored the greetings of her close friends and sat beside Li Changxing. This caused Zhao Shumo's eyes to turn cold. He liked Bai Qianxue, and from the first time he saw her, he couldn't stop himself. However, now that his goddess was being intimate with another man, he felt an indescribable rage burn in his heart. Originally, with his personality, he would have already attacked Li Changxing due to his new and old hatred. However, after seeing Li Changxing's valiant strength, he really didn't dare to openly provoke this somewhat wild man. Li Changxing was in a good mood today. He took the initiative to pour himself a glass of red wine. Bai Qianxue was afraid that Zhao Shumo's appearance would affect Li Changxing's mood. She clinked glasses with Li Changxing a few times. In the end, her face was red. She hugged Li Changxing's arm and leaned her head on Li Changxing's shoulder. She seemed to have fallen asleep. Her long black hair and the faint fragrance coming from her body could be smelled with a flick of her fingers. At this moment, a sudden phone call interrupted the beautiful moment between the two of them. Bai Qianxue left Li Changxing's arm with a red face. Li Changxing picked up the phone and a man's voice came through. "Sir, I'm Kai Yu. I'm here to apologize." Chapter 121. The Taoist qi cultivation method may not be able to make people achieve longevity, but it was recognized that it could prolong one's life. The most typical example was the slovenly Taoist Zhong Sanfeng. He lived from the Song dynasty to the Ming dynasty, through 3 dynasties. Emperor Yongle Zhu built a palace for him in Wudong because he wanted to see this magical figure who had lived for more than 300 years. Unfortunately, he had no chance to see Zhong Sanfeng's true appearance in his life. Kai Yu was the only cultivator under Li Changxing. At that time, Li Changxing passed on a cultivation method called Taiching Mantra to Kai Yu. He was indeed very talented in cultivation, so he could be ranked with Xu Xiaolin and Jiyu Mangong at the youngest age. When he saw Kai Yu at the entrance of the Jiangshan Club, Kai Yu knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Li Changxing without saying a word, claiming that he had failed to discipline him and asking Li Changxing to punish him. Li Changxing naturally knew that he was referring to his subordinate Nailan Yuting. "He doesn't know my identity, and he has received the punishment he deserves. It's not your fault." Li Changxing asked Kai Yu to get up. This was one of the 2 giants in northern Huaxia. Because he cultivated Taiching Mantra, he still looked only in his 30s. His face was white and clean, and his appearance was gentle and elegant. It was easy to associate him with the word gigolo. Because he was a bit feminine, he looked less masculine and gave people a sickly feeling. No wonder he was called a sick tiger. "It seems that your Taiching Mantra has improved over the years." Li Changxing showed some appreciation. "Let's go in together." After Li Changxing finished speaking, he turned and walked into the club. Kai Yu followed closely behind. The little brother who used to be Li Changxing's follower had now grown into a powerful man in the north. At this moment, he put away all his arrogance and was willing to be a servant behind this man. Indeed, no matter how high his status was, Kai Yu knew in his heart that he would always be a dog by his master's side. Therefore, Nailan Yuting, who dared to offend Li Changxing and was regarded by many as his confidant who could become his successor, was directly rewarded with a bullet after returning from Qingju. As compensation for his service for so many years, Kai Yu promised him before he died to take care of his family. Many subordinates felt that Kai Yu was a bit heartless, but Kai Yu didn't explain. He was an orphan. If he hadn't met Li Changxing, he might have starved to death on the streets. His life was given by Li Changxing. No matter who offended Li Changxing, he would not hesitate to kill him. Li Changsheng's position in his heart had surpassed his own. Kai Yu's arrival made Li Changsheng suddenly look forward to tomorrow's birthday banquet of the old man of the Bai family. Today, the head of the Bai family, Bai Jiaxing, pointed at his nose and said that he couldn't afford to offend the Bai family. He wanted to see what kind of expression those people would have when he stepped on the Bai family's face and kept rubbing it on the ground. Bai Chenxue, you really made a fortune by asking me to pretend to be your boyfriend. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. He glanced at Kai Yu, who had restrained all his momentum and was slightly bowing, and whispered, "They still don't know my identity, and you are already the famous sickly tiger. You don't need to pretend to be a servant. You should know that I didn't save you to make you bow, but to let you be a tiger out of the mountains and swallow the mountains and rivers. Moreover, I don't like the name sickly tiger." "I understand." Kai Yu nodded. However, he didn't straighten his back because he knew that he was just a loyal dog in front of Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng and Kai Yu pushed open the door of the private room and walked in one after another. Kai Yu straightened his back the moment he entered the private room because Li Changsheng had told him to be as imposing as a tiger in front of outsiders. "Chenxue, let me introduce you. This is my friend, young master Kai." Li Changsheng knew that Kai Yu's name was too intimidating, so he said this. Although Kai Yu was almost 50 years old, he still looked very young. At most, he looked like he was in his 30s, so it was not an exaggeration to call him young master Kai. "My family is just a small business." Kai Yu smiled and reached out his hand to Bai Chenxue. Bai Chenxue didn't expect that Li Changsheng would have friends in Chuju City. Kai Yu's suit was obviously custom-made, and the watch on his wrist was as high as 6 figures. This kind of person's family was probably worth at least 10 billion. If it was someone else's friend, Bai Chenxue wouldn't be surprised. However, Li Changsheng was obviously just a poor boy, and it was a bit strange that he knew someone like this. Kai Yu looked gentle, but there were many people in the room who were discerning and didn't dare to underestimate him. Han Dong looked at Li Changsheng strangely and suddenly found that this man, who he thought he had seen through, was becoming more and more mysterious. On the other hand, Zhao Shumo and his friends didn't have much of an expression on their faces. A net worth of 10 billion might be worth a lot of people in the room, but for the Zhao family, it was still not worth mentioning. The two sat down in the private room, and people looked at them from time to time. Li Changsheng handed Kai Yu a glass of red wine and said, "Your subordinates attacked Chu Yaotian in Qingju City last time. They must have been hiding it from you. It seems that your control over your subordinates is a bit weak. Is there something wrong with your internal department?" Kai Yu and Chu Yaotian worked under Li Changsheng, and they had a good relationship. If he knew that Li Changsheng had attacked the Chu family, he definitely wouldn't have allowed it. However, it happened, so it was inevitable that Li Changsheng would have some doubts in his heart. "I have been a little lax in these years. Not only have there been people running amok in my internal department, but there are also many people in the north who have done things in my name. It's time to punish them." Kai Yu said lightly, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his words. Although he had tried his best to restrain his aura in front of Li Changsheng, as a super big boss, many things were engraved in his bones and would inadvertently come out. Kai Yu's words attracted the attention of many present. Although the crowd did not know what level this friend of Li Changsheng's belonged to, the aura that Kai Yu unconsciously exuded made them feel as if they had seen the shadow of their family's elders, perhaps even surpassing them. "Friend, you are young, but your tone is not small. What kind of business does your family do? What is the main scope of business? Tell us and let us hear it," Zhao Shumo said. Kai Yu's tone made him feel very uncomfortable. Thinking that Kai Yu was Li Changsheng's friend, he couldn't help but ask about the other party's background. He didn't believe that a poor boy like Li Changsheng could know any real big shots. Chapter 122. My company is involved in a variety of businesses, such as real estate, venture capital, and some industrial factories. My main business is in the northwest. Kai Yu spoke casually, but many people were already surprised. His business spanned across many industries, so he had to use all kinds of connections. Kai Yu had mentioned the northwest, not a specific city, which meant that his business scope was very broad. The information revealed in one sentence was enough to make people not dare to underestimate him. Although Zhao Shumo was a rich man, he was smart enough to understand Caillou's words. Li Changsheng was just a poor boy in the countryside, so it was impossible for him to have such powerful friends. However, the feeling that Caillou gave him told him that this man was not simple. "Have you heard of Master Chen in the northwest?" Zhao Shumo asked. Master Chen was a person that his father had mentioned. He was a very low-key person, but he was very powerful. In the northwest, only those who had reached that level would know his name. "You are talking about the owner of the Dashin group, Chen Yenda, right?" Caillou looked at Zhao Shumo with surprise. He had never thought that someone in a remote place like the Chuju city would know of one of his founding members. However, he was only a little surprised. Just like he was Li Changsheng's servant, Chen Yenda was also his servant. He didn't need to pay much attention to someone who knew of his servant's name. The Chuju city was so small that even a small pawn of his could be considered a dragon in the Chuju city. "I heard that Master Chen has a big shot backing him up. That's why he was able to develop the Dashin group so quickly in just a few years and become the leader in the industry. Is that true?" Zhao Shumo stared at Caillou, trying to figure out his status in the northwest through his expression. He saw Li Changsheng as an enemy, so of course he had to figure out Li Changsheng's background. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one emerge victorious. The powerful backer is the Great Desert Group in the northwest. Chen Gong, one of the 3 generals of the Great Desert Group, is his nephew. Caillou cracked a smile and said. Zhao Shumo's probing didn't escape Chen Fan's eyes. Without Li Changsheng's permission, he didn't dare to casually reveal his identity. Otherwise, just the 2 words Caillou would scare the other party so much that their legs would go soft. The few young ladies treated Zhao Shumo as their Prince Charming. Originally, they were dissatisfied that Caillou had stolen Zhao Shumo's limelight. But now, from the conversation between the 2 of them, even a fool could tell that this man seemed to be different from the rest. Zhao Shumo also slightly restrained the arrogance on his face. Being able to know this kind of information in itself represented a kind of status. Even if one had half a foot in the circle of the northwest, in Chuju city, one would be like a dragon crossing the river. "I wonder if young Master Kai is acquainted with the chairman of Dashin?" Zhao Shumo stared at Caillou's face. This sentence was undoubtedly asking if Caillou had the qualifications to contact Chen Yenda. Although Zhao Shumo didn't think much of it, Chen Yenda was still considered a big shot even in the northern China. In a small place like the Chuju city, Chen Yenda was like the Buddha of Mount Tai. "I do know him, but I am more familiar with one of his juniors." The junior Caillou was talking about was one of the 3 generals under his command, Chen Gong. Although Chen Yenda had done a lot for the desert group, he was still an outsider after all. Moreover, he was getting impatient with Zhao Shumo's constant probing. If it weren't for Li Changsheng's presence, Caillou wouldn't have the right to talk to him. Even his father, Zhao Xin, was not worthy of Caillou's attention. So he knows Chen Yenda's juniors. No wonder he knows so much. Zhao Shumo heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party was indeed a big shot who could contact Chen Yenda, then he would have to re-evaluate Li Changsheng's status. However, if he was just a junior who knew Chen Yenda, then it was nothing. There was no shortage of spoiled brats everywhere. The Chen family was a big family in the northwest, so it was normal for them to have a few good-for-nothing juniors. Over the years, Zhao Shumo had gotten to know a few descendants from the capital city. However, those people could only use their father's name to cheat others. They didn't have any real power. They were not even presentable. "Shumo, does your family have business dealings with the Northwest's Dashin group?" A rich second generation next to him asked in surprise. Although Chen Yenda kept a low profile, the Dashin group was a big business in the Northwest. "I just worked with the Dashin group on a small project. I am just running errands for the Dashin group." Although Zhao Shumo said it humbly, he couldn't hide the smugness in his eyes. Caillou curled his lips and looked at him with disdain. Han Dong, who had been observing Caillou's expression, was puzzled. Even if this man knew Chen Yenda's juniors, he shouldn't be showing such an expression. Unless the junior he knew was very favored by Chen Yenda in the Chen family. Even so, he didn't have the right to look down on Zhao Shumo. Bai Qianxue was happy for Li Changsheng from the bottom of her heart. Ever since Li Changsheng's identity as a poor boy was exposed, he had been treated with disdain. Kai Yu's appearance had helped him regain some of his dignity. A person from the northwest who had connections with Chen Yenda couldn't be that bad. The fact that Li Changsheng was able to make friends with someone like him proved that he was a capable person. Li Changsheng was a bit dizzy after staying in the room for so long. He walked to the window in the hallway and Kai Yu followed him out. Kai Yu took out a cigarette and lit it for him. After taking a deep breath, Li Changsheng said, "I am going to the Bai family's banquet tomorrow. You will come with me. The entire Chuju city is waiting for me to make a fool of myself. I will make them a laughingstock." "Yes." Kai Yu nodded. "Don't worry, Mr. Chen. The Bai family is nothing. I can destroy them with one word." Li Changsheng immediately shook his head. "You brat, you only bow and scrape in front of me. In reality, your bones are filled with cruelty and violence. You're always fighting and killing. With such a heavy aura of violence, when will you learn the Daoist's pure heart and few desires?" "I will change," Kai Yu said hurriedly. "Never mind." Li Changsheng waved his hand. "If you change, you are not Kai Yu anymore." After saying that, he stubbed out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can beside him. The two of them walked back into the private room. Dao Jie, who was on her way to the washroom, overheard the conversation between the two. Her face was filled with disbelief and shock. Chapter 123. Originally, Bai Qianxue wanted to take Li Changsheng to relax, but in the end, the atmosphere was not very friendly. Li Changsheng's appearance was undoubtedly an anomaly in Bai Qianxue's circle. He was not welcomed and was even viewed with hostility. However, Li Changsheng didn't really care. To him, Zhao Shumo, Jun Shao, and Han Dong were not enough to make him waver. A dragon wouldn't care about an ant's provocation. A day passed quickly. The next day, Bai Jinbin drove Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue to the Bai family's residence in Chuju City. Today was the birthday of Bai Guangxiong, the most powerful man in the Bai family. The Bai family was one of the most powerful families in Chuju City. Almost half of the Chuju City's elites came to congratulate the old man on his birthday. Bai Qianxue chose to take Li Changsheng to the Bai family's banquet today, which meant that they were on the opposite side of the Bai family. In front of the Bai family's residence, there were two giant stone lions. Bai Jinbin drove in directly. By then, there were already many guests. Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue's appearance attracted a lot of attention. "So that is Bai Qianxue's boyfriend? I heard that he is just a country bumpkin. I wonder what Miss Bai likes about him." As soon as they got out of the car, they heard a lot of discussion. By then, everyone in the Chuju city knew that Miss Bai was going to reject the marriage with the Cheng family and choose a poor boy. "I heard that the old man of the Bai family said that he would never agree to this marriage. I don't think the Bai family will be nice to this boy. Not only will they not be nice to him, they might even kick him out." Under Bai Jinbin's lead, Bai Qianxue and Li Changsheng walked hand in hand into the main hall of the Bai clan, ignoring the onlookers. "I am sorry for what happened," Bai Qianxue said to Li Changsheng. At the same time, Li Changsheng could feel that her palms were sweaty. She was very nervous, like a soldier going to war for the first time. This was also a war for her to fight for her own happiness. "It's okay." Li Changsheng smiled. Now that he and Bai Qianxue had come to this point, it was no longer a simple transaction. Bai Jinbin smiled bitterly as he listened to the two people whispering behind him. Even though he was the Bai family's representative in Chuju City, he didn't have the right to speak on this occasion, let alone plead for the young couple. "Since you said that you're worthy of Qianxue, I hope you won't disappoint me." Bai Jiaxing thought silently. There were many people in the hall. Other than the Bai clan's patriarch, Bai Jiaxing, there were also a few doyens from the main branch and many representatives from the branches. Their statuses were not lower than Bai Jinbin's. Old Master Bai and Bai Guangxiong were sitting in the innermost row. They already knew about Bai Qianxue, so when Bai Qianxue appeared holding Li Changsheng's arm, no one was surprised. However, When Bai Chenxue took the initiative to greet the uncles and elders of the Bai family, other than a few branch stewards who were close to Bai Jinbin nodding slightly, the elders of the main branch acted as if they didn't hear her at all. Old Master Bai Guangxiong didn't even look at Bai Chenxue. He just whispered something to his son, Bai Jiaxing. Heartless and cold. Bai Chenxue's family didn't have much power in front of the main branch. Furthermore, she had disobeyed the main branch's order and refused to marry young Lord Cheng. Her actions had disrupted the Bai family's plan, so the Bai family didn't treat her kindly. Bai Chenxue greeted everyone one by one, but she was ignored. She felt wronged. A few girls sitting at the edge of the hall looked at her with disdain. Hello everyone, I am Chenxue's boyfriend. My name is Li Changsheng. I plan to marry Chenxue next month. I hope everyone can come and support us. They didn't expect Li Changsheng to say something like this in such a situation. Everyone looked at him in shock. They wanted to see where this poor boy got his courage from. The Bai clan wanted to betroth Bai Chenxue to the young master of the Cheng clan. Even if he and Bai Chenxue were truly in love, he should have come here to beg the Bai clan's main bloodline to agree to their marriage. His words were tantamount to provocation. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. However, because Old Master Bai didn't say anything, the Bai family's young men who didn't like Li Changsheng didn't dare to act rashly. However, their eyes were filled with hostility. Even Bai Jinbin couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought that this young man was really bold and fearless. However, Bai Jinbin wasn't sure if he was a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger or if he had something to rely on. If Li Changsheng only had extraordinary strength, he wouldn't be able to compete with the Bai family. The guests are almost all here. We should go out. Bai Guangxiong didn't look at the young man who made him feel disgusted. He got up and walked out of the Bai family's hall. Because there were more guests, the birthday party was held in another large villa in the Bai family. There were specialized Bai family personnel in charge of receiving the guests. This was the place where the Bai family's internal members discussed matters. The Bai family members followed him out of the hall. No one paid any attention to Li Changsheng. When the Bai family's young men passed by Li Changsheng, they glared at him menacingly. Bai Chenxue suddenly grabbed Li Changsheng's hand. She lowered her head, afraid that the proud Li Changsheng would leave in a huff. In this war against the Bai family, Li Changsheng was her only comrade in arms. Li Changsheng seemed to feel the woman's worry. He rubbed her head. She, who was always as cold as an iceberg, was as docile as a kitten at this moment. After everyone left, Bai Jinbin smiled bitterly and said, Changsheng, young Lord Cheng is coming. You shouldn't go out. It's okay. Li Changsheng smiled. Since I've chosen to step into the Bai family, I'm prepared to face everything. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Chenxue, who was obviously nervous. He patted her shoulder and walked out of the hall. Bai Jinbin couldn't help but shake his head. He was worried. He was naturally aware of Li Changsheng's strength. However, against a giant like the Bai family, pure strength was useless. If Li Changsheng had a conflict with the Bai family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially since Li Changsheng was now Bai Chenxue's boyfriend. If the Bai family's main branch had something against them because of him, even Bai Jinbin would have a hard time. I must not let Li Changsheng mess around. Bai Jinbin thought to himself and hurriedly followed him out. Chapter 124. Bai Guangxiong's birthday banquet was attended by not only the elites of the Chuju city, but also the tycoons of the nearby cities. The large hall of the mansion was filled with elites from all walks of life. No wonder the Bai family is the most powerful family in the Chuju city. I don't think even the mayor of the Chuju city is as powerful as this. Dao Jie and a few of Bai Chenxue's close friends exclaimed. Although many people in the Chuju city knew about the Bai family, they were still shocked to see it with their own eyes. I heard that the Bai family is adamantly against Bai Chenxue marrying a poor boy. In the past, I thought that the Bai family was a little too unreasonable. But now, it seems that the Bai family is so powerful. Li Changsheng and Bai Chenxue are indeed a sparrow and a phoenix together. A girl lamented. Perhaps that Li Changsheng covets the position of the Bai family and wants to be a carp leaping over the dragon gate, flying up to become a phoenix. A girl who didn't like Li Changsheng pouted. Although the others didn't say a word, they all nodded. Apparently, they thought that Li Changsheng had ulterior motives for marrying Bai Chenxue. Dao Jie, you guys are here too. Young Lord Jun waved at Dao Jie and the other girls. You guys are here too. Dao Jie wasn't surprised by young Lord Jun's appearance. She knew that young Lord Jun and the others were here with their parents. Huh? Where is Zhao Shumo? Dao Jie looked to young Lord Jun curiously. Young Lord Jun and Zhao Shumo were good friends, so Zhao Shumo would definitely show up. He went to accompany young Lord Cheng. I don't think he has time for a small fry like me. Young Lord Jun said sarcastically. Young Lord Cheng? Is he young Lord Cheng Yu, Bai Chenxue's fiancé? Dao Jie was taken aback. Yes, who else could it be? Bai Chenxue will definitely show up at such an important banquet. I wonder if that bumpkin dares to show up. If he does, then we are in for a good show. Young Lord Jun said excitedly. Everyone knew who the bumpkin he was talking about. Li Changsheng and Bai Chenxue arrived at the villa's main hall. Looking at the densely packed crowd, Li Changsheng had a rough idea of the Bai family status. Little brother, we meet again. As soon as he entered the hall, he heard a loud and clear voice. Turning around, it turned out to be Brother Leopard whom he had met in the bar. What a coincidence. Li Changsheng also nodded. Little brother, I didn't know that day at the bar, but I've heard a lot about you these past few days. You dared to interfere with the marriage set by Old Master Bai. Aren't you afraid that Old Master Bai will cut you into pieces in anger? Brother Leopard said jokingly. He might have reminded him a little. On today's occasion, perhaps Old Master Bai would not do anything during the birthday banquet, but it might not be the case after the birthday banquet ended. Which of those big families that looked glorious on the surface did not have any dirty deeds behind their backs? Don't worry, they won't dare. Li Changsheng smiled. However, Brother Leopard couldn't help but be stunned as he shook his head. It's good for young people to have a sharp edge, but sometimes you still have to know how to keep a low profile. More importantly, you have to recognize yourself. Brother Leopard patted Li Changsheng's shoulder. Although he thought highly of Li Changsheng, in his opinion, even if this young man had Bai Jinbin's help, it would take 10 years for him to reach his current status. As for the Bai family, if he had enough opportunities, he might be able to compete with them in 30 years. Going against the Bai family now was tantamount to digging his own grave. I still have a few friends over there. Little brother, you can do as you please. Brother Leopard was too lazy to talk to Li Changsheng. Originally, he wanted to kindly remind him, but he was a little disappointed that the other party did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As soon as Brother Leopard left, there was an uproar in the crowd. Look, young Master Cheng is here. It's Cheng Yu. Last month, I saw a scandal between him and a popular actress in the newspaper. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Cheng Yu is the only son of the Cheng family. He is also the most eligible bachelor in the Chuju city. Rumor has it that he has affairs with many women in the entertainment industry. This is also the reason why Bai Chenxue is determined not to marry him. Cheng Yu's appearance was accompanied by many of the most eligible heirs in the Chuju city. Zhao Shumo, who had always been the center of attention, stood beside Cheng Yu like a minion. Many people took the initiative to greet Cheng Yu. Suddenly, Zhao Shumo saw Li Changsheng and Bai Chenxue standing there. He leaned over to Cheng Yu and whispered something into his ear. Then, a cold light flashed in Cheng Yu's eyes as he walked toward Li Changsheng. You are Li Changsheng? Cheng Yu stopped in front of Li Changsheng and sized Li Changsheng up. Then, he shook his head. I was wondering what kind of talent you were, but you are just a piece of trash. What a disappointment. Seeing Cheng Yu's appearance, Bai Chenxue was visibly nervous. You are Chenxue's fiancé? His dog-like appearance really makes me sick. As soon as Li Changsheng opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that this poor country bumpkin would not only be trembling in fear in front of the Cheng clan, but also take the initiative to provoke them? This was simply too reckless. Young Lord Cheng, Li Changsheng is just a country bumpkin. Please don't be mad at him. When Bai Jinbin saw that the situation was not good, He hurried over and said with an apologetic smile. Sure enough, he's from the countryside. Barren hills and turbulent rivers give birth to unruly people. Of course, I won't bite back after being bitten by a dog, but I'll use an axe to chop his dog's mouth. Cheng Yu snorted. Today is Lord Bai's birthday party, so I won't touch him. But when the party is over, you will die. Cheng Yu smiled coldly at Li Changsheng. The coldness in his eyes made Bai Qianxue shiver. Zhao Shumo was gloating at the side. He couldn't wait for Cheng Yu to teach Li Changsheng a lesson. However, he knew that the possibility of that happening was low. After all, it was a birthday party. Whoever caused trouble would be slapping the Bai family's face. Although Cheng Yu was usually arrogant and unreasonable, it didn't mean that he had low IQ. It was just that he hadn't met anyone that could make him afraid. Bai Jinbin looked at Li Changsheng nervously. Based on his understanding of Li Changsheng, he was someone who wasn't afraid of anything. He definitely wouldn't allow Cheng Yu to be so arrogant. Sure enough, Li Changsheng raised his head and said, "Who gave you the feeling of superiority? If you want me to die, I'm afraid you will be the one who dies." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Even Zhao Shumo was stunned. He didn't think that Li Changsheng would dare to say such words in front of young Lord Cheng. However, he quickly showed a happy expression. What a country bumpkin. How dare you provoke young Lord Cheng? Let's see if you will die this time. Chapter 125. When Li Changsheng said this, even Bai Qianxue's heart tightened. Cheng Yu was not someone to be trifled with. The young master of the Cheng family was famous for being arrogant and despotic. Li Changsheng provoked him in front of his face. If a conflict broke out, not only the Cheng family, but even the Bai family's face would be damaged. At that time, there would be no room for reconciliation. This guy is really fearless. Bai Jinbin sighed in his heart. The scene that he was most afraid of had happened. He felt powerless, but at the same time, his heart was filled with resentment. Even if Li Changsheng had the strength, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could the Cheng and Bai families be provoked with just his little bit of strength? Cheng Yu's face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were filled with coldness. Brat, don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because we're at Master Bai's birthday banquet. Do you believe that I won't break your legs and throw you into the river to feed the turtles? Is that so? Li Changsheng's eyes revealed a hint of playfulness. Why don't you give it a try and see who broke whose leg? When these words came out, the crowd finally understood what it meant to be fearless. Li Changsheng wants to shed all pretense of cordiality with the young master of the Cheng family. But thinking about it, if Li Changsheng was afraid, he wouldn't be together with Bai Qianxue. Bai Qianxue's boyfriend is really gutsy, but it's a pity that he doesn't know his place. Many people were shaking their heads. Dao Jie's eyes revealed a complicated expression. If she didn't accidentally hear the conversation between Li Changsheng and Kai Yu, perhaps she would also think that Li Changsheng was overestimating himself. But now, she could only pray for Cheng Yu. A person who could make the famous sickly tiger bow and bend his knees, how could a small young master of the Cheng family offend him? Cheng Yu was completely enraged. Although he and Bai Qianxue had only met a few times and did not have any feelings for each other, Bai Qianxue was still his fiancé in name. Now that his fiancé had been snatched away, he did not even get angry. This person who snatched his fiancé actually dared to provoke him in front of so many people. This was simply unbearable. Good, very good. Looks like you're in a hurry to seek death. Then, I can only fulfill your wish. Everyone knew that Cheng Yu was angry. Break his legs for me. Cheng Yu roared with a ferocious expression. Immediately, two bodyguards walked out from behind him. Hearing the commotion, more and more people gathered around. Cheng Yu, I don't care if you want to cause trouble here, but I hope you will reconsider. You are representing the Cheng family, not yourself. Bai Jinbin said as he glared at Zhao Shumo fiercely. Although Zhao Shumo couldn't wait for Cheng Yu and Li Changsheng to start fighting, he knew the meaning behind Bai Jinbin's glance. His family had a lot of business dealings with the Bai family, so he didn't want to offend Bai Jinbin. Thus, he reluctantly said, "Young Master Cheng, I think we should forget about it. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. This is just a little bumpkin. It won't be too late to deal with him after the banquet. Why do we have to make the Bai family look bad? With Zhao Shumo's persuasion, the anger on Cheng Yu's face subsided. He coldly looked at Li Changsheng. Brat, wait until the banquet is over. See how I'll deal with you. After saying that, he turned to leave. Bai Jinbin and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Who knew that at this time, Li Changsheng indifferently said, I'm afraid the one who will be dealt with will be you. When these words came out, Cheng Yu stopped in his tracks and turned around. His eyes were about to spit fire. What did you say? The surrounding people were all shocked. They looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Li Changsheng dared to say such words. Bai Jinbin was so angry that he turned his head to the side. It wasn't easy for him to calm Cheng Yu's anger, but it was all ruined by Li Changsheng. Bai Qianxue pulled Li Changsheng's sleeve. Li Changsheng's appearance at the banquet today was actually her goal. Now, she just had to wait for the Bai family's response. It could be said that Li Changsheng's mission was basically completed. The rest was up to Bai Qianxue to deal with. With Li Changsheng's provocation, it was very likely that the matter would become bigger and bigger. In the crowd, Han Dong kept shaking his head. With Li Changsheng's personality, even if the Bai family agreed to let Bai Qianxue marry him, he wouldn't be able to go far. He would only offend people everywhere. In the end, he wouldn't have a good ending. Thinking back to when he saw Li Changsheng and Bai Qianxue together in the Jiangshan Guild Hall, he regretted that he didn't build a good relationship with Li Changsheng. Now that he thought about it, staying away from Li Changsheng was the right thing to do. Just as Cheng Yu clenched his fists and couldn't help but want to personally deal with this bumpkin who dared to provoke him, Bai Jinbin sighed and stood up. Today is the Bai family's birthday party. Young Lord Cheng, please behave yourself and don't make things difficult for me. Although Bai Jinbin was only a branch of the Bai family, he was a very capable individual. He was in charge of all the affairs of the Bai family in the Chuju city and had a high status in the Jianghu. Fine, Bai Jinbin, you are going to protect this kid, right? Let's see how long you can protect him. Cheng Yu didn't dare to go against Bai Jinbin, especially since Bai Jinbin had a bodyguard, Zhu Sheng, behind him. He was the soldier king of the Dragon Group and was a famous figure in the Chuju city. Cheng Yu wasn't sure if his two bodyguards were a match for Zhu Sheng. Kid, Bai Jinbin can protect you now, but not forever. After the banquet, I will cripple you. Cheng Yu said viciously. Although he heard from Zhao Shumo that Li Changsheng was good at fighting, in his understanding, Li Changsheng only had a few tricks up his sleeves. His two bodyguards were professionally trained masters. Even if they couldn't beat Zhu Sheng, they were more than enough to deal with Li Changsheng. You are welcome to cripple me at any time. Li Changsheng cracked a smile, but there was no trace of fear on his face. The banquet is about to begin. Someone shouted, and then the old lord of the Bai family, Bai Guangxiong, and a group of senior officials appeared. As a member of the Bai family, Bai Jinbin hurried to the stage. At this moment, even if Cheng Yu wanted to cause trouble, he couldn't. If he did, he would be slapping old Lord Bai in the face. A round of applause came from the crowd. Old Lord Bai stood on the stage and said a few words of gratitude. Then, he sat down on a chair and let Bai Jiaxing host the banquet. The CEO of the WN Sheng Group wishes old Lord Bai happiness and longevity. He would like to present a pair of jade ruyi scepters. Of course, the birthday banquet was full of gifts. Two staff members brought the jade ruyi scepters onto the stage, and old Lord Bai's face lit up. Jiangnan Leather Factory presents a Buddha statue. The CEO of the Juxing Group presents a calligraphy piece. The bosses of various companies in the Chuju city presented their gifts. The young lord of the Cheng family presents a jade guanyin. Along with the announcement, a 1-meter-tall jade guanyin was brought onto the stage. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. Such a tall jade guanyin must be priceless. Didn't the marriage between the Cheng family and the Bai family fall through? Bai Qianxue had chosen a poor boy. Why would the young lord of the Cheng family present such an expensive gift? Someone asked in confusion. Although the marriage between the Cheng family and the Bai family failed, the cooperation between the two families will not be terminated. The young lord of the Cheng family is showing his attitude by presenting such an expensive gift. I heard that Bai Qianshue's bumpkin boyfriend is also here. I wonder what kind of gift he will present as Bai Qianshue's boyfriend. No matter what kind of gift he presents, it will not be able to compete with the young lord of the Cheng family. The young lord of the Cheng family is trying to show Bai Qianshue the difference between him and that poor boy. Everyone discussed among themselves. Cheng Yu looked proudly at Li Changsheng, who was in the corner of the stage. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Qian Shui is unwilling to marry me, I can't force her. However, as Qian Shui's boyfriend, what gift have you prepared for Master Bai?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless pairs of eyes locked onto Li Changsheng. Chapter 126. Hearing Cheng Yu's words, Bai Qianshue's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't believe that she had forgotten about the gift. For Old Man Bai's birthday banquet, even if it was an unrelated person, as long as they attended the banquet, they would have prepared a gift. As Bai Qianshue's boyfriend, if Li Changsheng didn't prepare a gift, then it would be too much. Many people looked at Li Changsheng's position. They wanted to see what kind of birthday gift this bumpkin from the countryside had prepared for Elder Bai. Even the Bai family members were curious. After all, Cheng Yu's gift was already precious enough. If Li Changsheng couldn't prepare a gift of equal value, he would become the laughingstock of the Chuju city. A bitter smile appeared on Bai Jinbin's face. These days, he had been so troubled by the matter between Li Changsheng and Bai Qianshue that he had forgotten about this matter. He was going to lose a lot of face today. Time passed by slowly. Seeing that Li Changsheng was still standing, Cheng Yu's eyes were filled with pride. "Don't tell me you didn't prepare a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out in the hall. "Oh my God, this is interesting. Even if your family is poor, you should at least show your appreciation. How dare you come to the Bai family's birthday banquet without a gift?" Not only the onlookers, but even the Bai family members' faces darkened. "This is too much. Who said I didn't prepare a gift for the Bai family's old man?" Suddenly, Li Changsheng opened his mouth. The hall fell silent. Prepared a gift? Everyone wanted to see what he had prepared. "Oh, then take it out and let everyone see your gift." Cheng Yu sneered. He didn't believe that this poor kid could come up with a better gift than his. "My gift is to give the Bai family a life of riches." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Riches? What riches? Even the members of the Bai family were puzzled. Cheng Yu paused for a few seconds and then sneered, "Don't tell me you didn't prepare a gift. How can a poor kid like you give the Bai family a life of riches?" Everyone finally understood what Cheng Yu meant. It turned out that his so-called gift was nothing more than a boast. The faces of the Bai family members also darkened in an instant. Not only did he not prepare any gifts, he even dared to spout nonsense here. How abominable. This poor brat actually said that he would give the Bai clan riches and honor. This is hilarious. Someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Bai Qianshue could not help but frown. Li Changsheng had always liked to spout nonsense. It was fine, but it also depended on the occasion. Saying such things in this kind of situation would only make him a laughingstock. Bai Jinbin was even more speechless. Originally, Li Changsheng had saved him and Bai Qianshue last time, so he had a good impression of Li Changsheng. However, he didn't expect Li Changsheng to be such a vain person. He clearly didn't prepare a gift, but he said that he would give the Bai clan a fortune. Ha ha. Ha ha. The sound of people clutching their stomachs could also be heard from the crowd. Old Master Bai snorted coldly. Bai Jiaxing also stood up from his seat and ordered his men, "Kick this shameless bastard out of my house. How dare he think he can be the son-in-law of the Bai family? What a joke." As soon as he finished speaking, a few servants of the Bai family walked toward Li Changsheng. Cheng Yu and Zhao Shumo were gloating over Chen Fan's misfortune. They thought that as soon as the banquet was over, the news of Bai Qianshue's boyfriend being kicked out of the Chuju city would spread like wildfire. By then, Li Changsheng would become the laughingstock of the entire Chuju city. "A bumpkin from the countryside dares to go against me? You overestimate yourself." Cheng Yu thought smugly. Even as everyone was waiting to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Yang Liuji is here. Yang Ren was a real tycoon in the Chuju city, and his status was comparable to that of the Bai family. Even the Bai family members rose to their feet when they saw Yang Ren. Yang Ren? Why is he here? I heard that Liu Zhiyang and the Bai family were not on good terms because of a project a few years ago. They don't have much contact with each other. Is he here to pick a quarrel? Many people were on high alert. Yang Liuji was one of the few people in the Chuju city who was not afraid of the Bai family. At this moment, everyone in the Bai clan couldn't care less about Li Changsheng. They were all focused on Yang Ren, who suddenly appeared. Lord Liuji, it is my honor to have you here. Bai Jiaxing didn't know what Yang Liuji was up to, so he greeted him with a smile. Although the Bai family was not afraid of Yang Liuji, it would be a disgrace to the Bai family if Yang Liuji made a scene. Unexpectedly, Yang Liuji ignored Bai Jiaxing and scanned the crowd. When he saw Li Changsheng standing there, he hurriedly squeezed out a flattering smile and walked over. Mr. Li, I didn't know you were sitting here. I just got the news that you are in the Chuju city. Why didn't you tell me that you were here? Yang Liuji was a powerful figure in the Chuju city. However, his behavior made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. Don't you hate me for breaking one of your fingers? Why did you come here to see me? Li Changsheng asked casually. How would I dare? I was blind and listened to the slanderous words of the father and son of the Qin family. That's why I went against you. Not to mention that you cut off my finger. Even if you cut off my entire hand, I wouldn't dare to have any resentment. Good for you. Sit down. Li Changsheng said. A wealthy businessman who was sitting next to Li Changsheng quickly moved to the side when he saw Yang Ren looking at him. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, their eyes and mouths agape. What is going on? Why is Yang Liuji acting like a slave in front of him? Many people were confused. Suddenly, they couldn't see through this poor kid anymore. When the conversation between Li Changsheng and Yang Liuji fell into the ears of everyone present, some of their expressions changed drastically. The first one was Zhao Shumo. Due to the special status of the Zhao family, they knew some inside information. They had long heard that Yang Liuji was defeated in Qingju and even had his sixth finger chopped off. At this moment, after listening to the conversation between the two, it turned out that it was because he had offended Li Changsheng. The mysterious young man is called Mr. Li Changsheng. His name is Li Changsheng. Zhao Shumo was terrified. Li Changsheng is Mr. Li. Other than Zhao Shumo, many people in the Chuju city also looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief. So this was the legendary Mr. Li. Even Bai Jinbin was stunned. He had heard about Yang Liuji in the Qingju city, but he had never thought that it was because of Li Changsheng. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He has a background in the underworld. Bai Jiaxing thought of Li Changsheng's words the day before and immediately understood where Li Changsheng's confidence came from. But soon, he sneered. Even if he can subdue Yang Liuji, the Bai family is a century-old family. How can someone like Yang Liuji, who has just risen to power a decade ago, compare to us? Then, Bai Jiaxing said coldly, since you are Yang Liuji's friend, I will not kick you out. However, as the head of the Bai family, I would like to express my opinion. Bai Chenxue has been betrothed to Cheng Yu. If you want to marry Chenxue, it is impossible. Bai Chenxue's eyes reddened when she heard that. Bai Jinbin's expression was quite unsightly. If Li Changsheng was just a poor boy, it would be fine if the Bai family didn't agree. However, it was clear that Li Changsheng's identity wasn't simple, yet the Bai family was still saying this. They clearly didn't care about Bai Chenxue's happiness. At this moment, an arrogant voice suddenly sounded. My Mr. Li and Miss Chenxue are in a relationship. You disgusting flies are buzzing around. If you piss me off, I will strip you naked and throw you into the river to feed the turtles. Chapter 127. An extremely arrogant voice was heard, with a domineering aura. A pale-faced man walked in under the escort of his subordinates. Kai Yu, one of the two mountains in the north, a name that made countless people tremble in fear. When the voice was heard, the young men of the Bai family wanted to reprimand him, but Bai Jiaxing glared at them. Bai Guangxiong, the old master of the Bai family, who had been sitting there as steadily as Mount Tai, also stood up at this moment, his face full of shock. "Boss Kai, why are you here?" Although many people present did not know Kai Yu's identity, they knew that he must be an extraordinary person when they saw the attitude of the Bai family. Bai Qianxue looked at the domineering man, thinking that he was just Li Changsheng's friend. However, Bai Jinbin's body trembled. "Sickly tiger Kai Yu," he muttered to himself. When his niece, Bai Qianxue, heard it, her delicate body trembled, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Changsheng's friend is actually sickly tiger Kai Yu. At this moment, Zhao Shumo, who was standing there, suddenly remembered that the young man who was rumored to have caused Yang Liuji to fall was backed by the heavenly king Xu Xiaolin. And now, even Kai Yu had appeared. Just who was he? Not only Zhao Shumo, but even the young master of the Cheng family, Cheng Yu, was dumbfounded. Although the Cheng family was powerful, it was nothing compared to the two famous mountains in the north. At this moment, Kai Yu's gaze was searching the crowd after he appeared. Everyone was trembling with fear. Bai Guangxiong even went forward to welcome him personally, but before he could get close, he was pushed aside by Kai Yu's subordinates arrogantly. Many people in the Bai family were angry that the head of the Bai family was treated in such a manner, but they did not dare to speak out. At this moment, under everyone's surprised gaze, Kai Yu walked directly to Li Changsheng, bowed his head respectfully, and said, "Sir." The subordinates behind him also bowed in unison. "Greetings, sir." Their voices were loud and clear, like rolling thunder. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Bai Qianxue's close friends who were lucky enough to attend the banquet also felt that their minds were a little confused. Wasn't this Li Changsheng a poor country bumpkin? This kind of person had always been the target of their disdain. How did he become a divine dragon in the sky in the blink of an eye? Bai Qianxue's friends weren't the only ones who couldn't accept it. Even young Master Cheng, who thought he could humiliate Li Changsheng, couldn't accept it. He suddenly opened his mouth and pointed at Li Changsheng, shouting, "Impossible! How can the sickly tiger Kai Yu be so young? It's obviously a lie. You adulterous couple wanted the support of the Bai family and asked him to come, right? Adulterous couple." When these words were uttered, the crowd instantly quieted down. Sometimes jealousy can make people go crazy. When Cheng Yu said those words, he didn't even realize what he was doing. However, his words also reminded many people that the sickly tiger Kai Yu had been roaming the Jianghu for more than 30 years. How could he be just a young man? Are you really the one who hired him? Bai Qianxue looked at Li Changsheng in confusion. What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Li Changsheng didn't answer Bai Qianxue's question. He only looked coldly at the Cheng family's young master, who had a sense of superiority from the start. The surrounding people were all silent, waiting to see how things would develop. Old Master Bai laughed bitterly. How could he not wish that this was just a farce and that it was a country bumpkin who had spent money to hire someone to come here? However, he had seen Kai Yu from afar and heard more than once from his friends in the circle that the sickly tiger Kai Yu had an ageless face. I said you're an adulterous couple. Don't you understand? Cheng Yu was already going crazy. Li Changsheng suddenly laughed, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. You scolded me well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a reason to attack you, the unlucky guy whose fiancé I stole. With that, without needing Li Changsheng's instructions, Kai Yu stood up and walked towards Cheng Yu. What do you want? Cheng Yu, who was originally going crazy, saw Kai Yu walk over and instinctively felt a trace of fear in his heart. Everyone else's eyes followed Kai Yu's movements. Kai Yu looked at the guilty Cheng family's young master and laughed. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled the other party's hair down. Then, he ruthlessly kneed him 3 times. When he let go of his hand, Kai Yu's entire face was a bloody mess. There was no doubt that his nose would be broken by these few hits. Everyone's heartbeat quickened. The Cheng family's young master, who was beaten until his face was blank, had a look of fear in his eyes. However, Kai Yu didn't intend to let him go. He picked up a chair beside him and smashed it directly on his head. Catcher. The solid wooden chair was directly smashed into pieces. The Cheng family's young master clutched his head and screamed in pain. His body kept twitching and white foam came out of his mouth. Kaiyu sneered and said, "Kid, do you still think I am an imposter?" Zhao Shumo, who was next to him, was already trembling in fear. When Kaiyu turned around and looked at him, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. His pants were instantly soaked with yellow liquid, and he was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. "What a piece of trash!" Kaiyu snorted and turned around to walk back to Li Changsheng. It took a full minute for the crowd, who had been frightened by the bloody scene, to react. A few of the women let out screams. Bai Chenshue's friends subconsciously kept their distance from Li Changsheng. On the other side, the members of the Bai family could not bear to watch, and their faces were also filled with fear. "Lord Bai, didn't you say yesterday that the Bai family was a force I couldn't afford to offend? Now, I would like to interview you. What do you think?" Li Changsheng curled his finger at Bai Jiaxing. The current leader of the Bai family was a famous figure in the Chuju city. His body trembled in fear as he walked toward Li Changsheng. "Since you are Bai Chenshue's relative, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Give up the position of the Bai family's lord to Bai Jinbin, and all the members of the main bloodline will go to retirement. If you agree, I will write off everything that happened today. If you don't, I will let you know what it feels like to have your family destroyed." After Li Changsheng said that, Bai Jiaxing's eyes turned red. Asking him to give up his position as the patriarch was worse than killing him. "Looks like you don't want to do it. Kaiyu, I will leave the rest to you." "Yes, we do." Not far away, Bai Guangxiong suddenly said. "Dad," Bai Jiaxing wanted to say something, but Bai Guangxiong shook his head and heaved a sigh. "It's no use. The Bai family has offended someone we shouldn't have. We are lucky to be alive." Bai Jiaxing's body trembled after he heard the words. He thought of the rumors about the sickly tiger and lowered his head. "I am willing to give up the position of the lord, and the main bloodline of the Bai family will not interfere with the Bai family's business." "Very well." Li Changsheng nodded and looked at Kaiyu. "I will leave the rest to you." Then, he took Bai Chenshue's hand and walked out. After a while, Bai Chenshue couldn't help but ask, "Li Changsheng, who are you?" Even now, Bai Chenshue still felt like she was in a dream. She originally wanted to cut off all means of retreat, but she never thought that Li Changsheng, who she had always thought of as a poor boy, would suddenly become a lofty figure. "I am your boyfriend." Li Changsheng smiled, then tilted his head and kissed Bai Chenshue's face, who was still in a daze. Bai Chenshue's body stiffened, but she wasn't angry at being kissed. Instead, her face turned red and her ears turned red. Chapter 128. After leaving the Bai house, Li Changsheng and Bai Chenshue took the car back to Bai Jinbin's villa. As soon as they entered the villa, they saw several figures inside. It was Bai Chenshue's aunt, Bai Ruolin, second uncle, second aunt, and her cousin, Bai Mingtang. Seeing Bai Chenshue enter, the people sitting on the sofa with a frown all stood up. But when they saw Li Changsheng beside Bai Chenshue, their eyes were filled with disgust. "Today is the birthday banquet of the main branch's old master Bai. Didn't you go to congratulate him?" Bai Ruolin was the first to ask. "It's good that you didn't go to the birthday party. If the Bai family knew that you found another boyfriend, I don't know what would happen. It's just that you can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. If you're really determined to be with this person, then go abroad. The farther you go, the better." Hearing Bai Ruolin's words, Bai Chenshue was touched. Her parents died early and her aunt, Bai Ruolin, had always played the role of her mother. She suffered countless disdain in the Bai family. Fortunately, her aunt still loved her. "I say, Ruolin, you're too selfish. If Chenshue escapes, then what will happen if the main branch comes to ask for her?" Second aunt shouted loudly. "Chenshue, you're too much. We thought you went to the old man's birthday banquet and took everything on yourself. It turns out that you didn't go at all. To think that we're still worried about you." Second aunt shook her head, her face full of sarcasm. "I know my sister Chenshue's personality too well. It must be you, a coward, who didn't dare to go to the Bai family's banquet." Bai Mingtang pointed at Li Changsheng and said coldly, "Last time you dared to slap my mother. Today I'll teach you a lesson. Bai Mingtang had been holding his breath for a long time. Now that he saw Li Changsheng, his eyes turned red. He waved his fist and rushed towards Li Changsheng. Stop! Bai Qianxue instantly stood between the two. Brother, don't mess around. Last time, Bai Qianxue had stopped Bai Mingtang from attacking Li Changsheng in the restaurant because she was afraid that Li Changsheng would be hurt. But this time, she knew how powerful Li Changsheng was. Although her cousin was in the sports team, if he fought with Li Changsheng, he would die miserably. Although her cousin's words were a bit harsh, he was still her family. Seeing Bai Qianxue standing in the middle, Bai Mingtang took back his fist angrily. He glared at Li Changsheng and shouted, "Boy, you only know how to hide behind a woman. You are a coward." Li Changsheng just smiled. "You should be glad that you have a good sister. All right, stop messing around." At this time, Bai Qianshue's second uncle couldn't help but say, "What's the use of arguing at this time? Qianxue, listen to your aunt. Go abroad and hide." With that, he looked at Li Changsheng with some disdain and said, "I don't care what kind of magic potion you gave Qianxue, but I'm warning you, if you want to use Qianxue to plot my Bai family's property and become a phoenix, there's no way. When Qianxue goes abroad, I will give her a fixed amount of living expenses every month. As for you, you won't get a penny. I don't need Qianshue's money, and we don't need to hide abroad." Li Changsheng smiled, walked to the sofa, sat down, and lit a cigarette. His behavior immediately caused everyone in the Bai family to frown. This boy is too arrogant. Bai Mingtang couldn't help but want to fight. At this time, the door was pushed open and Bai Jinbin strode in. "Brother, you're back?" Second uncle, second aunt, and Bai Wolin all greeted Bai Jinbin. In their branch, Bai Jinbin was the most capable and had the most right to speak. "Uncle, this boy is as timid as a mouse and didn't dare to attend the birthday banquet. He's still here talking nonsense. He's too arrogant." Bai Mingtang was the first to complain. "That's right, brother. Last time you slapped Mingtang for this boy. But look at him, he's as timid as a mouse. How can he be worthy of Qianxue?" Second aunt also added fuel to the fire. Although Bai Wolin didn't say anything, she obviously didn't like Li Changsheng either. Listening to the mother and daughter chattering in his ear, Bai Jinbin said loudly, "Enough, no one is allowed to be rude to Mr. Li." As soon as Bai Jinbin said this, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What's going on? Last time, Bai Jinbin defended Li Changsheng because he saved the old man. But why this time? Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Bai Jinbin said, "Mr. Li not only attended the birthday banquet, but also hit young Master Cheng in front of everyone. You said he's a coward. Which one of you can do it? Can you?" He looked at his nephew, Bai Mingtang. Bai Mingtang hurriedly shook his head. Second aunt, who was beside him, screamed. "What? Beat up the young master of the Cheng family? This troublemaker beat up the young master of the Cheng clan. Aren't we finished?" Bai Wolin and her second brother also showed deep worry. "Young Master Cheng isn't that easy to hit. Let me finish." Bai Jinbin continued. "Not only did Changsheng hit young Master Cheng, he also asked the main branch to give up the position of the head of the family. From now on, I'm the head of the Bai family." When these words came out, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. What's going on? Changsheng is the Mr. Li who's been the talk of Qingju recently. Not only does he have a good relationship with Heavenly King Xu Xiaolin, even sickly Tiger Kai Yu has to listen to Changsheng's orders. Therefore, the Cheng family doesn't dare to offend Changsheng. Although Bai Jinbin's words were short, they were like a bolt of lightning thrown into a deep lake, shaking everyone to the point of dizziness. Sickly Tiger Kai Yu and Heavenly King Xu Xiaolin had to listen to Li Changsheng's orders. This information was too much and too terrifying. Now, do you still think Changsheng is a coward and a troublemaker? When Bai Jinbin finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Bai Mingtang, second uncle, second aunt, and little aunt Bai Wolin all looked at Li Changsheng in shock. They didn't dare to believe it, but when these words came from Bai Jinbin's mouth, they couldn't doubt it. "Do you still want to fight with me now?" Li Changsheng looked at Bai Mingtang with a playful expression. Bai Mingtang was so scared that his legs started to tremble. Second aunt hurried over to apologize. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. All right, you are Qianshue's family, so I won't hold it against you. Now that the Chuju City thing is over, I will return to Qingju City in a couple of days. After all, I am still a student. I wonder if any of you can give me a ride when you return to Qingju City. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Mingtang quickly raised his hand and said, "Brother-in-law, take my car. You can go back to Qingju City whenever you want. I will be your driver." Bai Qianxue blushed when she heard Bai Mingtang call her brother-in-law. Everyone in the room smiled as well. Chapter 129. Cheng Yu, the young lord of the Cheng family, had been beaten to a pulp at old Lord Bai's birthday banquet. When the news spread, everyone in the Chuju city was shocked. The Cheng family was even more enraged. The atmosphere in the Cheng family's main hall was tense. "He's gone too far. He stole my Cheng clan's fiancé and even severely injured Yu Er. This Li Changsheng really doesn't put my Cheng clan in his eyes." Old Lord Cheng smashed the teacup on the floor. The Cheng family's main hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. "Dad, I heard that Kai Yu is the sickly tiger. We can't afford to offend him." Cheng Cheng, the lord of the Cheng family, said with a bitter face. The Cheng family had dominated the Chuju city for many years and had never been humiliated like this. Now that they had been beaten, they couldn't even think about revenge. The other members of the Cheng family also lowered their heads. "Humph. So what if he is the sickly tiger? If it was just because of Bai Qianxue, my Cheng family would have tolerated it. But he beat up Yu Er in front of so many people, causing my Cheng family to lose face. If I continue to tolerate this, then my Cheng family will become a laughingstock. And so what if he's the sickly tiger Kai Yu? He's just an ordinary person. Some time ago, I got to know an expert. That expert possesses remarkable abilities. As long as he's willing to help, even if it's the sickly tiger Kai Yu, we have nothing to fear." Hearing old Lord Cheng's words, many people in the main hall looked up. They didn't expect the old man to know such a powerful master. However, Cheng Cheng wasn't as happy as the others. Instead, he asked worriedly, "Father, are you talking about Master Rongzwe?" "That's right." Old Lord Cheng nodded. "Master Zwe is an immortal. Only he can avenge Yu Er. But Master Zwe doesn't care about money. How can we ask him to help us?" Cheng Cheng shook his head. Although Master Zwe doesn't care about money, he loves antiques. He might not be interested in ordinary antiques, but I am sure he will be interested in the Cheng family's treasure. Hearing old Lord Cheng's words, everyone in the Cheng family thought of something and their faces changed. "Father, are you talking about the Cheng family's heirloom? That is something our ancestors left behind. How can we give it away so easily?" Cheng Cheng said anxiously. "Those things are just dead objects in our hands. If we can use them to restore the Cheng clan's reputation and avenge Yu Er, then it's worth it. Not to mention, if we can take down Kai Yu, the sick tiger, the Cheng clan's prestige will reach a peak. At that time, we can step out of Chuju City and realize the long-cherished wish of the Chu clan." At this moment, in a luxurious villa in Chuju City, two middle-aged men in daoist robes were playing Go. If Li Changsheng was here, he would recognize that one of them was Master Liu, whom he had met in Qingju. Master Liu's name was Liu Chong, and he was the master of the Leisurely Cloud Monastery in Chuju City. Sitting across from him was his senior brother, Zwe Daorong. Zwe Daorong looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed in a white robe and had a sage-like demeanor. "Senior brother, I haven't seen you for many years. Your chess skills are getting better and better. I'm ashamed of my inferiority." Liu Chong held the white piece in his hand and thought for a long time before finally sighing. He had lost this game of chess. "Junior apprentice brother, chess is nothing more than a tool to pass the time. Transcendence energy is the foundation of a cultivator. After not seeing you for so many years, you're still lingering in the 5th layer of qi refining. What should I say to you?" Hearing Zwe Daorong's words, Liu Chong heaved a sigh. "Senior brother, you know that my potential is limited. I'm afraid that I will be stuck at the qi refinement level for the rest of my life. I'm not like you, senior brother. Master once said that you could reach the carnate spirit level before the age of 60. That is the dream of many cultivators. Liu Chong put away the chess pieces on the chessboard one by one and asked his disciple to make a pot of tea. Then, he asked, "Senior brother, you have been traveling around the world for so many years. Why are you here in Chuju City? It can't be that he's here to visit me, right? Haha. I can't hide anything from you, junior brother. I am here in Chuju City to help someone with something." Hearing Zhuo Daorong's words, Liu Chong's curiosity was piqued. "Senior brother, you are as powerful as a divine dragon. Who could ask you to help?" "It's someone from the Cheng family in Chuju City." That old man took out a treasure that had been passed down for generations. "You know that I don't have many hobbies in my life, but I like to collect strange things. The treasure that the Cheng family took out was indeed rare, so I agreed to help them." "The Cheng family?" Liu Chong's face paled. "Are you going to help the Cheng family deal with a young man named Li?" "That's right." Zhuo Daorong nodded. "Junior brother, why do you look like that?" "Senior brother, didn't you ask around about that young man's background before you came to Chuju City? The head of the Cheng clan said that sickly tiger Kai Yu was behind him. Although sickly tiger Kai Yu is one of the two great mountains in the north, he is still immortal. Your senior brother is now a great expert in the 9th layer of qi refining. If sickly tiger Kai Yu watches with folded arms while I deal with that young man, I will kill him as well," Zhuo Daorong said with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Cultivators had a transcendent status, and they had all kinds of incredible divine powers. They naturally looked down on the so-called big shots of the mortal world. "Senior brother, you only know one thing. Kai Yu is indeed Li Changsheng's man, but what you don't know is that Li Changsheng is not an ordinary young man. He is also a powerful cultivator." "Is that so?" Zhuo Daorong's expression didn't change. "So what? A young man in his 20s, even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, how far can he go?" Looking at the proud Zhuo Daorong, Liu Chong sighed and said, "Senior brother, you don't know. I told you that I met an expert some time ago who easily broke my spell. Do you still remember?" "You mean that the person who broke your Dharma spell was this young man named Li Changsheng?" Zhuo Daorong's expression changed, but soon a cold smile appeared on his face. "Junior brother, your strength is at the 5th level of qi refinement realm. If he can break your Dharma spell so easily, he should be between the 7th and 8th level of qi refinement realm. To have such strength at such a young age, he is indeed a genius. But don't forget, your senior brother is now at the 9th level of qi refinement realm. I am only half a step away from the 10th level of qi refinement realm." A wry smile appeared on Liu Chong's face. "If that is the case, then I am not worried. But I suspect that Li Changsheng is at the 10th level of qi refinement realm." "Impossible." Zhuo Daorong interrupted Liu Chong. Chapter 130. There was a saying in ancient times, if you don't remove the roots, the weeds will grow again. Li Changsheng had planned to hitch a ride back to Qingju, but before he could leave, he received the news that the Cheng family had hired a master to deal with him. At the same time, the entire Chuju city was shaken. No one had expected that the Cheng family would dare to go against the infamous sickly tiger Kai Yu. That night, Zhuo Daorong and his junior brother, Liu Chong, attended the Cheng family's banquet. Many upper-class people in Chuju city witnessed Master Zhuo's divine power. He was able to create a hole in the cement wall from dozens of meters away. Everyone was shocked at the sight. It was as if he was an immortal. When the news spread, those who didn't think highly of the Cheng family changed their minds. No matter how powerful the sickly tiger Kai Yu was in the secular world, he was just an ordinary person. Zhuo Daorong, on the other hand, was an immortal. Everyone thought that Kai Yu would never be able to withstand Zhuo Daorong's godlike attacks. As for Li Changsheng, who had Kai Yu's support, he was not even worth mentioning. In the Bai family's villa, everyone frowned. Li Changsheng was sitting on the sofa, eating an apple leisurely. "Mr. Li, what do you think about the Cheng family hiring a master? Why don't you give Boss Kai a call and see what he can do?" Li Changsheng had asked Kai Yu to go back first because of the Bai family. He didn't expect that something like this would happen right after Kai Yu left. The Bai family didn't care about the Cheng family hiring a master. After all, they had Caillou as their backer. However, after seeing masters was divine power, they panicked. No need. I don't care about masters were at all. Li Changsheng threw the apple core into the trash can. He wiped his mouth and said to Bai Jinbin, "Call the Cheng family. Isn't their master very powerful? Tell them I want to meet him to settle our grudge." "No." Before Bai Jinbin could say anything, Bai Chenxue said anxiously, "I heard that Master Zhuo has divine power. Changsheng, although you are powerful, you have no chance of winning against him. It's like hitting a rock with an egg." "Yeah." Bai Jinbin and the others nodded in agreement, advising Li Changsheng not to be impulsive. Li Changsheng only smiled disdainfully. "He's just a Jianghu sorcerer. How can I put him in my eyes? I'll call him now. If you don't, I'll go back to Qingju. I'll let you face him by yourselves." Hearing Li Caisheng's words, Bai Jinbin could only smile bitterly and nod. All right. Although he was not optimistic about Li Changsheng, there seemed to be no other way out now. He could only choose to believe in Li Changsheng. Zhuo Daorong, who had originally planned to deal with Li Changsheng, heard that Li Changsheng wanted to meet him. He immediately ordered Li Changsheng to prepare 100 pre-Qin antiques as an apology. Otherwise, he would take Li Changsheng's life. In his opinion, Li Changsheng wanted to meet him because he was afraid. It was obvious that he was afraid. He could take advantage of this opportunity to extort money from him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, Li Changsheng asked Bai Jinbin to pass on a message, telling him that there was no need to meet him and that he should wait for his death. When he heard the news, Zhuo Daorong was furious. "Ignorant brat, I wanted to give him a way out, but he dared to speak so arrogantly. It seems that I have to twist his head off to let him know how powerful I am." Liu Chong, who was next to him, said worriedly, "Senior brother, he must have heard the news that you opened a hole in the cement wall at the banquet. However, he is still so strong. He must have something to rely on. We can't be careless. In my opinion, we don't have to fight to the death for an antique. I always feel uneasy. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for many years. Why are you getting more and more timid? I can kill a brat with a flick of my finger." Zhuo Daorong snorted coldly. At this moment, with a loud bang, the villa's security door flew directly into the house. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a young man with a cigarette in his mouth walked into the villa very casually. He looked as if he had returned to his own home. "Who are you?" Zhuo Daorong's pupils shrank and his face was cold. Although he didn't feel any mana fluctuations from the other party, but the other party's strength to kick the security door open with one kick was definitely not an ordinary person. "He is Li Changsheng." Master Liu, who was next to him, had a look of horror on his face. The scene of Li Changsheng casually breaking his spell last time left a deep impression on him. Even if his senior brother Zhuo Daorong was next to him, he still felt a little afraid. "You are Li Changsheng?" Zhuo Daorong sneered twice, and the momentum on his body rose. "I originally wanted to look for you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. It seems like you're really tired of living." Zhuo Daorong didn't take Li Changsheng seriously. As a Qi refinement level 9 cultivator, he had traveled across half of China over the years, and there were very few people who could be compared to him. Those who could be compared to him were all powerful cultivators who had been famous for a long time. Li Changsheng was so young that he didn't think he could be that powerful. "Kid, since you came to me, I will kill you first, and then I will kill that Caillou guy. I heard that you have a girlfriend called Bai Chenxue. I need a cauldron for my cultivation. I have gained a lot from this trip to Chuzhou City." It turned out that the Bai family and the Cheng family had given Bai Chenxue's birthdate to the Cheng family. Zhuo Daorong accidentally saw Bai Chenxue's birthdate from the Cheng family and realized that she was born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour. This was the legendary pure Yin body, the best candidate for a cauldron. However, he didn't notice that after he said that, Li Changsheng's originally calm eyes flashed with a murderous intent. "How dare you have designs on Chenxue? It seems that I have no choice but to kill you." Li Changsheng snorted coldly and took a step forward. He waved his hand, and suddenly, a surge of invisible qi rushed toward him. He came here this time to solve the problem in Chuju City once and for all. He also wanted to see the overall level of the huaxia cultivation community. If the man knew his place, Li Changsheng might just give him some punishment and spare his life. However, since he dared to have designs on by Chenxue, he had to die. He waved his hand, and it was so powerful that the entire room was filled with a whistling sound. However, Zhuo Daorong didn't panic. Instead, he sneered. Good. Chapter 131. Seeing Li Changsheng's palm strike, Zhuo Daorong sneered. Although he was a little surprised that Li Changsheng had such strength at such a young age, he was still very confident and didn't think that Li Changsheng had the strength to fight against him. Boom. Zhuo Daorong's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. An invisible momentum spread out as he raised his head and took a step forward. Voila! As soon as his foot landed, the tiles on the ground cracked like a spider web. At the same time, he put 2 fingers together and used them as a sword, suddenly stabbing forward. A thunderous sound was heard in the air. A cyan sword light burst out from his fingers. External release of true qi. At this moment, countless airflows gathered together and suddenly exploded near Li Changsheng's body. Peng Taishan, who was sent by Xu Xiaolin to listen to Li Changsheng's orders, was also at the Grandmaster realm. He could also release his internal force, but he could only cover his fist with the force of a few centimeters at most. It was far from being able to reach the extent of 3 feet and as sharp as a sword like Zhuo Daorong. This was the difference between a martial artist and a cultivator. Cultivators above the 8th level of Qi refining stage were equivalent to the Grandmaster realm among martial artists. But in terms of combat effectiveness, cultivators at the early stage of Qi refining stage were able to suppress martial artists. This was because although martial artists had strong physiques, they were often unable to get close to cultivators and were defeated by various magical powers and spells. Senior brother is only at the 9th level of Qi refining realm, but I'm afraid that the 10th level of Qi refining realm is no more than this. Liu Chong was originally afraid of Li Changsheng's strength and worried about his senior brother. But at this moment, he finally felt relieved. With such strength, it's no wonder that senior brother is so confident. Zhuo Daorong intended to show off in front of his junior brother, so he used his full strength in this attack. Using his finger as a sword, his killing intent overflowed, and it had the power to split gold and split stone. A smile appeared on his face as he waited for Li Changsheng's blood to spill on the spot under his sword qi. Sword qi danced in the air. Zhuo Daorong was like a peerless sword immortal, and the sound of the sword echoed in the room. In Liu Chong's eyes, Zhuo Daorong had the absolute advantage. On the contrary, although Li Changsheng's palm strike was extraordinarily powerful, it was still lacking when compared to Zhuo Daorong's sword qi. The 9th level of Qi disciple is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, I don't know if I have any hope of reaching this level in my lifetime. Liu Chong's eyes were filled with envy. However, just when the two of them thought that the outcome was certain, Li Changsheng's palm finally collided with the sword qi. Die. Zhuo Daorong's true qi surged, and the sharpness of his sword qi increased by 3 feet. Then, the sword qi collided with Li Changsheng's palm, but it only made Li Changsheng's palm shrink slightly. Then, under Zhuo Daorong's shocked gaze, Li Changsheng's palm shattered the sword qi and directly imprinted on his chest. Puff! There was a loud bang. The true qi in Zhuo Daorong's body instantly dissipated thousands of miles away, and his clothes dried up. Then, his entire body retreated 7 or 8 steps, and a clear palm print appeared on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He stared at Li Changsheng with wide eyes, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. At this moment, Liu Chong, who was next to him, was completely stunned. His senior brother had broken through to the 9th level of Qi disciple, but he was still defeated so easily. Senior brother. Liu Chong reacted and hurriedly rushed to Zhuo Daorong. Zhuo Daorong's body swayed 3 times, and he opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything and directly fell to the ground. This expert of the 9th level of Qi disciple had completely lost his life. Senior brother. Liu Chong went over and hugged Zhuo Daorong's body. Looking at his gradually slackening eyes, tears streamed down his face. He turned his head and looked at Li Changsheng in horror. What? Do you want to avenge your senior brother? Li Changsheng said lightly, but the calmness in his eyes made Liu Chong's heart palpitate with fear. He finally knew that he was right. Li Changsheng was indeed a 10th level Qi disciple. Although he was close to his senior brother, he didn't have the courage to fight with Li Changsheng. He knew that he would die if he tried. Senior brother, I am sorry that I can't avenge your death. Liu Chong thought to himself as a wry smile appeared on his face. How could I dare to seek revenge from you, sir? My senior brother was the one who didn't know the difference between life and death. You are much smarter than your senior brother. Li Changsheng smiled and then reached out his hand to Liu Chong. Take it out. What do you mean? Liu Chong was confused. Of course it is the treasure that the Cheng family gave your senior brother. I heard that the Cheng family used a family heirloom to ask your senior brother for help. However, when I was fighting with your senior brother, I didn't sense any trace of the treasure on him. Zhuo Daorong only knows you in Chuju City, so he must have given it to you. My senior brother has already lost his life for that treasure. Li Changsheng, you killed my senior brother and now you want to take away the treasure. Isn't that a bit too much? Liu Chong's face changed color. The fear disappeared from his face and was replaced by a vicious expression. He. If you want to take that treasure for yourself, just say it. Why do you have to be so hypocritical? Just now, when your senior brother was fighting with me, you clearly could have helped, but you just watched coldly from the side. Only after your senior brother died did you shed 2 drops of fake tears. Such good acting skills. It's a pity you're not an actress. Li Changsheng shook his head. His eyes were sharp and perceptive, so how could he be fooled by Liu Chong's act? Take it out, or you will end up like your senior brother. Li Changsheng, you've gone too far. Liu Chong suddenly stood up and waved his hand. A green jade gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd was crystal clear and very beautiful, but Li Changsheng could feel a powerful energy from it. As Liu Chong activated the spell, a green light shot out from the gourd and enveloped Li Changsheng. This gourd was the treasure that the Cheng family gave to Zhuo Daorong. It was a magic item. Magic items were very precious in the cultivation world. Each one of them required countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to be successfully refined. Most importantly, only Xiantian realm experts could refine them. However, the power of a magic item was also ridiculously powerful. A Qi refining realm cultivator could even fight against a Xiantian realm expert with the help of a magic item. Liu Chong believed that with this magic item, even a 10th level Qi refining realm cultivator would be defeated by the attack of this gourd. This was also the reason why he watched his senior brother die in Li Changsheng's hands and didn't help him. The temptation of a magic item was too great, so great that it could make him completely heartless. You think you can kill me just because you have a magic item? What a joke. Li Changsheng just smiled faintly. Over the endless years, he had destroyed hundreds of magic tools with his bare hands, not to mention that this was just a broken magic tool. Chapter 132. Dharma artifacts were weapons refined by cultivators to increase their attack power, just like the sabers, spears, and staffs in the hands of martial artists. However, Dharma artifacts had more functions than ordinary weapons and stronger attack power. Dharma artifacts were divided into many levels, including low-level, mid-level, and high-level Dharma artifacts. Above Dharma artifacts were spirit artifacts, bejeweled artifacts, Tao artifacts, and supreme artifacts. In addition, Dharma artifacts were also divided into various attributes and functions. Some were offensive, some were defensive, some were used to store objects, some were used to refine elixirs, and there were all kinds of them. For example, the Jasper gourd that appeared at this moment was a low-level offensive spatial Dharma artifact. Although it was defective, its power was not to be underestimated. It was enough to cause great damage to cultivators in the Qi refinement realm. Even those in the 10th level of Qi refinement realm couldn't block it. However, Liu Chong didn't know that although Li Changsheng's current strength was equivalent to the 10th level of Qi refinement realm, his physical body was not inferior to that of a finger-profound realm expert. After all, Li Changsheng had been reborn 99 times. Every time he was reborn, his physical body was strengthened. Although he had just awakened and his strength had only recovered a little, the strength of his physical body was absolutely terrifying. Hula! The light in the gourd had a huge sharp force and was about to tear Li Changsheng's body apart. However, Li Changsheng didn't even have the intention to block the powerful force and let it attack him. Hula! A huge hole was directly torn in the custom-made suit. However, the green light only left a faint white mark on Li Changsheng's body before dissipating in the air. How could this be? The smug expression on Liu Chong's face instantly stiffened. He had already seen the power of this jasper gourd. It could even cut a tank in half in an instant. However, Li Changsheng was unscathed. Liu Chong's eyes were filled with horror. In an instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His heart was filled with horror. Even an early-stage Carnate Realm expert couldn't block the attack of this jasper gourd. How could you block it? Liu Chong said in a trembling voice. Go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Li Changsheng couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He directly waved his hand and slapped out. No. I don't believe it. Liu Chong activated the jasper gourd again. However, the result was still the same. He was unable to harm Li Changsheng at all. Die. Li Changsheng's palm fell and directly slapped down on Liu Chong's head. If this palm hit its target, Liu Chong would die on the spot just like his senior brother. Mister, please spare my life. I'll give you my treasures in exchange for my life. At the moment of life and death, Liu Chong hurriedly shouted. Li Changsheng's palm stopped less than 5 centimeters away from Liu Chong's forehead. Liu Chong was so scared that his face was pale, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. What treasure? Li Changsheng asked coldly. If you dare to play any more tricks, I'll make you beg for death. I definitely won't dare to play any tricks. Liu Chong tremblingly took out a piece of paper from his arms. This is a page of scripture that my master found in a nameless cave when he was young. It recorded a set of mysterious martial arts. Unfortunately, my master couldn't comprehend it after studying it for a lifetime. Later, it was passed to me. I'm not talented enough to comprehend the cultivation method on it. Perhaps it will be useful to Mr. So you gave it to me because you couldn't comprehend it. Li Changsheng sneered and reached out to take the page of scripture. After a few glances, his eyes shone brightly. No wonder Liu Chong and his disciple couldn't comprehend it. It was because the words recorded in the scripture were tadpole language. Tadpole language was a very ancient language that had been lost for a long time. Li Changsheng had studied all kinds of things in the endless years. He just happened to know this tadpole language. Seal of mountains and rivers. This scripture recorded an offensive sacred art called the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. After mastering it, every palm strike would be able to mobilize the power of mountains. It was very powerful. This should be a page of a secret manual that was torn out by someone. Just this page is already so terrifying. If I can obtain the entire secret manual, even Li Changsheng's heart was burning with excitement. Where did your grandmaster find these scriptures? Bring me to that cave, and I will spare your worthless life. Yes, yes. Liu Chong quickly nodded. As long as Mr. can spare my life, I will do anything. Li Changsheng snorted and waved his hand to snatch the gourd from Liu Chong's hand. The moves in the scripture might be powerful, but they still needed time to comprehend them. This gourd was also very interesting to Li Changsheng. It was a magic artifact that combined spatial attacks. The refinement method wasn't ordinary. Even a Vajra realm martial expert couldn't use the spatial laws. It meant that this magic artifact might be the work of a finger mystic realm martial expert or even higher. It was a pity that it was broken. Li Changsheng picked up the gourd and studied it for a while. He realized that the gourd had lost most of its functions except for the green light attack. It is a pity that a magic artifact is so broken. If it was complete, it might be a spirit artifact or even a cosmic artifact. Li Changsheng kept the gourd. Liu Chong's eyes were burning with excitement, but he knew that a magic artifact might be good, but his life was more important. Let's go. Follow me to the Cheng clan first. Then, bring me to the cave where the scripture was found. Yes. Liu Chong nodded and didn't dare to disobey. At the same time, he silently mourned for the Cheng clan. After offending such a killing god, the Cheng clan wouldn't have a good ending. Chuju City, Cheng clan's mansion. The Cheng clan was on the same level as the Bai clan in Chuju City. They had a large garden in the southern district of Chuju City that was built like a palace. This was where the Cheng clan's headquarters was located. At the same time, the Cheng clan gathered in the main hall of the Cheng clan. Old man Cheng Hui, the current family lord Cheng, young master Cheng Yu, and a group of elders of the Cheng clan. Cheng Yu's face was wrapped in gauze and he sat in a wheelchair. His eyes were filled with hatred. He looked to old man Cheng Hui and asked, "Grandpa, can that Masters Were really take care of Li Changsheng? I want to tear him into pieces." Old man Cheng chuckled. "Don't worry. Masters Were is a man with Dharma spells. Not only Li Changsheng, but also Kai Yu, the sickly tiger, will wipe him off the face of the earth. After this battle, the Cheng clan will be famous in the north." Everyone in the Cheng clan was excited. "Old master, you're a wise strategist. Although we've lost a family heirloom this time, our Cheng family's reputation has been pushed to the peak. Li Changsheng is just an ant. More importantly, Kai Yu the sickly tiger. Although Masters Were has agreed to help us kill Kai Yu's Grand Desert Group still has many powerful subordinates. We need a detailed plan. Kai Yu the sickly tiger would never have thought that he would fall at the hands of the Cheng clan." The elders of the Cheng clan were all smug. Old man Cheng Hui was even more elated. "Right, Masters Were should have started by now. I was worried that Masters Were would let Li Changsheng go because of the treasure. I didn't expect that the kid would be so reckless as to say that he would take Masters Were's head. He has completely enraged Masters Were. You can forgive a sin from heaven, but you can't forgive a sin from your own doing." Old man Cheng laughed. "It should be about time. I will call Masters Were now." Cheng replied immediately. "Okay, call him now. I can't wait." Although old man Cheng's hair was white, his face was glowing as if he had become much younger. He had always wanted the Cheng clan to step out of the Chuju city and become a superpower like Xu Xiaolin and Kai Yu. However, he had never been able to achieve his dream. Now that Kai Yu was gone, the Cheng clan's prestige would rise and he finally had hope. Cheng had already dialed the number, but no one answered. Just as he was about to call again, he heard a loud boom and the glass window of the mansion shattered. The mansion was made of 6 layers of bulletproof glass, but it was so fragile. "Who is it?" Everyone in the house was shocked. They turned around and saw Liu Chong standing in the yard. It was obvious that he was the one who had done the deed. "Master Liu, what is going on?" Old man Cheng asked in confusion. Master Liu was Masters Was Junior. Why would he do such a thing at the Cheng clan? However, right after that, his voice paused because behind Master Liu, a young man in a suit was slowly walking over with his hands in his pockets. "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.